When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
You're signed for the name, so you know how much bad.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here in London, Party Poker Tour, for day 3 of the main event, playing for £38,000 and change. We have 3 tables remaining, 27 players. I myself, Jay Harwood, George Sanford in the booth, going to be taking yourself through proceedings today until we crown a champion. How are we doing today, George?
All good, mate. Certainly are. And we've got some familiar faces on the lineup. Konstantin Zerdev, seat 1, 682,000. Matty Ice, Matt Staples, Party Poker Ambassador, almost 1.5 million in seat 2. Adam Wright, just over a million, seat 3. Fabio Sperling, 1.6 million in seat 4. Paul Moyes, just under 500k, seat 5. Cammy Williamson, 575k in seat 6. Chris Nicolau, we saw yesterday, 784k in seat 7. Danilo Sato, just over a million. And rounding up the list, Alex Georgiev with over a million, the Bulgarian, in seat 9.
Tough table for the final 27.
Certainly there's nowhere to hide at this point, right? We're in the business end, day 3, playing for well over 35,000 for the winner.
We started the stream with an invitational sit and go, and kind of fitting that 3 players from that sit and go sat here on this table. Matthew Staples, Alex and Konstantin. So Danilo, going to kick us off with an open from gun. Raising to 50k, Paul with the ace jack here, just choosing to flat off a 20 on the button. I feel like if this is a later position open, potentially going to see some jams from Paul. Bit wary of this under the gun opening range. Off to the flop. Oh my word.
Oh, wow.
Are you sure? First hand of the day?
They want it over quickly today, don't they?
Danilo flops the second nut flush and Paul sitting over here with the ace of clubs in hand. Quarter pot c-bet on the 8 deuce 4 mono, like it from Danilo. Going to have lots of small sizes on this board. And now it's Paul. Is it fast play and run our equity, or call and see a turn? He's going to go for the first option, just happy
half the stack in
to run our equity here and now. And he knows Danilo, when Paul puts this much of his stack in, no need to just flat and slow play, should always have a hand that's going to be calling off here. What a setup. First hand of the day, nut flush draw, facing the flopped second nut flush.
and cards will be on their backs. Paul with the club, looking to stay alive, but needs to improve to a better flush. Danilo flopping the goods.
So 2 chances to find this club. Otherwise, we're going to lose one. First hand of the day, meaningless jack on the turn. 5 of hearts sealing the fate of Paul Moyes out in 27th. Good run from him. Not much he could really do there, just a bit of a set-up cold deck. Had a hand that was more than viable to run the equity.
And Danilo Sato with 72,400 in live earnings, biggest live cash of 10.6k, looking to better that today. 26 left, and a great start for the Brazilian.
Just a few of the chat tuning in. Afternoon, Alex Rizvi says, let's go Cammy, best teeth in the room. I agree, got a great set of ashes. Not sure if they're real, but
yeah, has he been to Turkey?
They are a nice set of ashes, I agree. Good evening, or good afternoon, Alex. Razor Kev, welcome. Vescu, Manastraw, and Argnum says, hello Gio, nice to hear your voice, buddy. How's it going?
It's a good friend of mine, Argo from Estonia. Pleasure to have you in the mix. Thanks for joining us, sir.
And it is Sunday, so a lot of these online grinders know it's the big day online, so just gonna let you know what's going on Party Poker. Don't forget about our tour paths. You can get in from a free roll, try and spin that up to round 4, which is a 25 buy-in, and then round 4 gives you a chance to get yourself into the final, where you can win a package worth £1,000, £500 main event seat, plus £500 in expenses. And round 4 starts today at 4 p.m, and then there's later flights at 6 and 7 p.m. this evening. So if you want to come and play one of these Party Poker live tours, that's your best way for getting in on cheap. Check it out online at Party Poker, guys. Really good avenue to get into these main events. So what's happening here, George?
Musical chairs already, by the looks of it.
We are doing a chip race, I believe. The 1Ks need to come off the table. Blind's going up in 1 minute's time, so they've decided they're going to do it nice and early, get it out of the way. So it'll be like a little 5-minute interval here while we get the 1Ks off the table. Don't usually get a chip race on stream, that's new.
No, exactly, especially 2 minutes into the day.
And Jordan Hunter in the chat confirming that Cammy has been to Turkey. Let's hope Cammy final tables again. Had a little sort of couple of year hiatus and then come back this year. Saw him in Glasgow at one of the, I think, stops in Scotland. Had a run, I think, high roller cash in that particular event, if I recall.
Yeah, got second for £23,000 and also won the high roller in Nottingham, the 1-day 1K for 20.7k. So good start to the year from Cammy, looking to solidify that with a deep run in the Party Poker main event. First stop of 5 this year. We're going to be going to Manchester in June, as well as Glasgow in August, and 2 more stops to be announced to finish out the rest of the tour this year.
Current blinds will now be 15,000, 30,000. With your big blind and your 30,000. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
So 15k, 30k. Seven, 8 suited here for Adam. This stage of the tournament, approaching last 5% of the field. These type of holdings are going to reduce in value. We like to be a bit more removal based, blocking some ace X, king X stuff from free betting or reshoving over the top of us. And Fabio here with one that could potentially take aggressive route. Ace 10, 34 to start the hand, effective of Adam. Going to find a free bet here as Fabio, really nice find, makes it 155. And like once again, as Adam, like earlier stages of the tournament, day 1, like these hands have a bit of merit appealing, but with ICM near last 5% of the field, just don't really want to tangle. One that could have potentially just folded in the hijack as well, rather than opening, but wanted to have a look at the punishment in from Fabio.
And Fabio, our table chip leader, 1.7 million and change, with 58 big blinds.
Bit of a shock as well, because I got in today, I was obviously doing some research on the players, and the only one I couldn't find anything on Hendon was Fabio. And then I delved a bit into some archives from just different sites that weren't Hendon Mob, and I saw that he won a WPT for 300k 4 years ago. So he's obviously hiding all of his results. He wants everyone to think he's not very good at poker, when in reality he's just sharking everyone.
He is a big shark. Plays a lot on Party Poker as well. I won't say his screen name, but he's been in those streets and in all of the bigger buy-ins over at Party Poker for many years, plying his trade. Will be interesting to see him, and will certainly be a tough table presence for the rest of the final 26. So over to Chris on the button. Jack 6 suited, may elect to open from late position.
Probably not offer 24. He is going to go for it, but I feel like even still we are suited, but
Yeah, agreed.
maybe a bit too low down. If there's like a dynamic, it's a bit early on to say, but the blinds aren't really doing anything, playing really tight, no free betting going on, more merit perhaps to open wide up.
Goes for a small size up as well, and that gets rid of Alexander Gorgiev in the big blind, so raise and take for Chris.
We're talking about Fabio in seat 4, Man of Straw, the man we couldn't find on Hendon Mob, but I found a few other websites where he'd had some very nice scores. And for me and you today, George, we need to get GetNet on the feature table.
We do.
So he come up to me this morning, he said he watched the commentary back and he goes, if I'm on the feature table today, if I get dealt 7 deuce, he goes, I'm going to be playing it no matter where I am. But not only that, he said, if I win the hand with 7 deuce, he's getting the waitress to bring us both cocktails into the booth. So we need to get GetNet on the feature table.
So we've got cocktail equity in the booth.
Need him to get dealt the 7 deuce, then need him to win the hand with the 7 deuce. And
Did he specify which cocktail?
He didn't. He said he would be sending cocktails our way, so
All right, I'll take an espresso martini.
it would be fun if we get GetNet on the feature. Put on a bit of a show yesterday.
Big character, isn't he, old
Yeah.
Getting that. And I was in the booth with Sam on the closing stages of yesterday. Sam was singing his praises as well. Someone Getting that has been playing the live local scene here at Aspers. Lots of good weekly tournaments. They've got a weekly PKO on Saturdays, as well as a £100+ weekly Friday tournament as well that regularly collects 15 to 20k, and Getting that has been certainly in the thick of that.
7s for Fabio. Opens from +2. Doubt we're going to see anything from Alex in the small blind. The man who maybe shouldn't be here after yesterday's fold with the Queens pre-flop against the Kings of Hussein.
Insane.
When Hussein had him covered, a lot of players are out the door and don't even make day 3.
So Constantine taking the lead with middle pair, King 8-4 two-tone. Fabio 7s with a diamond. Looks like he's going to go for a small c-bet here, I believe.
Yeah, 7, 6s, 9s, and then check like Queens, maybe Jack, some frequency.
Yeah.
It still can flush out some equity of overs. Constantine seems like a pretty clear check call with middle pair. Never folding, no raising going on. So it does make the call, and we're going to take a turn.
King of clubs. Nice card for Constantine. Does check it over.
Oh, interesting one for Fabio. Likely to see a fair amount of checks. We don't fold out an 8, we don't fold out a king. So once again, what's our bet achieving? If it's not too much, the way to go is check, and it's trips on the board.
Hell of a run out for both players here. Fabio's 7s are now looking quite strong. But I think we're going to hear from Constantine here, facing the turn check back. Looking to target hands like this, ace high as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, like a lot of ace highs can potentially call this spot. Like sometimes, yes, we value cut ourselves against stuff like 9 through queens, but if we check, these hands are going to bet for value themselves anyway, which we'd have to check call. So we're going to go for the value himself with the 8 here, 1-4-5 into 2-5-5.
Yeah, and I guess the issue with the 7s is that we're kind of blocking a lot of the hands that would arrive and would be forced to bluff. So 7-5, 7-6, the 2 main ones.
Spot on, George. And the problem is as well, when the board runs out like this, Constantine's going to defend like 8-4 suited upwards, 7-8 off upwards. So he's got countless combinations of 8x that are just going to have a clean as day value bet.
Yeah.
Let's see if Fabio can find the laydown. Difficult to fold a boat after checking back turn, but the combo
is going to make the call, and we'll see the bad news. Ace-8 gets the job done for Constantine, founding member of the BBZ Academy.
A nice bit of value on the end there, and we're heading over first time today for some out of table action. This is blind on blind. It's got all in pre here. It's around at 1.2 million chip pot. Ace king for Charlie Coombs, pocket 4s for Tony Palingeris.
Oh, ace in the window, followed by the 4. So Chaz Coombs drawing thin. He's going to need some backdoor action, and he's not going to find it.
So that's a big old double for Tony, propels him over the million chip mark, and Charlie Coombs, I believe, had a similar stack, just slightly covering Tony. Going to leave him about 3 big blinds. Slightly
With
more.
half a stand-up.
Johnny Boat says, let's go, Matty Ice. Ace-10 suited for Cammy. Opens to 60 here from +2. Starting the hand just shy of 19 bigs.
No customers so far. Over to Alexander Georgiev on the button. He slides his cards into the muck as well. Constantine, awkward-ish combo here, 9-8 suited. I think he's just going to find a fold.
Yeah.
Especially versus early position-ish, off of the shorter stack. Does muck it. And now Matty Ice in the big blind, Queen 10 off, very natural defend for him.
And actually 1-8-9 suited, it's better to pill like 7-8 suited in that spot just for the Queen Jack 10 boards against the EP Ace King 16 combo range. So would have loved to see this flop. And it's Cammy still out in front here with the Ace 10. So probably going to see check bet call. Feel like fine to see bet here as Cammy Matt's already checked over. And like this is a stack deck, George, we don't really get to check raise like our gut shots when Cammy is like 17 bigs here, because if we check raise Queen 10 we get jammed on, it's just a disaster.
It is a disaster, yeah. Even with the 2 overs and the gut shot, it's going to naturally find its way into a just call.
Like we start sort of check raising these gutties when we get sort of north of 35. So there is the check call from Matt. Got some fun turns.
Yeah, Jack of Diamonds, the main one. Oh, how's your luck, Mr. Ice? Matty Staples pinging the absolute nutter butters on the turn via the Jack of Clubs. And now Cammy with an open-ender himself. Awkward stack depth now.
I was just about to mention the same thing, like if we got a bit more, which seems like a clean double barrel as a bluff, but once again, if we bet here, get shoved on, becomes a disaster, not getting to realise. Oh!
Oh, wow.
That is ruthless. What is going on with the deck on the feature table? Early proceedings today, day 3. We've seen a cold deck already. Paul Moyes out first hand of the day, but this one is even colder. Nut straight for Matt Staples, second nut straight for Cammy. And we have to raise for value, sir. Matt gets the lead, all his 2 pairs against, I could even have some like Jack X for this small size, like you can have some Queen Jack.
Goes for the small size as well. Very cheeky now. Having the nutted hand in the smaller size, and with the small size he can even value bet hands like Jack X, 2 pairs, even on the 4-liner. And he's going to get raised, and Cammy is shortly going to find out the bad news.
Oh, this is like this is going to sound crazy, but what has Matt got when he 3-bet jams his river? Because he doesn't 3-bet jam a 10. Cammy can still have Queen 10 suited himself. Maybe that's always betting turn actually, but
could be blocking turn.
Yeah. So actually, we can't fold this Cammy for the fact that we bet turn with Queen 10, so Matt can potentially just 3-bet all those 10x trying to get us off a chop. So what can you do as Cammy Williamson? The grimmest river in the deck that sends him out the door. It goes like that sometimes. Cold decks are part of poker. It's just nice to be on the right end of them like Matt was there. But Matt up to 2 million. I feel like a lot of the chat going to be happy to see that as we spin back over to the outer table to see Charlie Coombs get the last of his chips in after losing that flip to Tony Palingaris. So this was the very next hand, folded round to Charlie in the small blind, got the rest of his chips in. Tristan any 2 call and is in front with the 8-4.
Before, but an open ender for Chaz with the backdoor flush draw, looking for a 3, an 8, a 7 or a 6. Can he find it to stay alive? Not to be on this occasion for Chaz Coombs. Saw him a bit on the feature table yesterday. Very strong player. And will be hitting the rail in around about 24th position, I believe.
So Charlie out in 25th. Cammy actually finishing in 24th. Was no ladder there. They both get paid 16.20. And just before Charlie, we lost Gareth Davis on one of the outer tables. So 4 gone already today, down to 23 players. And here comes Dooley. Spoke with Dooley a little bit this morning about the big pot he played yesterday. With
the nines. What did he say about that?
Well, he said he said he ran it. He said I should just check turn. It's a pure check on the turn. But he said he was just going to check back river. But then he said once matey raised turn, he never thought he'd do it with anything but a deuce, and he hasn't got much deuce X there.
We said it was maybe king queen, mostly a deuce, right? Yeah.
And then the 10 on the river, he just said terrible card for me. I lose to some bluffs now. What we said on stream, but I think he agreed that he should have potentially just checked back the turn. The theory check and play some rivers. Always a pleasure to get to cover Dooley. Plays a lot here in London. Does make his trip overseas for some of the bigger events. So we see ace king 7, 2 spades, top for Danilo and Adam, although likely to end in a chop if we get to showdown. Alex here, king, queen. Nice one to check, not really needing any protection.
Alexander picking up additional slither of equity via the gut shot on the turn.
I feel like Adam should be checking still here, out of position to 2.
Definitely.
That needs to be aware that Danilo's supposed to check range in this spot. Hijack versus cut off, even on the ace high boards, when Alex should still have a strong range himself. Coming out firing for 60, just shy of 30%. Pretty clear call for Danilo. And that's really interesting for Alex, because the price is unbelievable, nearly 60 to 1. So we
also turn his hand into a bluff as well, with the queen especially. He knows that the king is going to have limited showdown versus bet call on the turn. So, you know, sizing like 250k here would be really spicy. He does just come along for the overcall.
Very hard to rep value here other than Queen Jack, and I feel like Queen Jack is one that's going to stab flop, and we should only really have suited at this stage.
We've got King 10, we could potentially have Ace 10, maybe we bet the flop, but yeah, for sure.
4 of spades on the river, so it will be chopped up between Danilo and Adam. I doubt we're going to see a bet from any player here with a flush complete in 4. It's actually interesting as well when you speak about range and where you are in your range, as Alex here, like he's probably not calling turn with a 10, so he's going to have flush draws, he's going to have some ace X, and then maybe like the king, queen, king, jack. So king, queen, king, jack's probably the worst hand he gets to the river with now after he overcalls turn. So is he thinking about potentially turning it into a bluff now? But he does just knuckle it behind. It's just one of those spots you know you're checking and you're just never good, but yeah, maybe feels like
Going to be showing a hand like ace 8 quite a lot.
Yeah, maybe feels like leaves a spade in hand to bluff, but difficult to have a worse hand there at the river when on the flush complete in 4 after the overcall turn. That's a new one. Who was saying the other day, Will's got only a few sayings. I've never heard that one.
8 high like a schmuck. Whereas 9 high like a boss, of course.
Yeah. Have you seen Will's attire today?
No, what's he in?
He's wearing a t-shirt with his own face on it that says 9 high like a boss.
Perfect. And Jason was in here the other day saying that there's lots of people in America that are wearing those t-shirts as well. Yeah.
To be fair to the lad, he's created a fan base for himself overseas and has a decent following on socials. Officially, Magic says Will to take it down like a boss. I'm not sure who's going to be doing the winners interview at the end, so if it is Will that wins it, I might have to pass that one on to you, George.
Expecting a lot of words.
Yeah. To be fair, it should be an easy gig for the person interviewing him. They won't have to say much.
Just have to nod.
Yeah. Fabio in the big blind, prime squeeze spot, cut off open. Button flat here from Matt with the king queen. And now Fabio, just a nice clean squeeze, somewhere around 5 bigs.
Yeah, looking to play for it all, obviously jamming out of the question, but
might go slightly smaller, just scale down because of Constantine stack, maybe go like 260 here.
Yeah, I was thinking 250.
Yeah, spot on. I'm guessing that will be Matt. That will be that. I doubt Matt's going to call King Queen off suited. He'd probably get involved. calling the king queen.
So Matty Ice still with the table chip lead, 66 big blinds here on day 3 with 23 remaining. We are playing down to a winner today. We have, with the structure, probably a long day in store.
Yeah, I looked this morning, I made it between half 11 and half 12, so probably around there. It'd be nice, little 10-hour stream would be perfect, a few breaks in between, we'll get a few guests in throughout the day. A couple of people have asked if they can come in the comms at some point, so we'll have a switcheroo.
Yeah, potentially Jason Glatzer from Poker.pro, which is the official media partner this week here in Aspers for the first leg of the Party Poker Tour, with live updates and live reporting for the main event.
Pocket 10s for Matt in the cut-off. Opens to 60. Good for 2 bigs, over to Dooley in the big blind. Couple of spanners for Dooley. Doubt we're going to be defending Jack 3 offsuit. The credit, I said it yesterday to the structure, you look at the side there, like 37, 38 BBs on a day 3 still being average stack. Some tournaments you get on a shorter clock, gets to this stage, average like between 15 and 20 bigs. Not much play for the players, but so much wiggle room here on a fantastic structure. And as a player, that's what you want when you're sat there at the tables. You want as much time as possible to pick your spots. Payouts coming across to the bottom of your screen. Smoking loot.
Constantine with the 9s, opening from +2. Not going to face any resistance from Fabio. Queen 5 off, going to hit the muck on the button over to Dooley in the small blind. King 4 suited. I think it's a hand that he's going to be looking to partake with. Could have other ideas though.
Yeah, in general, like the suited lowdown kings like to use LP versus LP. But looks like going to take it from the small blind. Potential some bad news here. Constantine at pocket 9s.
Very spicy 3-bet from Dooley. And Constantine starting the hand with just under 30 big blinds. So alarm bells will be ringing for him. 9s. Interesting to see if he does go for an all-in or a call. Fold would be, I think, a little too tight, especially versus a capable player such as Dooley. I'm not sure how much Constantine knows about his opponent.
Yeah, like if we were a couple positions later on, it's pretty clean. 4-bet jam for 30 effective as Constantine. It becomes a bit more sketchy from early positions specifically, but pocket 9s, I'm pretty confident always 4-bet shams, middle position versus blinds at 30 effective, and Constantine even taking it there from early position.
Just to make you all aware, on the future table, you cannot be on any form of electrical device unless there's a hand in progress, okay guys? Whether you're texting or on the phone, you cannot on your phone when there's a hand in progress. Thank you guys.
Hey then, Richie Burner. Afternoon, guys. Pleased you're on anything rather than watching us get battered at Anfield today, AJ. Oi, have some Have some hope, mate.
You never know.
It's looking good anyway because the relegation fight's looking good. Man U losing to Bournemouth, so we should be able to survive the relegation dogfight. Aaron and Thomas Powell. Hey guys, was an interesting experience. First time being on the feature table yesterday. Great event. Thanks to all. Good run, Thomas. Min cash is better than no cash, mate.
Absolutely. Numbers on the board. And some experience to be gleaned for next time you are in that situation. Constantine once again driving the action, this time with King 9 suited. Getting through to the blinds. Chris in the small blind with around about 25 big blinds to start the hand. And looks like he is...
Has he gone for 150k?
Yeah, that is really small, isn't it? Wow, and now Danilo sat with ace-queen in the big blind, facing this rather unorthodox sizing from Chris in the small.
In the muck. Like gun +1 open, small blind 3-bet here.
Yeah.
Just, if we want to continue, we got a cold 4, get it in against Chris, but Chris has elected to 3-bet this +1 open. I really like fold here from Danilo.
Yeah, solid.
Danilo agrees. And now as Constantine, we get this price, 3-1 on our money with a suited king. I doubt he's going to be going anywhere. This is why in general we do like to choose some bigger sizes out of position, just to deter the in-position player from peeling hands like this. Still going to have decent equity going to flops.
Yeah, such a big difference between going to 200k and 150 here. The byproduct of the 150 is that you're going to get a lot of folds, although Constantine showing a lot of respect. Doesn't feel like his opponent, Chris, in the small blind was going to be messing around too much versus his early position open.
There's like two sides to that size. It's the first side is I'm getting a great price with this hand and position. I don't need much equity to continue. But the other side is it looks like he could just have aces and he's trying to get the absolute maximum from them. So
and if I flop top pair with a king or a 9, then
we're
all
in
of
trouble.
a sudden, yeah. So the payouts are going across the bottom of the screen for you there, BG Kirill. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, no, he didn't get it. No, thanks for...
Danilo in the small with King Deuce of Diamonds.
general prefer to complete the suited stuff. If this was offsuit, it's one of the prime ones, blind on blind, last 5% of the field to potentially raise up. I'll start with complete, and Alex King 9 off. Seems like a nice one to check. Lower down, King X can potentially once again bump it up. We had like King 4 off here, but King 9 slightly too middling. Going to check and C3. It's 10-10, 5, 2 spades here. The battle of the King Highs.
Gorgiev with some interaction with the King of Spades.
At one of these spots, I feel like King High just not really dislodging many better hands on a blind on blind situation.
Precisely. Just happy to take a turn card.
Both players probably already thinking about showdown. And once again, like King 9 could stab. We've got the gut shot spade in hand, but better to stab like 8-9 here when we fold out like King 6, King 7, all this stuff. That really important question when playing these blind on blind spots to ask yourself, do we fold out a better hand? Do we get continues from worse?
And Danilo will stick around with the inferior king. facing one big blind on the turn, out of position. Looking to make life difficult for Gorgiev, and there is the king. So it's going to be chopped up here. Both players playing two pair with the queen kicker. And a clear as day value bet for Gorgiev, looking to target potentially some ace highs, potentially some hands like 5x that didn't stab flop.
It's an easy call for Danilo blind on blind here when we river top pair. Although it's a really small size, I still don't think there's too much merit in raising, unless he really wants to try and eke the maximum out of a queen. There is the snap call, and we are going to be chopping this one up. Just something to note there from Danilo, that turn call there, king deuce, blind on blind, red, is actually a very nice call. A lot of players would just fold there, but just recognising the situation, ace highs should never bet, better king highs probably shouldn't be betting, so it's a situation where it's going to be a pair plus or a bluff for our opponent, but a sign of a good player, that king high call on the turn.
You're definitely seeing some indications from Danilo that he's very comfortable and knows exactly what he's doing.
How are we doing, a CFO? The CFO was on our invitational sit and go when we kicked things off Friday evening. And says Fabio is a top online player.
Certainly is. Played with him many times. Tricky customer. Tough to get the better of Mr. Sperling.
Danilo, suited ace on the button. Going to come along even against the slightly larger opening size 2.5 BBs. Wouldn't be peeling this three-way as Alexander. Just likely to be in a dominated spot with the Queen Jack. And Constantine, once again, King 6 off, not going to be peeling this one. Fabio won the Sunday Millie anniversary for 900k. Wow. What a score.
He's certainly got some big accolades. You saw also a WPT score as well for over 300k, I believe. We had to get in the trenches on Google to find that one, though. So Adam staring down his opponent, out of position.
Not the nicest board for the nines here.
Does check. Danilo is going to take the check back route. It looks like on the turn Adams checked in the dark. Just saw a slight movement there from him. And once again, yeah, just on it looked prior to the turn, it looked like he was making some kind of checking movement, and then on the turn his fingers seemed to touch the rail in a checking motion. So Danilo just confirming that that's what's happened here. And we are getting some clarification for a ruling. Danilo a little bit confused.
Maybe it's just like, I've just watched it back, maybe like just like subconscious hand movement that's just like tapped the rail as we go to the turn that he didn't realise he was doing, and then the dealer's just seen the hand movement and assumed it's a check.
It's very subtle, isn't it? The CFO on his way to Wembley to watch Man City.
No, but then you just can correct him. I didn't check him. He has to verify. It's not a check. It's very plausible. It was just you fidgeting and you're thinking about something.
So a slight delay in proceedings here as we are getting clarification on the ruling. Did seem as though Adam had checked out of position. I think the dealer had ruled it as a check, and that's the confusion here, and remains adamant on that stance by the looks of things.
I think if he watches it back, it's only so slight, but if the dealer sees a hand movement, it would usually be indicating a check.
It's definitely not a check. It's definitely not a check. It's not fair for him.
So eventually we get there, and we see the Jack of Clubs river, nut flush for Danilo.
And despite the confusion, lovely run out for Danilo. Does go for the river bet in position, and that's going to get rid of Adam, who's still contesting his innocence over that slight controversy.
I think he's just sitting there waiting for the turn. He's subconsciously moved his hand, not really. He's done it, and the dealer's seen it, and the dealer's just read it as a check.
I'm not sure why. He does seem rather more animated than you'd imagine in that kind of situation. Doesn't really affect too much.
To be fair, if anything, he may have delayed this rear club's turn, so potentially could have actually saved some chips here.
Precisely. Danilo was going absolutely nowhere with two pair and the nut flush draw. And it's still Matty Ice in the driving seat on the feature table here. Party Poker London main event. Day 3, £500 was the entry, and we have prizes for you going across the bottom of the screen. £38,408 will be heading to our winner later this evening. And getting to the stage now where we're just slowing down the play a little bit. It's kind of get over it a little bit, Adam, and move on. And now, still having not folded the next hand under the gun. Doesn't look a happy bunny, does he?
Thing is, there was no avenue for him to ever win that pot against Danilo's holding. So
yeah, it's not like he's been scammed out of any chips or a winning situation. He's actually got quite lucky in this sense, and if he watches that back. But still understandable, deep in day 3, and of course a big run for anyone remaining, and especially Adam. Rather small Hender Mob resume on his name. I think 1 recorded cash, and looks like he's going to go and walk off some of that steam. Constantine in the small blind with the Jack Deuce of Diamonds. Going to limp in. He's going to hear from Matty Ice here with the Ace Jack. Likely to see an ISO in position. Going to go just south of 3x by the looks of it. Oh, 115. Sorry, that's the blacks are the 100k chips.
So no one really sitting short on this table. 25 bigs is heaps at this stage of the tournament. In 4 minutes time we are going to be going into the 20k, 40k level. Probably expected to finish today, I reckon 300k, potentially 400k level, 80 bigs in play, something like that. Usual ballpark for these MTTs.
This one is up there. Oh yeah, obviously.
Camille streams LFG Matt. He's going along nicely. And a good start to the day for Matthew so far. Dooley going to be getting involved. 25 bigs to start the hand from +1 opens.
With Big Slick. Hoping for some action here.
Going to get some.
Yeah, pocket eights for Danilo.
Probably just a call. Like if this was MP, LP, could go for the free bet call, but versus +1. Feel like this is the only avenue we have to take.
And a beautiful texture for Dooley, Ace-6 Deuce Rainbow. Certainly a flop where he's going to get some out of position bets. Holding the advantage with the top pairs.
There's Danilo here, going to have to call one, facing quarter. Dooley's still going to have all this king, queen, jack, jack 10 suited type stuff that we are in front of, even something like 7s, 5s or 4s.
Yeah, has the nutted out on the turn via the 8. Unfortunately, doesn't find it on this occasion. 10 of hearts. And Dooley likely to be looking to set up stacks by the river at this stage. Over 2 stack to pot ratio, so something like 200 would leave 445 into
7.
Yep.
Yeah, 2/3 works. Goes for 145, so half on the turn, which would leave like 85% river, but we're not going to get there. Danilo out the way with the 8s, as he should be.
Nice pot for Dooley. First place prizes will be along the bottom of the screen for you there. So £38,408 for the winner. Constantine folding the king 6 in the cutoff over to Matty Ice with the current table chip lead. in a lovely position with 23 players remaining. And looks like he's going to get through to Fabio in the big blind. He's going to have a look at the ace-deuce offsuit. 50-ish effective.
Too much to take at 50. Like,
Yeah.
we love this one. Small percentage of the field left at like 30, 25, but 50, not a thing in theory.
Agreed. Want a little bit more, a little bit less, potentially.
Yes, yeah. Queen, 10, 9, rainbow. With for both. It looks like Matt going to take the initiative as the opener, and against button can definitely continue ace high, ace and c-bet, but not on this board. Like some board textures would have to take one off of ace high, but the queen 10, 9, not what we're looking for.
Yeah, not even a backdoor, really. So just happy to find the fold. Would Fabio have the most earnings of remaining players? Good question. Not entirely sure. Got some other players that may have some answers to that. We know that Constantine is a co-founding member of the BBZ Academy, along with Jordan Drummond, the founder of BBZ. So a lot of online accolades for the Bulgarian. Sat in seat 1 here at the feature table with 23 left. Also got Will Kassouf on one of the outer tables, who of course had the famous main event run.
It was a famous year. I remember the EPT High Roller talks with Max Silver, where he basically gave Max 50 grand for the trophy.
Sort of outlining his intentions in the game.
Well, that's it. He wanted to create the brand for himself, get the following. And that's the way to do it. People don't remember second place finishers, George. They remember the guy in front of the trophy.
I certainly don't, but Max Silver has always been an EV hunter, not just in poker, but in sports betting as well, which is, I think, his main grind these days.
The best thing about that as well, I remember it was 2016, maybe 2017, and before I started doing commentary, there was like a 25-25 on in Luton, and Will come with his EPT High Roller trophy. brought it with him. Actually turned up with the trophy for a £200 comp. But
Of course he did.
it's just the way he is. It's the character he is. Type of guy. Pocket tens for Adam. Just choosing to call here on the button. 22 effective. I think this is as clean as it comes. May work out better taking this avenue, because now overpair v overpair on the 2-3-4 flop. 22, just shy off to start the hand. Open from +1, seems like a clean old jam. Pocket tens. Now
Yeah, jam, or at least maybe a 3-bet call. Taking the safe route, and has found his way into a rather exciting scenario here.
Yeah.
With the overpair.
And this is pretty sick for Danilo, because if you think about Adam's range here, you never assign like bigger pairs. Maybe 8s is the one, but 9s and 10s here are just north of 20 pre, just are going to be clear jams. So if you sat there as Danilo, you're not really worried about the bigger pairs. Maybe 8s, the 9s, 10s, jacks should all be all in pre. Taking this approach, potentially going to earn Adam more chips. Not sure Danilo would have called off 7s, +1 versus button all in pre. But now we get here, he may be fast playing them on the 2-3-4. Just the check call. I'm going to hate this turn as Adam. Going to absolutely hate it, because all the ace highs with the will draw have to continue flop. Even if he's open like ace 7 suited here against this size, they have to call. So horrible turn to see for Adam here. And if this goes check check, forget having a spade in our hand, George. Danilo may feel like turning 7s into a bluff, because once again, where are we in our range? Going to struggle to have many worse hands.
What a run out. So the wheel completes on the board. Danilo with the 7s is just going to knuckle it over. And it's going to be a chop, of course. Danilo finding a way to grab some of that pot. after flopping an overpair and losing the minimum.
How you doing, Steve Barnes? Welcome to the stream, sir. Likely to see you next week in Luton.
So regarding Constantine, we saw him on the Sit and Go Invitational alongside Alexander in seat 9, the 2 Bulgarians, and it was Constantine that really took the lion's share of the prizes there. I think he won 7 of the 8 bounties, and of course the $2,000 in Party Poker tournament $T online as well. So he's had a pretty good coup so far this week, and looking to close it out in style with the win here in the main event. 23 left, and in a nice position in the middle of the pack. 24 bigs alongside his fellow Bulgarian with 25.
DK loves poker. All I can see is the dealer's back. That's just the wide shot after a hand finishes. Just get all the players in one shot while the dealer's riffling the deck for the next hand. But when the cards are in the air, you can see the cameras will track the action around the table. As we have an interesting one here. Hijack open from Matt. Fabio here. What do we have? 37 bigs. So just going to play cool with the King Jack suited. Slightly not deep enough to think about 3-betting this one. Once again, it's a situation we get 4-bet jammed on. We just have to relinquish a hand with beautiful playability and good equity post. Heads up between Matt and Fabio. Not really what we're looking for as Matt with our hand, not even a backdoor flush draw in sight. So check over to Fabio, who does have a fair combo to bet here. 3 to straight, 3 to flush, 2 overcards, can target some ace high stuff in Matt's range. Can already think about some multiple barrels down the streets.
Precisely, Fabio's sat here thinking of the ace 10s, jacks, queens and kings in Matty Ice's range, and does find Matt with one of those combos, ace king of spades, likely just to have to go for the check fold. And a nice take from Sperling, showing his wiliness there, and of course a very well accomplished player, not passing up the spot up to 42 big blinds. So thanks to all of you joining us across our multiple streaming platforms. Here on Sunday, it is day 3 of the main event, £500 buy-in. And if you're looking to secure your way into one of our future Party Poker Tour stops, we have Manchester coming up in June, Glasgow in August, and 2 more stops to be announced. Get over to partypoker.com to find details on the Steps satellites, where there are 5 steps, and step 1, all you need to do is rake 1 cent, so any play on the site will get you into the first step, all the way up to step 5, which is a £25 buy-in, which works as a phase. So anything that you take through from that phase will go through to the weekly qualifier, where there are packages guaranteed of 500 main seat as well as 500 in expenses.
Nice sight to see for Alex. Peeks down at Kings from gun. Would love some action here. Not going to be getting any from Chris in the small blind, or at least he shouldn't be.
A bit of TV time potentially. Whoa, that looks like a reach. No. Oh, he teased us. And ace 8 for Danilo. Likely to defend. Yeah.
overkill for Alex here. Top set on the King 9 deuce, 2 clubs. Unlikely to get much here from Danilo. Gonna go for the check back here. Does actually bring in the backdoor flush draw for Danilo. 8 of clubs working. If we can find the 4th club on the river here. Going to start with a lead here as Danilo. Target maybe some ace 10, ace jack, ace queen to fold out, even something like 8s or 6s, no club. There's a call from Alex.
Looking to fade the club, of course. And a 4 on the river. Nice card for Alexander. Having gone down the trickier route. And Danilo now, having led the turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. 8 of clubs in hand.
Yep.
Could definitely have a worse combo here. I feel like this one would be fine. Alex checks flop. He's going to have a lot of ace highs with a club. He's going to have a lot of queens, jacks, 10s, 8s. So target this proportion of his range. So 3 into 380. Good for 80%. And Alex, no raising going on here.
Yeah, agreed. I don't think we're able to raise here versus the big blind, who has a lot of suited combinations in that pre-flop defending range. So likely just to find a call, although he is thinking about it. So credit to him.
Well, he's a man that likes the hero fold. We saw yesterday the queens fold pre-flop. So
surely not.
This would be outrageous. This would be ridiculous.
So many bluffs.
So, and not even bluffs. We beat 9-7.
Yeah,
we
beat value.
Yeah, we beat value.
Oh, he's going to shove.
Yeah, so he was thinking about whether raise or call. Feels like he can get some heroes, perhaps 9-7's the one, king 9, king 7, very unlikely.
Deuces, yeah.
So maybe feels like there's 5-6 combos there that potentially would pay. There's a catalogue of combinations of flushes from the big blind.
Certainly a bold move at this stage of the tournament.
Mike Schofield, bottom of your screen. Prizes ticking across now. They will flash up every sort of 5-10 minutes or so. Folds to Chris on the button here. King, Queen. Nice one to just open. Starting the hand. Just shy of 19 bigs. Alex going to defend 10-6 off. We do cover, so we do get to defend a few pips wider at this stage. I agree with the fold. Like 10-7 probably just gets in. 10-8 definitely gets in, and then sort of 10-6 off. Just let it go. And Chef Psycho says, Whisper is the man. Ace-5 suited for Adam. Nice one to attempt to steal. Okay, gonna roll in a limp here. Now Dooley may be tempted with the over limp here off a 21, Queen Eye of clubs. I'd love to know if Adam is going to limp jam here if met by raise, because in these situations when people limp off of like 20 and they go all in over the top of a raise, the amount of times it's just ace king plus is insane. Like, it's so rare I ever see a bluff, if any, sketch in the mind going back through the years. When this scenario happens, limp, raise, and then the limper just ships his 20 bigs. It's just always that top 5% range. But if you're doing that and people are aware of that, they can just play perfectly against you. So if you are going to opt for this strategy, you need some limp jams as a bluff, and like the ace-5 suited, probably going to be the prime candidate. I've never really looked at this area of the game tree, but just logically, I'm guessing this is going to be one of the best combos to use if we are opting to play a limp strat first in. But we're not going to get that opportunity because it goes all the way to the big blind and Constantine gets to check. So 7-7-6 rainbow with fulfilled. It's Adam that's going to start with a one big blind bet.
Yes, certainly an unorthodox couple of decisions so far in the hand. Limping pre-flop and now betting the 7-7-6 multi-way, not really having any 7x in his range, you'd think.
Not too much on Adam on the database, just the one result, which did come back in 2012. So maybe another Adam Wright out there in the poker community.
It's one of those names, isn't it?
Yeah.
You should get a lot of hits, but there was surprisingly little on the mob.
And in 30 minutes time, guys, don't forget, one of our round 4 starts today. There's 3 going today, 4 p.m, 6 p.m, 7 p.m. 25 quid to play those and get yourself into one of the finals to get yourself here for a Party Poker Tour main event. Packages worth £1,000, £500 main event seat, plus £500 in expenses. And you can start those rounds from a free roll, so get in for free, run it up to round 4, win that, get yourself into the final. The final plays every Sunday at 8 p.m, and there is one tonight with 10 seats guaranteed. Would be great to hear some stories, people getting in for cheap and having a deep run in one of these main events.
Absolutely, let us know how you're getting on in the online qualifier. That works as a phase, so the last 15% of the field will make it through to the next round. So Georgiev folding the 10-8 over to Constantine, his compatriot in the small blind. King deuce off.
We like. This is one of these that has a pretty decent sliver of aggressive action when you look at it blind on blind.
Yeah.
Small percentage field left. And Constantine not going to take it. Oh, he is going to take it.
So there's one big chip there, yeah. So it looks like he's gone for something like 130.
140, yeah.
140.
3.5x. Seems really good. sizing up out of position as we should be. And Matt has the middling offsuit A7 here. Any aggression coming in from Matt here could potentially see it. 22 to start the hand, effective of Constantine.
I think he just jams, and he does follow through. Constantine with one of those combos, as Jay mentioned, likes to find the aggression pre-flop, gets rid of a lot of middling hands.
And that's like the logic of it, like just flushing out a 7-5 off and 9-6 off, which is going to have 45% against us, is a huge win.
Absolutely.
And like not only that, like some people don't defend correctly, might start folding some like King 6, King 5, this type of stuff that has us dominated. But lovely find there from Matt, by the way, as well. I weren't sure if he was going to find that jam with A7 off, but I think a perfectly played hand from both there. Great selection of combo from Constantine, and exactly the same there from Matt. Suited for Fabio, opens to 80. And thinking Queen Jack off here. Doubt we're going to see any involvement from him against the under the gun open. Does relinquish. You know, 26 big blinds to start the hand, so don't think we're going to get any 3-bets here facing gun. One of these scenarios again, if we 3-bet, we get jammed on, just a hand with great playability into the muck, but just going to even take a tighter approach, letting it go. Seems like he knows his way around the poker table, Danilo.
Yeah, he's got that kind of quietly confident table presence that I always look out for when I sit down at the table. You know, those small indicators as to someone's ability level, they seem to hold true as well. You know, someone that just kind of looks like they know what they're doing, usually a good indicator of strength. Adam with the ace-3. Going to defend off of 25.
Like, yes, we're not at a final table, we're not even at 2 tables yet, but when we are last 5% of the field now, ICM is still there, and you do find in ICM, when we are covered by under the gun and +1 opens, like these ace-4 off, ace-3 off, ace-deuce off, do start finding the muck.
Yeah. Precisely, yeah, I would have preferred to see a fold. I've made this mistake myself and reviewed it with a couple of friends in Deep Run I had, and fold first, maybe some 3-betting,
yes.
and
there'll be a small sliver of 3-bets, like ace-deuce once again prime, king-deuce, king-3 prime against gun, 25-30 effective, but it will be like a big sliver of folding, and then it'll have that little bit of purple, which can tell you can go for a little 3-bet, fruity 3-bet once in a while.
Yeah, and the relevance of the 5% of the field left is just that the negative outcome of being dominated on ace high boards becomes so much more significant.
You're from Canada, you cannot not be genuine. That's right. It's standard question.
Dooley with 800k, so good for 20 big blinds and ace-8 suited. Will be happy to drive the action, I'm sure. Does go for the min raise. Over to Georgiev, looks interested, and he does have ace-jack. So one of those types of hands that he may elect to go for a 3-bet fold with. Could go something like 4.5 to 5 big blinds here.
I was just about to say, I don't even hate the fold option here. I feel like I feel like call's probably worse there. Like,
yeah, I don't like too many flats in that spot.
Yeah, but Dooley should be pretty snug here. Like, Dooley's at bottom, probably doesn't open like ace-2 suited, ace-6 suited, this type of stuff, so probably at bottom end of range here, and Fabio with the ace-10 off. Going to be defending, you expect. Once again against gun, less jamming going on. If this is late position, 20 effective, potentially just goes in. Queen high, rainbow, backdoor flush draw for Dooley. Going to have high frequency C-bets on this one. Probably around quarter. We scale up to third, but doubt we're going to see any bigger than that. Does go for third. An interesting one for Fabio here.
Yeah, I'm quite excited in some ways to see how he approaches the spot. It's very awkward with ace high. You know, you do have some showdown value. Looks like he's going to go for fold.
And as he goes for fold, we're going to spin over to the outer table as it's Tristan Chaplin. That is all in against Tony Palingaris, who has him covered. Ace Queen for Tony, King Queen for Tristan.
The cards on the back's gone.
Because it's bad luck.
It's already all in and cool.
I know, but it's bad
So
luck.
Tony with the dominating situation,
I'm only messing about.
looking to fade the king. All backdoor clubs. It's been quite a while since we've seen an elimination. Are we going to see one now?
About deuce for a chop. But it's a 5 of hearts on the river, so Tristan Chaplin, we haven't lost a player since Cammy Williamson 50 minutes ago, but eventually another bust out comes, and it's Tristan in 23rd place, taking home £1,955. Tony Palingaris, the beneficiary of that all in. Was you with me yesterday, George, or was I with, I think I was with Rob last session of the day when Tony drilled that set on the turn for tournament live. Yeah, 2 outer on the turn for his tournament live, and that's how it goes sometimes in poker tournaments.
Absolutely.
You always remember the ones you got unlucky, but you never seem to remember the ones.
Exactly. Well, like Cully on the bubble, right? Queens versus aces, finds the queen on the turn to stay alive. And it's easy, like you mentioned, to forget about those when you get 3 outed deep in the tournament. Thank you to all of you joining us across Twitch and YouTube, tuning in for day 3 of the Party Poker main event here at the Aspers Casino in Stratford, London. Dooley. Whoa, hello.
Going to get to call 4 here. This is actually a really nice free bet from Matt. Take nothing away with someone waking up with behind. Also shows how clued up Matt actually is as well, because cut off versus button earlier, he just flatted King Queen, which we actually have higher frequency flats because we dominate more. And now here we're going to have more free bets and not too many flats, and he does find the free bet. So you can tell he's very studied.
Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for Matt. I think he's a really, really good player. Really enjoy him.
First time I've ever seen him this event, first time I've ever got the privilege of covering him, and I can't recall him really putting a foot wrong. Just seems
Precisely. So solid
to know his way around the felt. And Dooley with the cold 4-bet rip. This should be working. Danilo should be tossing the ace-jack suited into the muck. It's 22 effective with Dooley. And Matt Staples should be following suit in the cutoff.
So Danilo out the way, over to Matt with a rather trivial fold.
Does get out of there, and we are spinning over to the outer table again. We have Drew with the ace-6 and Vadim with the king-9 at risk, and finds a 9.
Yeah, 6. Oh, that's gonna
Did it?
yeah seal the deal and overkill on the river.
A boat on the end. So Vadim doubles up, and that's going to leave Drew with around 50k, which is good for 1 big blind. So Drew going to need a spin up with his 1 BB.
Matty Ice with the hooks in the hijack, opening it up, getting through to the big blind.
Yeah, and just saw Drew on his feet there in the wide shot in the background. So, unfortunately, not catching the all-in guys, but very next hand after losing to Vadim with the A6, Drew Johnson unfortunately exited the field in 22nd. So 21 remain. And when we get to 18, I believe there will be 2-table redraw.
HAK saying anyone in chat playing the game, and by the game I assume you mean the Step 4 qualifier. Let us know if you are regging up for that one, looking to secure your way to one of the 2025 Party Poker UK live stops. We do have Manchester in June as well as Glasgow in August, with 2 more dates to be announced.
Kind of died down a bit. No, not the brand. Just like, I mean, no, sharing it like that. I mean, it's made comeback. I mean, the tour, I mean, the live. I mean, it's coming back. It's very nice. Friends asking me, what are you playing for the point? I go, no.
Matt. Just going through the gears at the moment. Got everyone covered at the table, so we do get to open the widest, but going to be some bad news here. Dooley goes for the free bet. So free bet into call here. Dooley can't free bet fold. Ace Queen at 30.
And a little bit of resistance for Matty Ice over the past orbit also, just running into it a couple of times.
And unfortunately, seem to have drawn the short straw with a featured table first session, because it's all going on the outer table. So Charles Norman open shoves the button with the Jack 5 for his last 9 big blinds.
Jack 5?
And is called by King 10 in the big, who has 8 big blinds. So the King 10 at risk. There's a Jack for Charles Norman. Fading 7s, Queens and Kings. And the heart will help him.
He does. Looking to fade a Queen or a King and finds the elimination.
So Charles Norman, Jack 5 off, rifles it in on the button. And unfortunately, Jamie Kingston cannot hold with the King 10, and he is out the door. So didn't lose one in nearly an hour. That is 3 bust outs in the space of 5 minutes. Jamie Kingston out in 21st, 1955, just shy at 2K. Leaves us with 20 players.
Sent Charles a message asking what the hell was going on with Jack 5.
I actually saw George go straight to his pocket as soon as he saw the Jack 5 off. I saw you chatting with Charles yesterday, obviously a good friend of yours. And
Yeah.
You would like to know what's happened there with the Jack 5 off.
Yeah, slow down, cowboy, I'm saying to him.
Matt opens from gun here. Fabio wants to have a look with the 10-9 suited.
Healing in the hijack, and Constantine in the big blind with ace 4 is going to be heavily dominated and not the class of hand that we're looking to complete. Much rather have a hand like 4-3 or 5-4.
6-7 off.
Yeah, exactly. Something that can have its own board potentially. The ace 4 is just going to be heavily dominated and rather lacking playability out of position. So, Fabio flopping top pair here. And does check back. Nice option. It's going to be the worst 10x he has, 10-9. So keeping his range nice and balanced there, finding a check back. And on this overcard, the king.
Very nice double barrel spot here for Matt now, especially with his combo. Like, we still get to barrel diamond rivers, we get to barrel rivers that are a 7 or lower. The ones that we probably wouldn't would be the board pair in king 10 or 8.
And very nice with the instant size up as well, just really putting pressure on some of those hands like maybe 7s and 6s in his opponent's range. Fabio undeterred, he's going to stick around for one more.
And blocking the King Jack of clubs, little something to take note of as well, but now...
It's an interesting card.
Probably not needing to run it. We jump in front of enough stuff here. Any little 10% with the intention of a free bet bluff as a jam?
Ooh, that is spicy.
This is probably what I'd go for here now. Now I think about it, like we go for the 10%, and if our opponent raises, we're all in. With the ace of diamonds and jack of diamonds being on board, our opponent can only really have 2 free combinations of flushes. But it's so effective, this play, the 10% block river for value, and then when we get raised, we get to turn our combo into a bluff.
Yeah, I like where your head is at. Let's see what Matty arrives at. It's just going to go check, and he's going to take this one down with the river jack. Unfortunate run out there for Mr. Sperling.
And it's all going on table 2 on the floor, guys. We're going to head over again because we've got an all-in and a call, and it's the man who likes to talk a lot, Will Kassouf, pocket jacks against Rahil, who has found the Cowboys.
I'd like to ask him, do you want to play big pot, small pot? Well, they're playing a big pot. And he's got the worst of it with the jacks. Looking to find another to secure the elimination of Rahil, whose kings have a dominating lead right now, and there is a king on the flop, so backdoor hearts now really the only option for Mr. Kassouf, and he's turned dead.
So the Kassouf fan's not going to be happy to see that. You'll see it on his social in about 20 minutes as well, where he's got the phone out, but Will's left with 600k, and Rahil going to double up to 1.2 million. Back to the feature.
So Matty Ice still in prime position, 2.4 million, 60 big blinds, and a rather enviable spot to be in here on day 3. With a tough table, it has to be said. Dooley, Danilo, Fabio, Constantine, and Adam all going to be looking to challenge that chip lead for Matty Ice, but he's doing a good job of things so far.
Daz Blue says, when will the Manchester schedule be announced? Well, we're going to be there back end of June, so I'm guessing the schedule would probably be out 4 to 6 weeks prior to that. I'm assuming it's going to be a similar schedule to what we've seen here at London for the first stop of the Party Poker Tour.
Yeah, you've got the 500 main and the 150 mini main absolutely locked in, as we were offering seats in the Sit and Go Invitational for some of those mystery bounty prizes. Both of them won by Constantine in seat 1, who won 7 mystery bounties on Friday.
Just 7. Just 7 out of 8.
Just 7 of the 8. Didn't quite get the clean sweep, but also won the $2,000 in Party Poker tournament dollars for his online exploits.
Oh, this is a cuspy one for Constantine. I'd fold 6s, I'd probably jam 8s, and 7s is like, what on earth are we got to do here?
Yeah, so in that spot we go opponent dependent, right? And looking over at Fabio, certainly a capable player, so I do agree with the decision. And Queen 10 for Fabio. Not going to make a song and dance of it, just going to be hitting the muck.
Nice find from Constantine there. Tougher than it looked, that spot with 7s, but instincts on point, into the middle. Picks up a nice 5 big blinds uncontested. If you're enjoying the coverage, guys, whether you be watching on YouTube, whether you be watching on Twitch, make sure you give the channel a follow, a subscribe, a like. If you're enjoying the coverage, going to be plenty more stuff coming up in 2025. You can also click the little bell at the side of the stream if you want to set notifications on for the channel every time we go live and we are streaming, you will be notified on your device and you can tune straight into the stream. Ace Jack for Constantine. Nice one to just open in the cut-off here.
Yeah, and probably going to be looking to play for it all if he does get a rejam. Fabio with King 8. I think he's going to defend here versus the cut-off.
Facing cut-off, got to get in. King 8 off. Like, should be opening suited kings that we dominate, like 8-10 suited, Jack 8 suited potentially from this position.
And maybe slightly too much hand to 3-bet bluff. Interesting board. So gut shot for Fabio and Constantine with the 2 overs, likely to just knuckle it back, although it's going to take some time. Doesn't want to act too hastily.
Does check behind to the deuce of clubs turn, and Fabio here, King 8, does have this gut shot. Going to be a lot of ace highs, potentially some better king highs in the range of Constantine here. Any ideas of starting to dislodge these with our gut shot?
Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. He goes for a third. And Constantine, it would be a rather sticky continue with the ace-jack.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Feel like it's on the line here because against a good player, we feel like they're overdoing their 8x, their 9x, even stuff like 4-5, 5-3 suited. Maybe have to stick around for one, and there it is. Once again, instincts on point from this man.
Yeah, certainly a brave play from Constantine. Could be dead versus some of the value, and Fabio finds a way out of jail via the 8. 4-liner though, so likely to see action slow down.
Yeah, but now as Constantine, when we are met with check, which we should be, it's going to be really interesting because when you think about our opponent's turn range, like they river an 8 here a lot of the time when they check river. A lot of 8x that bluff, that now make a pair, that want to get to showdown. So when we are met with check, ace-jack just never going to be the best hand here. Like if he's got 5-3, he's got a bluff. If he's got 4-5 getting there, that's just going to go for value. But I feel like once we're met with check here as Constantine, we're just going to see 8x so often.
And let's see what the Bulgarian lands on.
And it's not like a spot where we're like EP and we don't have much 9x, George. We still get to open like a fair amount of 9x from cutoff specifically as Constantine. And when check 2, we get to value bet our 2 pairs as well. So it's not a situation that we're not really repping too much for value. Like ace 9, king 9, jack 9, queen 9, all going to potentially take the same line.
And here it is.
This is a sign.
Top level poker.
Yeah, this is a sign of a top level player. It really is. Just recognising here on the river when met from check from Fabio, he's just going to have one pair so often. And we have this jack in hand, removal to potential check raise with jack 9. This is a top level bluff. A lot of people just snap check this back, but he really thought about the spot. He used the time bank, went through the ranges. What's it look like Fabio's ranges now?
Wow, and this could be an insane hand if Fabio somehow manages to find a call here.
I'm blocking clubs.
Yeah, definitely a couple of combos out there. The ace highs, the broadways that would certainly play in this fashion. Might see a hand like Queen Jack of clubs bet the flop, but definitely king highs and ace highs.
Yeah, I feel like this is an elite bluff from Constantine that only a small percentage of players can find.
Yeah, do see a lot of snap checking back in these spots, but here we are in the business end of the tournament, 20 left, and 2 top level players battling it out. And look at this from Fabio. The spidey senses are tingling right now. He's saying, what on earth has my opponent got here? I've rivered an 8. And I just don't buy it. Wow.
Have some of that. Sick call, Fabio. Where's he found that one from? Take a bow, sir. What a fantastic poker hand from both. Credit to both there. Enjoyed dissecting that one.
Oof. What a hand of poker that was.
Fabio Sperling. That is some call.
It certainly is, and that's going to leave Constantine down on 11 big blinds now, 420k to his name. And we've just hit the 25.50, so he's actually sub 10. Got just over 8 big blinds to spin now. What a hand, as he looks to his compatriot Alexander as if to say, how do I beat this guy? What the hell was that? What a play from Fabio. What a play from Constantine. Just a world-class hand of poker there from both players.
Enjoyed that one. Danilo under the gun, 2 bigs with the 10s, and Constantine, oh no, ace 10 off here. He only has 8 big blinds, does have a smidge of fold equity, but we are up against this gun opening range, so it's a toughie. Ace jack I'd definitely go with, ace 9 I'd fold, so it seems like once again one of these line hands facing the gun open from Danilo. Constantine gonna run it for his 8.5 bigs, and Danilo just going to get a count to clarify how much it is, but once he realises that it's 420, should be a pretty quick call.
Brutal, isn't it? Tournament variance, finds a great bluff. Next hand he's whittled down to sub 10 and he runs into a better holding, so ace 10 versus 10s, and Constantine is going to need to find an ace from space to survive in the business end of the Party Poker Tour main event here in London. And some theatrics from the dealer, waiting to potentially seal the fate of the Bulgarian. As I mentioned, did have a great start to the weekend on Friday in the Sit and Go Invitational. Managed to get essentially the lot, 7 mystery bounty pools, as well as 2,000 in Party Poker tournament dollars, and now is going to need an ace to stay alive. And an ace only on the river, and it's going to be the 8 of hearts, which seals the fate of Konstantin Zerdev, one of the co-founders of the BBZ Academy. A very highly esteemed player from Bulgaria, hits the rail in 20th, and we are down to 19.
Thoroughly impressed with him over the last couple of days, and even the Sit and Go, although that was a bit of fun invitational still.
Yeah, top player.
Took it by storm. Did you get any response from Charles? Jack 5 off, boy. Has he responded yet?
Funnily enough, he's shirking me so far.
And he's standing there having the butchers at what's going on the feature. Maybe a big hand playing out on the outer tables. If there is any action guys and the camera guys are on the floor, we will head over. It's going to be 40 minutes until we hit the first break of the day. Yes, Christopher, spot on. There will be a table redraw after the next elimination. 2-table redraw. So we'll get some new faces on the feature, perhaps. It's King 10 for Alex under the gun. Bit on the loose side. For 25, but we are 7 max at the moment, so a bit more sense. Effective low jack here rather than under the gun. Going to be some punishment coming in from Fabio. Jacks in this spot, happy to 3-bet call. Just north of 25 effective to start the hand, so a comfortable 3-bet to call the jam if we're met by one of Alex.
Yeah, not a good half hour for the Bulgarians as Konstantin hits the rail, and now his compatriot Alexander facing some resistance from the omnipresent Fabio Sperling, going about business with a high level of skill so far. What a call with the King 8 on the 4-liner.
What's Alex up to here? Is he thinking?
Surely not. Maybe suited could find a
4-bet jam.
Yeah, potentially would be a nice combo.
Offsuit, just trash into the mark.
And still, Matty Ice going about business in his typically solid style. Never makes a big song and dance of it, just quietly accumulating the chips and in a rather lovely situation.
Like the thing about streamers, sometimes like you put on a stream and some streamers are there for like the entertainment and like they're not really fussed about strategy and how they're playing, and other streamers are there trying to play their best possible poker. And I've never actually watched much of Matt, but what I've seen from the last couple of days has just been immaculate.
No, I'm a big fan. He's always locked in, so I think what you're alluding to is the fact that he is always giving it his absolute best, and he's built up a rather sizable bankroll from playing on Party Poker, and certainly converting that into the live felt here with a nice stack.
And just like that, guys, the man is in the booth. We've just seen him bust on the feature table. He's going to join us in the booth for the last 40 minutes of this session. Going to quickly jump into this hand and then can have some chats with you about the big pot we just saw against you and Sperling.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So
what's the action here?
Action's gone open, hijack, Dooley, flats button with the Jack-9 suited.
Okay, that's a nice flop for Jack-9. Nice little board.
I feel like Adam going to be playing a fair amount of checks out of position to Dooley.
Yeah, this board overall is gonna play with a bunch of checking in these positions anyways, out of position. Most of the range just prefers to take it slow, especially with these stacks at this point. Just gonna have some check jams, some check raises,
Yep,
and
completely agree.
Yeah.
Like even like some of our overpairs, going to be very clean
Yeah.
check jams.
okay, that's interesting.
So 100 into 355, so between 20% and quarter here from Adam.
Yeah. I think when we bet this board, this is what we generally want to go for. So seems like a fine sizing.
I guess Dooley just happy to run his equity here. We're flipping against the overpair still. If Adam does have these 2 overs heart draw, we're in good shape.
Yep. This hand's almost too pretty to go for a raise with. I might have gone greedy here and just slowed down, but oh
Wow.
okay.
Adam gonna pull out the flow out of position. Does have some backdoors.
Double backdoor, 2 over cards. Okay.
The club's turn. Dooley's top pair becomes second pair. Well, this is the problem with Adam here. Like, well, we just don't have much coverage on turns other than a spade, an ace, or a 10.
Yeah, not even a 7 or an 8
Yeah.
are great, which give us the gut shot, unless they're a spade. Yeah, but this is probably gonna allow, I don't know, like probably, depends on how Dooley ranges Adam. It might allow Adam to also see a river here. It's close between the 2 options. Obviously enough equity to run it even against better
Yeah.
hands, but
I feel
yeah.
like 0.5 SPR, half pot back. I don't think jam's ever going to be bad here from doing
Yeah,
it.
no, it cannot be bad. Yeah, my point is, pot check is also a viable thing as well. Yeah, okay, he's not gonna allow him to get the river. Yeah, the queen is not that scary, but I guess this is like a range where it's difficult to really think about it in a way where you would think about the GTO range with the action that took place on the flop. So it would really depend on what he thinks about Adams like continues there.
Well, we just saw the hand play out between yourself and Fabio in seat 4, Ace Jack versus King 8, cut off versus Big Blind.
Yep.
Gets to the river. We said on stream, it feels like when Fabio checks that river, he just has an 8 so often that's bluffing turn.
Yeah,
and
also a 7 there.
Yeah, potentially. And like, I guess you feel that he's just capped at one pair a lot there when he checks river.
Yeah, for sure. So I expect the straights to go for a bet. Like some of them go big, some of them go small, depending on the other card involved with the straight. And then I expect the 2 pairs to almost always block bet.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking like, okay, he checks to me, so this is mostly gonna be a 1 pair hand. And I don't really think it matters too much which 1 pair it is, because they roughly all play the same against my range there. So it could be a 10 as well, which I don't think it's much of a 10 because of the turn sizing he chose. He went quite small on the turn. So I was thinking more about the 6 or the 7 or the 8. And that's what I tried to target. But yeah, he had a pretty good combo to call with. Like the king, he had no clubs, which is good, but the king is like a bit mixed in terms of blocking stuff. It's gonna block some bluffs there, since versus that sizing, I'm actually gonna float a lot with like.
Do you call many king highs on the turn though?
King queen I would probably, yeah, because the sizing is too small, and it's the same as ace jack. Like he's not bluffing with an ace there, so I don't really differentiate much between the ace high and king high in that sense. I just think about which combo's gonna block less of the bluffs there.
Yeah, that actually makes sense. They're pretty indifferent actually.
And it's a 1/3 bet, and I'm in position, so my MDF is very generous, and I have to continue with most of my range there that I check back. Since I'm not checking back garbage, right? I'm checking back some middle strand hands. And the middle strand generally finds a way to get to these rivers when it's faced with a small bet.
Yeah, I really liked in game when watching it, the River Bluff said on stream, it's just Fabio's range looks like what it is, 1 pair as you deducted in game, and unfortunately you're just up against an elite player who found a very good hero call.
Yeah, I'll play the same if I get the opportunity to do it again. And I mean, river sizing could be debatable, but I'm not really. If I have a straight there in like a scenario like this where it's already ICM heavy, I would prioritize making sure I get called and not really blow it out of proportion, like with an overbet or a jam there, because this is gonna just fall out so much. So
this is the thing,
I was playing it in line with that instead of just going for the big bluff there.
And it's not like a situation you don't have many straights from cutoff. You're still going to have a decent amount of straights yourself as played. So it's I really like the bluffing game. Said on stream, unfortunately sometimes they're not going to work.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, I'll have though. Yeah, I have Jack 9 offsuit plus. No, not in this scenario. I have King 9 offsuit definitely, and Ace 9 offsuit, and then I'll have like the suited Broadway 9s there. So yeah, I would have enough. It's not like I'm completely out of value bets there. 2 pair more difficult to be fair. I don't think I have 2 pair combos there. I could have a set of 8s on the river as well. It's gonna play the same. But yeah, and I would value bet it against the check.
Well, it was a great hand for us to watch in booth. You still got your fellow countryman in the mix as well.
Yeah.
Alex trying to have a run at it. A been a good week for you. Sit and go. You just took that by storm, almost all the bounties in your pocket, and then a great run in the main event. Going to join us for the final 30 minutes of the session.
Yeah, the sitting goal was fun, for sure.
Do you play much? Do you play more online, or do you play more live?
Oh, definitely online.
Online,
if you open my hand on map, I think I got about 150k in cashes. I don't got much, if any.
Yeah,
I haven't played much live.
We got it here.
Yeah, I don't play much live, to be fair at all. I go to my local stuff, and then I would sometimes like go and travel. Came here because I got invited by Party Manager very generously, and I just couldn't miss the opportunity.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. It's been great to watch as well, and always nice when we get someone with good insights in the booth for the chat to listen to.
Yeah, no longer playing full time. I used to play like I was one of those guys who would grind 330 days a year for like 5-6 years straight. And then the academy thing happened, and I transitioned from being a full-time player to playing when I feel like playing, and just studying very hard and coaching people, helping, managing stuff, and all sorts, just everything that you can think of that could be involved with running a stable.
Do you feel like when you're not playing full time and you've got sort of other avenues on the side, you enjoy the game more and that actually brings out a better game when you're sat at the table? Because I feel like when you're just predominantly playing poker every single day, you can get run down, you can start making little missteps here and there, but when you have sort of other ventures on the side, I feel like in game you look forward to it more, you play better, and I feel like that can make a difference.
You just get a different perspective, especially when you coach a lot. You change your game a lot and your approach to the game a lot, because like it's a thing of like where you get from experience more so than anything. Like you can study, you can know theory perfectly, but I think that knowing theory does not always translate to being a good coach, because there are people who cannot really explain in simple terms how they think about it and what they do, and they're perfect players, like amazing players, but they cannot explain it to somebody. So that's like going through the process in your head while playing when you've done so much coaching. It just helps a lot. And makes you like rationalize.
I find the same actually from commentating. When you do a lot of commentating, when you're actually sat at the table in game, it helps a lot. And just picking up the action here, Adam has peeled King 4 off. What's he peeled?
Good if you misread his hand. Just build the top of it and see an ace instead of, I don't know.
I'm not sure, but now he's just going to donk jam the King 4 on Jack 3 deuce. What is going on here?
Okay.
And nines, I guess, just flicking a call, getting 2-1, over 2-1, beating some flush draws, maybe.
Yeah, should be quite an easy goal there with nines.
Maybe this is a situation that the card readers picked it up wrong. We've not had it in a long time, but maybe once a year we get a situation where the cards are incorrect. But how can Adam have King 4 here? He can't have King 4.
We'll see when they table it, right? But yeah, it feels like.
7 bigs, peels the King 4 off in the small, and then just lead jams Jack 3 deuce.
Well, yeah, it's a King 4. Not the worst idea in the world to lead jam it, but I would never end up there. Like, stop and going this. If I were the big blind and defended this with a spade, I would definitely start considering just stop and go.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah. Definitely not getting involved in the small blind.
Yeah, 7 bigs in the small. To be fair, there's actually some nuances like in the solve that you can actually play some flats. So 6, 7 bigs in the small blind. So, but King 4 off not going to be one of these combos that we look for. But 18 players left, guys. So that means we are going to be on a 2-table redraw. So this will take about 5 minutes. I'll leave the pictures on, and then we will come back. Shouldn't be long, I reckon 5 minutes tops.
Brazil. That's not Portugal. That's not. Oh, cool. You came here all the way, or did you? No, I live here. I live like I don't know, next door.
Just been told, guys, that it's a 10-minute break for the redraw. It took about 8-9 minutes. So we're going to leave pictures on. Me and Constantine just going to grab a coffee quick or a glass of water. We will be back with you in 5-6 minutes time for the final 30 minutes of the session.
Yeah, I missized on pre-flop. It was too big. And then, yeah, the river was at fold. I don't know. I thought I could make small pair into bluff. Like, it was playing well. Like, I didn't have a flop. Yeah, it was a bad hand. That one I didn't like. It's a tough one. But yeah, my hand is not full for sure. friend who was playing
Yeah.
yeah, he was good.
He's in the 1K now.
Yeah.
When do we see the seat draw?
I don't know. We're moving tables. Oh yeah, you've got more.
Oh! Where do we see the chip draw?
Sorry?
Where do we see the seats? On the floor. Yeah, the new table draw. Where we see it.
You might be from there.
No, like guys. So we wait or they draw?
Yeah, because of there's the final two tables.
The sentence. Yeah.
That's why they are.
So we have a break now?
Just ask them.
Yeah, well, let's wait till everyone's back. Because there's going to be chips everywhere otherwise. You see it.
I stay here.
Okay, dealers, we're about to go into seat 3. Place your button in seat 3 now, please.
Still facing back to the table.
Fabio?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Money players. For your information, there are 27 of you in the money, and there is a bounty for every player that you knock out today.
This man is going somewhere
Dealer
else.
pulls seat open, I will come over and give you a chip, which you can then exchange to draw a ticket from the tombola.
My stack is wrong in there because I just won the last one.
100.
1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 7, 1.
Ask them maybe they want to update the system.
Mr. Gandhi, in from the start. Button in seat 3 is... So 54 remaining, the line restarted 15-3-3.
So it's not completely, it's just freeway all in.
Dealers, when you're ready, please.
Okay, if I can have all the main event day 3 players return back to the tables, please. All main event players return back to the tables, please.
Whose chips are these?
Matthew.
Matt's already moved his chips?
I don't know about this one.
These are Matt's chips.
I don't know about this one. This one is the Matthew.
These are massive.
No, I'm saying.
Is that 6? I believe, yeah? No, 5, 6, yeah.
Matt, do you rack up 2 trays?
I'm number 9. I'm number 9. Right.
Yeah, okay.
Raz?
Oh, sorry, my bad. Speed. Yeah, my speed. 1, 2, 3, 5.
So where are you?
Good. And who's the name? It's so narrow, that's why the head is so interesting. Gentlemen, who's this back? Yeah. Some head like this. And you.
So guys, set and ready, 2-table redraw underway. And Constantine going to come back and join me for the final 30 minutes, final 18 players here. Quick rundown of who we're going to have on the feature for the final 30 minutes for the session. Matt Staples in 1, Cassandra Young in 2, Charles Norman in 3, Alex Georgiev in 4, Tony Palingaris in 5, Hussein is in 6, Danilo Sato in 7, Fabio Sperlin in 8, and Chris Nicolou completing the lineup in the 9 seat. And Derek on YouTube, we will go to a different angle when the cards are back in their air, in the air, sir. This wide shot is just when there's no hand on going, so you get to see the pictures and all the players around the table. advertisers scrolling across the bottom of the screen.
Not fair on me.
No, not fair. 2,325. 2,325.
Wanna get the big blind special.
Who wants a flat two?
Wanna start it up?
You want mine?
Yep.
Everyone in their seats, chips inputted into the system. We're all set and ready. A few familiar faces from yesterday and today. I think first time I've seen Tony Palingris on the feature this event.
Sorry.
Not even started yet, mate.
Oh, okay,
We've probably got about a minute.
So I'm right on time.
So, cards in the air. 18 remain. Off we go.
New table. Some fresh faces.
Tony right in the mix, 10-9 suited from gun. At this stage, personally, would just let it go, but Tony wanting to get involved.
With his stack, I probably would as well. It gets kind of tough when the range sort of shifts towards you being very specific about having a blocker in your hand to stuff that could 3-bet you or mess around with you.
I think the thing is, Constantine, people that haven't actually looked at a spot, like when you run a spot last 5% of the field and you're one of the shortest stacks and you show someone the range are actually supposed to open, and a lot of people are shocked. They're like, oh, wow, I'm supposed to be that tight. I don't actually realise that I'm not supposed to open this wide, but...
Working so far. Only one more player to get through. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably gonna go through, yeah. Nice.
There you go.
But yeah, the thing is, like, you can even use common sense for it. I don't think you need to have used like really a solver to get to the conclusion about being more like high card oriented rather than like those suited connectors, because like those they need the more chips you got, the better they're gonna develop, because you're gonna see rivers more often, and those hands tend to develop by the river. And also, you're not going to get 3-bet as often when you have an ace in your hand, because that's the first card that people think of when they're just doing a bluff 3-bet. It's going to be ace something for the most part, or king something, but yeah.
Very high card orientated, where the 3-bets are going to come from at this stage.
Yep. That's why we want to block them. But it's worked. I don't think it's the end of the world, by all means.
Like
they probably think it's going to be tighter too, under the gun.
Like we probably open Jack 10 suited, right? That's one we do open, so it's not going to be too far out.
Yeah. Is it a 9? Maybe. I actually haven't looked at a sim for a 9 for quite a while, so I don't really know if Jack 10 is going to get in there on a 9-handed. If it's a final table 9-handed, Jack 10 definitely not getting in there from under the gun with like 20 bigs, with covering stacks behind and shorter stacks around. But yeah.
Do you run a lot of stuff 8 max then, rather than 9 max?
Yeah, 8 max or 6 max mostly, depending on like what we're focusing on.
Do you have like certain coaches for your stable that work on different things with different players, or is it you're all very good and you'll know a lot of stuff?
Well, we don't really have different on the seminar part where it's BBC Poker part.
Yeah.
They obviously everybody we stake has access to all the seminars, to a bunch of courses and everything. So we will generally do like more of a heuristics approach where we would coach everything, but we can also obviously direct the player to, okay, you should focus more on this part or that part of the game, and we will direct them to the content they need to go over or the courses they need to go over. But for the most part, yeah, the guys, like me and the other head coach, Jacob Brickman, we tend to like coach all the areas of the game. Obviously, we have our strengths and like stronger parts and weaker parts, but we are somewhat like competent at most of it, I'd like to think. But yeah, I've been doing this like coaching thing for like the last 4 or 5 years, for 10+ hours a week. So I was nowhere near of a good coach at the beginning as I am now. We completely like changed the things that we were doing since 4 years ago. It's been a complete shift.
It's like anything though, the more you do something, the better you get at it and the more you learn. And poker, especially MTT poker, it's just branch upon branch of all these trees going off. So there's so much to learn.
Yeah, and we obviously got the big guy behind us, Jordan, who is like very good for any sort of like advice or consultation how you need to coach, because he's been doing that thing for 15 years. And yeah, that's pretty good.
Payouts at the bottom of your screen, Connor. Scrolling along.
Yeah, let's catch some on hand. Matt's still taking it easy. Hasn't gone completely ham yet.
I've been really impressed with Matt. He seems to play a very good game. Studied like the free bets he's finding, the sizes he's been finding. He seems like a very studied player.
Yeah, he's an online professional. So yeah, he's done studying for sure. I was just like thinking, because at some point surely he's gonna be able to just raise with ace-x. Not that point yet, but with his stack and everything.
Yeah, and here we go. Cut-off jam from Charles. Just sends in 20 with pocket fours here. And one good thing for Tony here, Ace-King should never do this. Ace-King's going to be raise calling. So we should never ever be dominated in theory as Tony. Aces, Kings, Queens all want to raise call. But Ace-Queen off into the muck.
Oh, wow. I mean, it was a 50-50 flip, so... But wow. That's...
It's big fold from Tony. Was flipping there, but like the key element in that spot, if Charles has ace, king, queens, kings or aces, these are all supposed to just raise and call and all in.
For sure.
So...
Oh, who knows? The guy might have had a feeling.
Yeah.
Could have come like 4 his deuce and he's off to the rails. Yeah, I'm going broke there all day.
I think most people are.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you're this deep though, 2 tables left, and like you can see that £38,000, it's in your sights. Just got to outlast 70 more players.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. Like, I always think that if you're... Obviously there are some tournaments where the aspect is very big, but you should like, if you're doing this professionally, you should stay away from thinking about it in monetary terms. It should be percentage terms, or else you're gonna end up in hell of a spot where you'll just mentally torture yourself and end up making a mistake. So that's one thing that actually changed for me, from like going from a full-time poker player and this being my only source of like income, to diversifying a bit with the stable and everything. Now I'm like, I did find myself in some spots in the past where I was money scared, and now I'm just
you can't
next hand, yeah. Well, I'm gonna do what I think is right, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, on to the next one.
But I feel that comes with experience, Constantine. The more you play, the more numb you get to it, and you just understand you've got to play your stack in terms of big blinds in your table and just try and make the best decision in every given spot.
Yeah. Also, like one advice for the less experienced people: if you're considering playing a tournament and you know that you're gonna be very money scared because of the money involved on top or something at the end, then you're probably better off playing slightly lower. Since if you're sweating the money you bought in with, it's never a good idea to play.
Yeah, wise words.
Yeah. Did learn that the hard way when I was 20, 21.
I think we all do. I think we all do. Like, if you're someone that's been playing since 18 and you played a lot of poker, like when you're at that young age, you think you're the best in the world, and like you sort of hit reality when you hit that first big downswing and reality sets in. But I feel like with age and experience, you become wiser in this game.
That's a pretty one.
Eights for Charles
it's
here.
An awkward spot to get eights in.
This could just be a fold. There was. I spoke about this spot the other day. There was a spot I looked at where gun opened and 9s from +1 is a mixed call fold. So like even 8s is pretty sketchy. But Charles going to go for the free bet call here, I'm guessing.
I think he's free bet folding.
You think he's going to free bet? Why would we not just flat though?
I wouldn't.
Free bet
That's
folding?
the problem with free betting 8s there. That like you're like when you get jammed on, you're never happy because the bluffs flip against you and the value you're very much dead against, like chasing 2 outs. I don't think that, like, I mean, the only bluff probably is ace-5 suited that you might actually be ahead of. I think the other bluffs are hands like king-9 suited, king-10 suited.
we're just...
Maybe ace jack off can sometimes find a 4-bet jam bluff, I don't know, but it's all flips.
Yeah, I guess he going for 3-bet fold then, like you said, but I just feel like logically probably better to just flat it. We're going to 3-bet fold 8s in the first place, so...
Oh, he's taking his time, he's considering his options.
I feel like potentially some folding going on with 8s in this particular spot at this stage of the tournament, last 4% of field.
Yeah, against the chip leader too. Even like you sort of need to like hit a set to be happy there, because the chip leader is gonna put pressure on you. And even if the board comes 3 low cards, he still has the 9s, the 10s, the jacks, kings, queens, aces, everything. So you're never really gonna be happy with 8s on any flop unless you flop it.
Sometimes important, Constantine, to make decisions before you put in the initial 3-bet as well. So just say to yourself, right, I'm going to 3-bet. What am I doing if Matt 4-bet sends against me? And
that's a very smart way to approach it. That's how I think about it. I'm always like, I know if I'm bluffing or value 3-betting, and then I don't have a decision after that because I already decided what I want to do with it. Obviously, sometimes someone 4-bets and your value bets turn into folds, but you should be considering this before pulling the trigger. Or else he's in hell now. It's a 3rd-time bank.
He's gonna burn through another bank.
Yeah, and he knows Matt's capable of like finding bluffs there as well. That's why he's sweating it so much. Yeah, okay.
Gonna live to fight another day as Charles leaves himself with 17 bigs. Interesting 3-bet there from him.
Yeah, and that's something like these they're very tricky, these pocket pairs. They're quite difficult to navigate in such scenarios like final 2 tables, like 25 big blind stacks, facing an early position open. It's very difficult to like navigate it, and there is this like aspect of live play where you just see so little hands. Just it's way less hands per hour than online.
Yeah.
So when you see a pretty hand, you're psychologically just having a harder time of letting it go, while online, when you like know what's supposed to happen, you just fold it and be like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna get one more in 20 minutes, sure. Like, what's the odds? Like 1 in 17 to get a pocket pair?
Yes.
Yeah, you get one in 17 hands, but 17 hands here is an hour, especially in this setting where people take more time. It's more high pressure, high ICM. Okay.
Oh, Matt.
Okay.
There's getting after it, and then there's Jack 9 off from gun. Yes, we cover the whole table.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was a bigger fan of the ace 3 off that he missed, but it was like a good fault there.
I agree. Yeah.
There was like the ace queen there in the 4, so instincts kicking in here.
I feel
for
like
Matt.
Fold for Cassandra here, ace 10. Thinking about the reshove against the chip leader who's going to be opening wide, but when we still got 7 players behind us, I think ace 10 off has to go into the muck.
I think it's like, you can find some bluffs there too, because you would have none all in 3 bets, but not ace 10. The 10 is not the blocker you want to have there. It blocks the raise folds from Matt. Something like ace 4 suited would be very cool there to just make it to 10, to 20, and fold most of the raises there. Okay.
Suited queen for Chris could get involved here. I would be defending getting 4.5 to 1 on my money.
That's also getting close. She's under the gun chip leader, but yeah, it's a suited queen. It's final 2 tables still, so yeah, let's roll the cards. Wow.
Wow, indeed. And it is all about timing in this game, and Matt just rolls in and open under the gun with Jack 9 off, flops bottom 2, and the big blind sitting here with top pair. So definitely going to get a street at least.
Yeah, I don't see any other viable option here for queen 6 other than call. You would have a lot of check raise with top pair with this SPR, but this board versus under the gun, you'd kind of want to have your king queens and ace queens and queen 10s there. This could be a saving grace for Chris on the big blind. Should slow Matt down.
Yeah, it should just be a check here now for Matt. If we go like block turn and get jammed on, like just a disaster here with middle 2 pair.
Yeah, he goes for it.
But we will potentially get to hunt some value when check 2 on river here from Chris. But Chris might go for a block of his own, a little 1 big blind perhaps. Gonna go for the check.
Yeah. blocking here is probably alright with the top area, just a small block, trying to get called back King Jack and Ace Jack.
What size are you going for here as Matt?
I would probably go for a half wattage sort of bet. If he wants to go exploitative, he can go for a 1/3, but if he goes for 1/3, he needs to be prepared to go check raises. I would mostly go for half pot. Anything in the range of 250 to 300 seems nice to me. What did he go for? Okay, yeah.
275.
He seems to agree with me.
Exactly in the range of 250 and 300. And now Chris in a real predicament here with his top pair, because we'll know that Matt is more than capable of recognising that Chris is probably capped at one pair here at best and potentially attacking that part of his range.
Yeah. What are Matt's bluffs though? He's played a lot of the like pure bluff stuff is firing the turn. He just checks back with exactly what he got. Some like better Queen X, maybe some overpairs. Like if he has a pure bluff there, like a 5-6 suited sort of hand, or like Ace-3, he would probably fire a second barrel.
I feel like maybe like the Ace-5, Ace-4 are clubs and diamonds that just give up turn and now feel obliged to bluff river.
I'd probably treat this the other way around, and I'd check my Ace-5 of hearts and spades there instead of the clubs and diamonds.
What, you wouldn't bluff clubs and diamonds?
I would bluff the clubs
and
diamonds
that's what I'm
on the
talking
turn.
about. Yeah.
On
the turn,
river,
you bluff them on the turn, okay.
I don't really want to bet much with my Ace-5 of hearts on the turn because I'm gonna get check jammed on occasionally, and what do we do then?
I probably wouldn't bet Ace-5 hearts, Ace-5 of spades in turn, but I feel like if I got to river here with like some stuff that unblocks hearts, like the lower down wheel ace stuff, I'd probably be bluffing these.
Yeah, and my point is I'm probably betting a decent amount of that on the turn. Just for a small bet, okay? Finds the call. He's gonna see the bad news.
Yeah, sick value from Matt there.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah,
can't fault Chris for calling top pair after check turn, but as Constantine said, very difficult to assign bluffs on this board when we expect a lot of these bluffs to be barrel and turn.
Yeah. It's a real tough spot. That's why the block works nice there, where you just maybe lose less and this incentivizes these like two pair hands from raising all the time or from putting in a bigger bet. And about the half pot size, like, I just don't think it's worth to reopen the betting action for anything smaller, because it's kind of like play stupid games, win stupid prizes sort of thing, where you bet a quarter there in position, now you're reopening the whole betting action, and now the out-of-position player can just start raising you because you're repping a sort of a like weak value range there, and you're pretty face up.
One thing I will say about that spot, Constantine, like you play a lot of online, like I've seen so many hands of live poker at this sort of buy-in level, and just people aren't really finding these check raise bluffs on four-liners on the river, like hardly ever. It's just so under-bluffed in a live set. Maybe online people are finding it a lot more, but I feel like in a live setting people just don't find these bluffs.
That's why I mentioned if he wants to get exploitative, I would still entertain the 1/3, even though I very much prefer what he did than what I said before that. But yeah, that's why I said it. I know that these do get under-bluffed. They do get under-bluffed online too, to be fair. Just a note word. Oh, another Queen 6 of clubs back to back. This time he folded. The only just seems to find the opens every time. Yeah, and he folded the Ace Queen. Maybe it was good.
Impeccable timing. Tony Kalingeris twice gets kind of sketchy opens through.
This hand I like this one. I don't think this one is that sketchy as the 9-10 suited. This one is at least blocking some stuff. And it was +3. The other one was dead under the gun on 9-handed.
Yeah, I guess. Into like 3 reshove stacks, though, it is a bit more sketchy.
Oh, it depends on where they are, because the reshove stacks directly to his left are not really gonna shove very wide with everybody behind them. So, yeah, good find.
It's just finding a way to keep his head above water. Quick jump to the chat box. BMI says, "Are you going to run any live events this year?" I'm guessing you mean any more live events, as we're here in London for the Party Poker Tour, but we are going to be going to Manchester and Glasgow for Party Poker Live in June and August. Manchester's going to be June, Glasgow is going to be August, and there's going to be 2 more stops released in the coming months.
Wow, I hadn't seen a single picture card in this deal. everybody folded 2 cards 8 or below so far, and Chris finds a 10-7 of diamonds here on the button. This might be good enough to go in.
I think it is for 7. Like for 7, 10-8 suited definitely in there. So I feel like 10-7 suited.
There we go.
Not going to be far off.
And he's gonna get a fold from the dominating hand most likely here. Cassandra with the Jack-7 offsuit. Just considering it, but I don't think I can. I don't think I would call this one. It's half the stack.
Yeah, I think Cassandra will let it go. And like one of the benefits of taking this shove, we do actually get some hands that dominate us to head into the muck.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Brian Ting, welcome to the stream, sir. Tuning in from Australia. Hope things are going well on the Gold Coast, mate. Dealing the Australian Poker Open at the moment is Brian.
Got a 33% increase in his stack from this jam. Not bad. Went from 370 to 380 to 505 now.
It does, doesn't it? Looks like, yeah, it's a meaty bit. I'm gonna raise with these. That's good way. Good way.
What's your plans after this, Constantine? Back home?
Yeah, I'll go back home. I think I'm gonna grind a little bit for Scoop and the Party Millions and all the series are gonna run now.
Yeah.
And then I'll see. Like as I said, I'm grinding when I feel like it nowadays. So yeah, I'll keep doing my thing. I'll keep coaching, keep doing the stable thing. And
I can't believe a man of your caliber's never been Vegas for the WSOP. It sounds crazy, like when you've been in the scene for as long as you have been.
Yeah, well, last few years I was actually planning on going, and something always happened at around this time of year, and I was like, yeah, no, let's do it next year. And it were like big serious like life things which prevented me from doing it. It's not like, oh, I don't want to go or anything. It was, I was planning on it and had it thought out, and then something pops up where you just gotta be there for it, and yeah, a bit unfortunate. But it's not going anywhere, right? It's still there. That's the thing. Like there is no rush to it anymore. I don't need to do it right now. I just go eventually.
Plenty of time. WSOP is going nowhere, is it?
It's there every year. Yeah. If anything, it's only getting bigger and bigger. So yeah, you'll see me there eventually. You'll see me there.
Well, what is Chris up to here? He's thinking about something with the Jack-9 off. Suited potentially could jam, but offsuit.
Yeah, suited I like it. Oh, he offered a min raise.
Interesting.
Kind of like this with ace deuce offsuit. This one a bit of a stretch, but good work. Okay, this could get a defend from the Jack-8, so he's gonna end up in a very nice spot post-flop, being a 60-40 favorite.
Charles seems to have a clear defend with the Jack-8 and does flick in the extra big blind.
Okay, Jack-high would be a disaster for Charles here. So much advantages here with the short stack opening. You can just represent, because your range is supposed to be so polarized there, you can just rep your over pairs and top pairs or your strong hands. Like this board is a range bet. Just go small and take it down.
Yeah, Jack-8 suited without the backdoor flush draw. Gonna have a tough time continuing, especially reverse implied odds. Queen-Jack potentially in opponent's range.
Okay, just jam. Yeah, this kind is fine, I think, to do that with. I think the most common approach would be to just bet one big blind there with your entire range. But yeah, this is definitely viable with double gutter, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards to the 10. No, 1 overcard to the 10. Yeah. Another nice spot for him. He nearly doubled without showdown through last 2 hands.
So we have 5 minutes left of the session, guys. Probably going to squeeze 2 or 3 more hands in. Been fantastic to have Constantine in the booth for 40 minutes or so.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Good to get some insights. Can tell you've been around the felt for a long time and very clued up with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the job nowadays, right?
Yeah, if you're a coach, you need to be clued up. You can't be a coach and not be clued up.
With a player too, like it's not like it used to be when I was starting. Like nobody really knew what they were doing, and there were no real advanced solvers, no EV solves, no AI solves. So we were just a little bit of guessing, a little bit of like logic, and we were just playing a whole different game. It's a whole other beast nowadays. You need to put in so much work. It's just crazy.
It's tough. It's a real battlefield out there. Everyone getting better and.
That's
Old to go back 20 years, Constantine, and just be able to play 2005.
Oh wow, yeah. Like if I can go back there with my knowledge now,
yeah, everything we know now, it would be a dream, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would be retired 10 years ago.
I think we all would be.
Also, the games were so massive back then. It was like almost no regulation, all markets were merged. It was so massive. Okay, yeah. Not picks it up with ace-9 off. It wasn't even a blatant steal, it was just a completely standard raise from the cutoff from basically any stack depth.
Man of Straw in the chat asks, what is Cassandra's biggest cash? Her biggest cash come in last year in March, come third in a WSOP circuit event, £26,500. She has amounted just shy of $150,000 in live earnings.
This might be bigger than my biggest live cash, to be fair, since I've been to 3 festivals total, so...
this is good for you though, because I always think with the online grinders that come to the live field, when you're on like a day 3, day 4, and people Google their Taylor and they look at your Hendon mob,
nobody.
and they see like, you've only got a few cashes, and they're like, oh lovely, and then you just get to pounce, because they underestimate you.
Yeah.
So I actually think it can work in your favour sometimes.
Got nothing on that hand. I'm incognito.
Struggling to pick up a hand to VPIP though. Cassandra, since the 2-table redraw, going to have to let the Jack-8 go here in the cutoff.
The deck's being called, to be fair, like called in terms of not like setups, but called in terms of like no real like hands being dealt, no spots being played. It's mostly been one street, apart from the Jack-9 offsuit hand by Matt against the big blind there.
Yeah, really clean one for Alex here.
Yeah.
Queen 10 suited. Gonna go for raise though. 16 effective. Feels like one that does like to do some jamming.
Yeah, I think he's doing it player dependent, and he thinks that Tony's just gonna not 3-bet him enough there, because this hand struggles when this starts happening.
Yep.
That's when this hand struggles.
And this is why I probably wouldn't go for raise, and I'd just go jam for 16.
I'd limp also. I think limping is cool too. Jamming is definitely fine. I think limping is cool too. And you can then call a raise and then take it full stop with a very, very nice hand to play out of position. But yeah, that's the problem with raising. And now, if his assumption was that Tony would not 3-bet him enough, yeah, no, he gets to vote. But yeah, jamming definitely good. The problem with jamming is you're never getting called by worse, really. You're flipping sometimes and then you're dominated.
But we fold out so many king highs, like a lot of king highs just have to be in the bin for 16.
Depends, like, who you're jamming into. But yeah, we saw Tony fold the ace-queen, so...
Is Tony going to be the type that calls ace-deuce, ace-3, ace-4?
Really.
So if we're folding out these hands as well, it becomes even better.
He might even fold out king-10 there,
to be fair,
because he folded the ace-queen earlier to a similar jam, so he's going to achieve so much overfolding. But yeah, but he cannot know that in-game. He hasn't seen this hand that we've seen.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It's the hand dryers from the toilets, that little bit of background noise you can hear when the players are on break. Unfortunately, we are situated near the toilet, so a hand dryer sound does pick up on the mic every now and again. We try and mute it when we can. But unfortunately, just space where they put us here in Asper's Casino, London.
That's definitely going to get raised here. All right.
So going to be the last hand off the session.
That's going in.
It is for sure. 14 bigs on the button for Alex. Nice clean shove with the ace-king. No messing about here.
Yeah. Fortunately for him, won't get the action from Fabio there. He should be finding quite an easy fold with the king-10 when jammed on.
So I'm assuming this is going to be the final hand. Tony's never calling threes.
I mean, do we know though?
Yeah, we do know.
Yesterday, on basically close to the end of the day, were like 29 left. He was on my table, and he called his trees in a similar way.
And it came ace high, 3 on the turn.
Yes,
because
he did call his trees in a similar spot yesterday.
Oh wow!
So
maybe he's one of these old school guys that thinks, I've got a made hand already, I've got a pair, I'm winning against the ace highs.
And just thinks, some people are just gonna put you on ace king here and do this. And he's considering it, he's not posturing here. He's not someone to posture. From what I saw from him in the last few days, he's not someone to just posture. He's actually okay.
There we go. He does get out of the way.
But he was considering it
and
for
Fabio
real.
Should know what he's doing. So that is that from us, guys. We're going to have a 15-minute break. When we return, it's going to be George and Jason Glatzer for the session. I'm going to take a break, and this man is going to get off home. Great result this
I'm
week.
gonna go play the 1K.
Oh, you're going to play the 1K?
If it's running.
Okay.
I'll see if it's running.
So good luck in the 1K.
Thank you.
Great for your insights, and we will see you soon.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
day. Nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
Comes to race day, nothing certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of day 3 of the £500 Party Poker main event here in Aspers, London. I'm now joined by Michelle Molinar. How are we, sir?
I'm good. Yeah.
And sweating your girlfriend.
Yeah, she's
Cassandra in seat 2.
The better half is still in, so we're hoping to see some good action with the final 2 tables here.
Absolutely. And someone was asking earlier about what her biggest live score is. I believe it's about 25k. So winning today would eclipse that. Over 38k for the winner.
Yeah, it's a good tournament, good prize pool that they collected together. Even though there's like a couple of events on during this time.
Rivals.
In the nearby vicinity, but yeah, it's good to see people choosing this one over the other.
Absolutely.
So,
and
structure was incredible of this one.
Structure was incredible, and even with no guarantee, still a lot of people turning up and giving it a shot. And we almost had just under 500 entrants for the 500, and the mini main collected well over 100k as well for a 150 side event.
It's quite crazy.
Yeah, not bad at all.
So poker's in a good way, I feel like.
Yeah, especially live. Yeah.
Live for sure.
Some questions of online, but hey ho. If there's, I mean, you can go basically make a schedule around basically every day of the week for live poker right now, which is great.
Yeah, it's good for the UK as well, for the UK scene to have more people playing, and just seems like a more fun environment as well, as opposed to being quite restrictive with what you can do online nowadays.
Yeah, it's sort of the deposit limits and this kind of thing has been a little bit of a thorn in the side of the UK poker scene. But live is very much alive and well. It's good to see.
Start off with a nice blind-to-blind limp one.
Mm-hmm.
Seems quite reasonable. 10-9 off, folding, or 10-9, choosing to fold.
With the gutty. Versus one big blind?
Would have still peeled, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably still would have definitely peeled one. We might just have the best hand after like limp check. It's gonna be grim if they show up with something, but we'll definitely always be.
We can navigate to that. Yeah, exactly. Got the jack, as well as a little bit of showdown, blind versus blind, wide ranges, of course.
Yeah. You'll just beat so many flush draws that actually want to bet their equity, and then might just give up given if they break.
Yeah, and even Danilo showing up there with just the 8-7, no equity, just taking a stab versus the passivity, and you know, if you are getting gut shots to fold, then why not?
Noticed I've played with what is it, seat 6 before. The
Hussein?
Yeah, Hussein. Lost the big pot.
The ace-3 suited, yes. Yeah, so big hand yesterday between Michel and Hussein. Ace-3 of spades versus 8-7 of spades on 8-6-4, two spades.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal board to actually get it in. We see Cassandra fold here with the 4s, seems good.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt has been showing to open real quick. Has been showing some like very
some funky opens.
Openings.
Yeah, the 10-9 plus 2 was it?
The 10-9-0 and then Jack 9-0 from under the gun, where we I saw the board run out in a way where it didn't actually get the cooler. The big blinds flopped up pair.
Okay.
But like it was a queen Jack 9 turn 8, so it's a bit more dicey to actually get a full stack in. But
what do you go, bet check bet or?
I assume it went bet flop and then check down on other streets.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I didn't really follow the hand too far out beyond that, but just Matt definitely seems like he's pushing the envelope a bit.
Pushing the envelope, exactly.
When it comes to I have a big stack and.
He's an experienced player, and this kind of buy-in level, he's going to feel really comfy, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many people that will be very uncomfortable in this spot.
No.
That are left in the field. I've seen some players still in there that can definitely be more comfortable playing somewhat higher than this.
Yeah.
Which is gonna help the atmosphere as well, I feel. When it's like quite a bit more relaxed, less
pressure,
less pretentious tanking, and being like not as nice as some people could be playing live poker.
Yeah, I've been quite excited with the energy in the room this week. Often, sometimes in UK poker, especially in the lower buy-in levels, it can be a little bit thorny. People are kind of there, and the money is significant and tensions are high. But this week has been a great buzz around the place, and testament to that with the numbers in the mini main, and of course here in the main event, just under 500 players entered. And going to get those prizes along the bottom for you now, as you can see, 38,000 and change for the winner.
Definitely nothing to spit at there. It's like a very good amount of money to to cash for only 500 quid entry. It's,
Exactly, and so many ways to win your way in as well through the Party Poker Tour online satellite step scheme with 5 levels, and you can't buy your way into level 5. The cap on that is level 4, which is £25, and there are weekly satellite qualifiers giving you 1,000, which will be a 500 main event seat and 500 in expenses.
Always nice.
Always nice.
Do love the step satellites that multiple sites are doing. Party, obviously.
Yeah, and Party does a
Party's
good
been
job
doing them for like well over half a decade now. It's like
with the phases as well.
Yeah, the phase ads back in the day. I don't play much online anymore.
Yeah.
Simply because I don't have the time between traveling, but like you can definitely see how it helps people grind up a roll and run up their bankrolls to like play these live events where if they hit a big score, it's obviously like basically I wouldn't say career defining, but it's a very good launch pad for
a step in the right direction,
players,
right? Yeah, exactly. If you parlay your way into this tournament, for example, and get a top 3 berth, then all of a sudden you're armored with a lot of buy-ins for live 500s, 1Ks, that kind of range of buy-ins. Alan saying is Wilkes still in, so we've got the outer table there. We can see him in the background, chatting away as usual. So 2 tables of 9 players remaining here, 18 left.
One of which of his 10 lines he's thinking of using right now.
Big pot, small pot.
You want to call?
You got one out the door.
Yeah. God.
Yeah, it's. I heard a couple of people say it gets a little bit too much. Wow, 4 ways.
Now, I think some people have caught on to Matt opening a bit more loose than he would be in normal circumstances. Obviously, 10-9 suited UTG is a very pure combination to see in this range. Flop 3-2 straight flush, so he might come with something spicy, but maybe not against Tony's multi-way bet here. Just having the top and betting to protect his hand here, which it looks like 325. If I'm seeing the chips right?
The blacks are 100k.
Okay, yeah, that definitely shut everything out.
This kind of yellowy white chip is the 25, exactly right.
Yeah, I saw Tony folding ace queen O earlier against C3's open jam from cutoff.
Yeah,
that was definitely. It might show that he's a bit more on the cautionary side when it comes to getting his chips in, which might not help too much when he actually has a big hand like
exactly. Yeah, people are going to watch that and then think, right, this guy's folding ace queen. I'm just turbo mucking everything against him, and that kind of loses you a lot of EV. And like in the decision point there, he's like probably thinking, oh, I'm going to be flipping here. I don't want to take a big spot. You know, what if he's got ace king? All of these kind of monsters under the bed thought processes that can deter you from making the correct decision.
Yeah, it might just be a decision of, I might make a few more ladders, as opposed to, if I win this, I have a big stack, and the pressure might be on the opponent instead of on me. And I mean, he's still in, he's doing well.
Exactly.
I don't doubt that he's got a good feel for the game.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, he's obviously been playing for longer than I've been playing.
That goes without saying, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I've been on the scene for like 7 years now, so.
But when you are conditioned to live poker, you do see a little bit more of a player kind of guarding their tournament life.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, when you play online and you've got other tables, you know, you just take that spot and you don't think twice about it. Whereas maybe Tony's like, you know, driven in from outside London here. Yeah. I don't want to bust.
There's a good life dynamic where people don't want to be shown the exit.
Yeah.
It's funnily enough, ace queen is called the parking lot hand.
Yeah, true. Yeah. you're in the parking lot after. That might have been great.
Putting your chip with it, and you've got your car keys in your hand. Yeah, we'll see who else on the table decides to counterbalance Matty Ice's big chip stack here that he's definitely putting to use.
I've been really impressed with this game. I think he plays pretty well. And he's built a solid bankroll playing online tournaments.
Yeah, gets a walk here from the 6-5 off.
It's a little tight. But
It's a bit tight. It's an awkward stack size to play from the small blind, having 8 bigs, but
such a
I
nice
think,
price, right?
I think limping it in seems very nice because you're also just gonna have very honest play from big blinds who might not even play like non-all-in ISOs.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you're just getting either a check or a jam, like 6-5.
Happy to take a flop. Yeah, exactly. A lot of playability post flop.
Yeah, and then post you can just like balance it out with having like some pairs in there.
Yeah, like 8s plus, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you might even go better, but like 8 seems like a nice line where you're just like not flipping against half the deck. Where 7s might be a bit.
And you might get like a 9-2, 10-2 ISO and things like that. It's all good scenarios for you.
Yeah, there's not really much wrong happening on this stack size, blind v blind, unless you do something outrageous, where you just like raise fold off your equity or limp fold off.
Yeah, we've been seeing a theme of like min raising
here from Tony, so definitely on the more cautionary side when it comes to opening up into. I mean, it's Matty in the small blind here and Cassandra in the big, who aren't exactly afraid to play back.
Yeah.
Also might be just the stacks behind being somewhat rejammable stacks.
But when we're looking for the opens, it's the first thing you look at is where's the table chip leader, right? In the small blind, he's going to be a bit more caged.
Best,
yeah. So
do see a non-all-in open from the 4s here. Matty actually has an interesting one. I wouldn't mind either option, like either 3-bet non-all-in, jam, if you have a reasonable read on him opening too much.
We've seen Fabio just be very solid. He plays a lot on Party Poker. He's online pro. Had a couple of big scores on the online WPT during COVID, I think for well over 300k. And he played a sick hand earlier versus Konstantin from Bulgaria, the BBZ guy, where they check. So Konstantin opens cutoff. He defends big blind. It's 10-6-7 rainbow. Goes check, check. Turn is a deuce. And Fabio leads, bets, gets called. River is an 8, so he rivers a pair on the 4-liner, and then check calls versus Ace Jack that was turning his hand into a bluff. Yeah, really well executed hand, and a testament to Fabio's skill for sure.
It's nice when people find those types of plays where they recognize the leading potential. Like obviously the board massively favors big blind, and then on river on 4-liner it kind of evens out again who actually has the good hands mostly.
And all of a sudden it's stripped of a lot of hands, like 2 pairs and sets from the flop check back. So and then he's kind of like repping a 9 only, and a lot of 9s may have elected to c-bet the flop. So
or raise turn sometimes.
Yeah,
have like a pair in the gutter wall.
Yeah, so even with his second pair there, looking to navigate the showdown and picking off a nice river bluff.
Yeah, I think these fields as well, like given the structure of the tournament, you'll just see more people remaining on average. Like not every time, but like you'll see mostly like quite solid players that actually have some like game in their arsenal to survive or to build their stacks.
Exactly.
Like I've seen a lot of players play on day one, on like both day 1 and day 2, that were kind of way too passive in getting action or like getting value out of their like good hands.
Yeah.
And it's just like you just get the feeling that those types of players just don't really make it this deep in the tournament too often.
Especially last 2 tables at this point, you know.
You just like need to get value from your like top pair, top kicker type hands, or like your over pairs.
Can't just wait for the nuts all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to like, especially hands that need protection for on their value part. Just like don't really benefit from let's trap very bad and like try to get this guy to bluff.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, you could just get value from every other bad hand, every other like hand that connected with the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit of a game sometimes, like how to get the maximum out of people, and obviously there's more than one way to roam.
Exactly,
so,
especially in the live dynamic as well. Yeah. Other things come into play.
But yeah, it's just like it's a bit on average at least, like just trying to get value with your value hand seems like a very straightforward, easy shortcut to actually building your stack in these like middle sections of a tournament.
Yeah, if you were to write instructions on the back of a cigarette packet, you just say maximize value.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
That's essentially the
maybe not
the
even
key.
like the thin value, but just like generally the actual like.
Just make sure you get
the nutted hands on the flop. Make sure you get value from them because that's kind of where you're.
Don't play tricky. Don't expect to see too many, creative bluffs post flop. Just look to get the chips in and look to start to seek the value as early as possible.
Like playing a game of chicken doesn't really benefit you when you just have like jacks on the 10-eye board.
Yeah.
Where you can just get terrified when an ace turns or a king comes on the river and you're all of a sudden you've wasted a street of getting like clear value for a lot of chips. And now you're just like, okay, what now?
Yeah.
You have a guy betting
Facing
into
a bet,
you for like 3/4 pot, and you're like, oh no, I might be,
it might be behind.
Might be behind. Yeah. All of a sudden, your like clear value becomes a bluff catcher.
Yeah. The tables have turned.
Yeah. We see 1,600 locked up now, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah. Pretty nice little payout. 38,408 for the winner. Second's getting 26.7. Third 18.5. Fourth still a five-figure score. Sorry, 12.3, and then 8.6 for fifth.
Very very solid paydays waiting on a good part of this field.
Absolutely. Danilo's been a solid player.
Yeah, just been waiting. He's not been getting too many hands for the orbit that we've been here. Definitely also a thing you have with live poker as well, where you play with some people for like 2 or 3 hours, and they might just not get a hand. As Charles here gets the ace jack off for quite a clear, getting all your chips.
Yep. A little bit too short to go for the min raise, really.
Yeah, I wouldn't take this hand class as an induce.
No.
As you see 10-9 suited having an actual decision here, I would probably land on call, given like all the under pairs will be getting it in. Though he seems maybe a bit too comfortable chatting away as well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much of his play in general, besides like the fours jam.
Yeah.
That we saw prior.
Just like
that we talked about.
20 BB cutoff.
Yeah, he open jam 20 BB cutoff, which is clearly fine with that type of hand. You don't really want to have to raise fold that type of hand, even though against jams you might just be well behind. This seems good, and Tony obviously realizes that he has a hand which on average just has
a really high
truckload of equity.
Yeah.
Against all of Charles' jamming range. Even here you have 42%. Yeah. And 10-9 suited is just it's kind of a wild card hand where
it looks like, I've got 10 high, but like you said, like,
you have so
just
much
think
equity.
about the pairs, think about the ace highs, even broadways, apart from the 10x broadways, you're in a really nice situation. And
we'll see him use a time bank.
You can also find hands like 10-8 suited, 9-8 suited from Charles as well, so there are situations where you've got a decent chunk of equity here, not just sort of hoping for the flip.
Yeah, we see him still chatting. I think it'll get him a fault more often than not in this spot. Which is kind of not really what you want when you open jam ace jack from the button, do you? Try being stoic, like for most of my no more decision type hands.
Yeah.
Just like try to not give away as much, because next time when he's jamming like a bottom combo and he's all of a sudden not as chatting.
All of a sudden completely quiet and like staring at the middle of
like
the table.
A bit. You're like,
okay, cool.
Guess I call like a pip wider here.
Yeah.
But yeah, good to take it down, of course. Denying. And
good from Tony to identify the closeness of the combo as well. And again, a testament to what you said about the fact that he's clearly got the intuitive understanding of the game and was close to finding the call there, but maybe just talking himself into a fold, 18 left, and these kind of factors.
We might be like almost on a page jump. I believe it's 15 left is the next page jump. So you get the scroll. Yeah, 15 is the next one. Quite a chunky one, like almost a buy-in.
Yeah.
The pay jump's definitely starting to kick in, of course, as they need to be to reach the 38k. But yeah, we see Fabio here, probably treating himself to it.
Ooh, okay.
I
would have opened, but
I mean, it's just saying in the big blind. Yeah. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have folded. Like you still have Matt from early position and.
Yeah, hijack is not going to see too much of a response there, and you've got Hussein and Tony in the blinds that.
Obviously, this is okay. He's going for limp. I do not really know how much Hussein is playing. Okay, he's covering.
Yeah. So
could play this like literally any way you would, besides like not seeing a flop.
Yeah.
Probably up for a raise sometimes. Could do very well in these types of setups, but I don't think Hussein has been showing to be too eager to fold when it comes to these wide range spots.
No, kind of sticky.
And we just see like a very quick check. On river,
you could even argue,
I would
argue
be very
for a
tempted
bet.
to,
Yeah, one big blind.
Drip in a value bet, and queen six probably doesn't fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see this a lot as well, where it's like both players kind of telegraphing their eagerness to get the showdown, and
yeah, they kind of
it's
set their
things,
intentions there, and then when bets come in later, all of a sudden the range is going to be a little bit different because you've just seen Tony Lair just eager to check it down, not really showing any intent, not really even thinking about it as well. They've both checked the river before they could have even thought about the possibility.
Snap check flop, and yeah, definitely spots where you can get so much information about where someone is in their range on these types where, okay, guys, no intention of betting a flop, which obviously with the hand you don't really.
Yeah, it doesn't achieve too much.
It's clear that it's a check back. It's just like you might not want to telegraph that, as we see Matt with a very nice Jack 9 suited here.
Yeah, and we know that he's been eager to get in the mix, and Jack 9 suited certainly going to be one of those.
Definitely not afraid of anything.
What's your bottom one gapper here? Do you go 9-7? It's 10-8 probably, right? Or not even 10-8?
Given the stacks, it's probably 10-8.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a hard time being tempted by 9-7, to be fair.
Yeah.
Or like 6-8 even. Given that there's not too much activity behind.
Yeah, quite a few players that are maybe less likely to find the rejams as well.
Yeah, as we see Charles rejamming 11.5 with ace-9-0 and getting a bit of bad news as the big blind just wakes up with ace-king.
And Matt's got one of his 9s as well, so it's
a very rough one, yeah.
Double bad news for Charles, but a nice take. He's probably on the break, seen that Matt has been pushing the envelope, as you said, quite nicely.
Yeah, you're massively dominating his opening range, obviously, and you just have 11.5 bigs. This is a mandatory take on this part if you don't want to actually bleed down to 0.
Yeah.
And donate your chips to Matt along the way.
I do feel like a lot of players miss this, though. Yeah. You know, they'd be like, oh, I'd shove ace-10, but ace-9,
yeah.
you know.
It's always the combo just one ahead, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just quite unfortunate. And there's some chop outs. You know, you get a bare board and there's some sweat.
Fingers crossed for Charles. Yeah. Good friend of mine, we played university poker together at Cardiff University Poker Society.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's where I started playing.
How long ago was that?
That was in 2013. Back in the day.
Back in the day. I'd needle you, I was 14 at that year. Ooh, as we see some backdoorage.
Yeah, backdoorage.
So we need either a pair,
and
a
choppy
9 jack, or 6 or 5.
That's a rough one for Charles Norman. I was chatting to him on the break. He was excited with the last 18 and said he'd free rolled his way into this event. And so a nice little payday for him.
As we see him take the 1600,
yeah,
the rough
1655, something like that. And unfortunately doesn't make that next pay jump, which I believe was the top 15?
Yeah, 15 was the next ladder, so not quite close enough where you could actually try to outfold some other people at other tables. Yeah, it's just a matter of a mandatory take against the opening range, and then unfortunately didn't quite get the timing
work
right.
out. Yeah, just when you see the bad news that someone getting it in cold behind, that's not going to be great for the ace-9, going to be in rough shape.
See a nice roach in the chat saying Charles knocked him out 2 off the money. That's unfortunate. GG to you as well. Yeah, good game to Charles.
Unlucky. Yeah, Charles played well. Saw a bit of a spicy jam actually on the outer table earlier. We had some action, and Charles had open jammed. I think it was Jack 5 off for like 8 or 9 bigs. And I asked him about it, and he was like, 2 tight players in the blinds. I was just about to go on the next blind jump.
Finding the jacks from a UTG, only one decision here really, given that he has only a rough
7.5. Yeah, exactly. Just going to send them into the middle.
Just hoping someone finds something to call with.
Praying at this point.
Danilo actually has like quite an interesting spot here.
It is, because, you know, Chris going through the big blind ante next hand is going to jam. Like 10-9 suited, 9-8 suited. Lots of hands that we do really well against.
You wouldn't take the 10-9 or the 9-8.
You wouldn't?
I mean, just given that you need to get through 7 players, right?
Yeah.
And being short in the blind doesn't really, like, it discourages people from opening into you as well.
True.
A bit.
Yeah.
If you're actually playing the short stack in the big blind well, which is a very fun thing to study actually. Just seeing the amount of hands that you actually have to defend.
Yeah, you've got to be very sticky, right? Yeah.
You're just like you just don't really fold, and I think it might be one of the more interesting misplays of like general fields where people just go on complete lockdown.
Yeah, just wait for the big hand.
Yeah.
And it doesn't come that often.
Yeah, then you end up having like 4 big blinds and you finally pick up ace jack off, you know.
Yeah, and you double to less than you could have had if you'd have made that kind of sticky
if you
queen 5 off defend. That people tend to find the muck with.
Yeah.
So a couple of people in the chat.
As we see Cassandra pick up her first hand on this table.
Yeah, and someone was saying, has Cass played a hand yet? Folded everything. Well,
here we go.
In the mix.
Good for Image having the ace king immediately as their first VPIP.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she loves to say at the table that her range is mostly kings plus and sometimes queens.
Playing the girl card.
Yeah, exactly. Playing the get away with a bunch of stealing type. She's definitely got some game in her, of course. Loves the game, loves the studying aspect as well, like the strategic aspect. It's very fun.
Do you talk hands a lot?
Yeah, a bit.
Does she like to hear your feedback?
Yeah, I mean, we just try to be like honest about like how the game should be played, right? So, there's no point in lying to make someone feel better, even though the incentive is definitely there for me to be like, oh yeah, this is fine, it's okay, it's a cooler. Yeah, there were some spots where I'm like, okay, you just have to be a bit wider. And, like obviously the general tendency of a person is to be safe.
Yeah.
Which, you know, can be exploited in a multitude of ways. But yeah, no, she had quite an interesting hand on day 1 when we were on the same table, where she defended Jack 9 off versus UTG 9. Comes 9-7-3 two-tone, check, under the gun bets small, and she raises off of like, she check raises it, what's two-tone, she check raises the check of flush draw, and the 9 for top pair. Comes a 9 on the turn, which obviously helps. After he's called. Barrels again, gets called, rivers a king, jams. And the opponent just immediately says, like, I don't think you're jamming, or I don't think you're check raising just a 9 here. And I'm like, okay. As we see, Cassandra fold the Jack 10 suited. I would have liked seeing that go in.
Yeah.
That's definitely, I think it's either, it might be 1 pip too tight. Probably take it. Given the tournament situation, even though we're 16 left now according to the sheet, so she might be considering that. Yeah, she might be just considering all options. As we saw, button fold the pocket 3s, which is a lot tighter than the Jack 9 suited fold, and we see. Yeah, this is definitely some
folding
like
a king
very
deuce.
cagey,
Definitely
jump
cagey.
stuff. They would have all ran into the pocket sixes of Matty Ice in the big blind. So good job everyone else.
I mean, the king deuce there, sub 10.
Yeah, that's
it's gotta go.
That's almost a high five to dealer. Type,
Yeah.
type
Yes.
hand.
I have a king. I'm all in.
So yeah, definitely some respect given to the bait jump coming up of one.
Yeah, and also Matty Ice in the big blind as well. No one looking to lock horns with the big stack.
Yeah, which is definitely like a very comfortable spot for Matt.
Yeah.
Getting like all these chips for like
No
not
effort.
to risk
Just
anything,
but just on reputation alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he
like
is
the sixes might be like somewhat of the spot against Cassandra's open jam from UTG 7. It looks like.
Yeah, that would have been actually an interesting one to see if he would have found the call.
I assume Alexander is going for he's going for some on the lane,
Fair
which
enough.
I actually quite like from against this field as well, where you don't really get punished for this. Instead of might just be the what's it called? Just be the bottom induce type hand, even though you don't really feel like inducing when you're when you get jammed on by someone with either covering or not covering stack, because you're not really excited about it. See Chris tanking on the button to Jack 10-0. Fortunately, not quite the hand you want to take here.
Yeah, not really a
For
decision
8 bigs
point.
against what is it, sub 15 min open UTG and cast just has.
The snap fold as well.
Yeah, a double down. Sorry, wrong game. Would have lost against the ace 10 as well. But yeah, just the unfortunate timing. As we see, Alexander Georgiev, the streamer from Bulgaria, I believe.
Absolutely.
Streams some party poker or
yeah,
B-Win,
affiliated with B-Win.
Yeah,
exactly. So he's over here on a sponsor's invite and running up a nice stack in day 3.
he had a massive stack when he was on my table earlier.
Yeah, he got I think over 500k through in day 1.
Yeah, he was crushing. Got like a very big pot off of Mr. Sapiano.
Okay.
Who was absolutely just like blasting away.
Turbo dusting?
No, just like owning people left, right, and center, just like hitting everything. And I believe even on day 2 he got to Cassandra's table with like 1.6 million.
Yeah.
Which, as we see the structure now, would have been here with quite a bit of chips.
Yeah.
Lost a few pots. Cassandra being the benefactor of like one big one of them where she just had top pair and a good kicker.
Held on.
Held on for dear life, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Those are definitely the spots where you're just like you gotta take some risks when it comes to those spots. As
Yeah,
you see,
exactly.
Blind to blind here.
You're going to get Alberted sometimes, but the times
Yeah.
you don't, you just get gifted a huge stack.
This
So,
is definitely
yeah, in we go.
In we go, fist bump, high five the dealer type.
Yep, and she does go for the open jam, not
See
missing
Alex
the spot.
steal one. It's probably not the
Oh.
ace yet. That one's the ace.
That one's the ace. Likely to see a call from Alex, and Manastraw saying who's over on the sponsors invite. Well, it's Alexander in the big blind, who does a lot of streaming work on the B-Win platform, and has recently moved over from the Bulgarian.
Get the call. So
to
we're
English.
in a bit of a flip
Spot
here.
of bother for Cassandra. She is behind, but
be
exactly
worse.
fair equity. When she flops a king or a 7, she's going to be miles ahead. So that's why the equity's so close.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like cards that will just kill the action either way.
Yeah.
Force people to either hit runner or the old 3-outer.
Yeah, doesn't want to see an ace high board. That's the
I would like
first
to see
thing.
a king high board.
Yeah,
for sure.
Or 3 spades.
3 spades will do.
Yeah.
3 spades with a king.
3 spades with the king, hopefully. Getting greedy.
Alright, let's see what the dealer runs on for
Alex
us.
has the Instagram story at the ready. And this could almost seal his fate.
Was a bit of paint.
Yeah.
No, club's bad. So
Club is bad. Jack on the turn, only a king or a 7 now
King or a 7,
for
1 in
Cassandra.
5 times.
Stay alive.
Whee!
Oh!
Let's go.
Bada bing, bada boom.
You know what to say, yeah? The 7 is always coming.
It's always coming, yeah? Wow, what a bink.
I'm very impartial here, but
Yeah.
not quite.
Gotta stay neutral in the booth, my friend.
Had some drinks with Alex. Seems like a very
He's
nice
a good
person.
guy. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Got a
He's
good head on him.
Working
but,
really hard. He's good. Exactly. Good head on him is the perfect way to say it, because he's going about business. I said, like, you know, to him the other day, how do you feel about online? And he's like, well, for me, it's a training portal, you know. I'm just trying to get the reps in, build the role for live stops, and eventually the big score will come. And unfortunately,
that's the best way to do it.
It is.
Fair,
Yeah.
Just like getting yourself familiar with how it's played.
Yeah. And Party Poker certainly a good site for that. Lots of smaller fields. You're going to have a little bit more of a knowledge of the ICM kind of dynamics, later stages of the tournament, approaching the bubble, approaching the final table, all of these types of things. Much more advantageous when you're grinding the small fields. What part of the UK is Cass from? I'll leave that one with you.
She's Chinese, but yeah, she lives in London. So this is kind of home turf for her, and yeah, definitely very comfortable in these fields around this area. Knows a lot of the players here. She's played like quite a bit over the past year and a half, 2 years in the tournament series. So yeah, she knows her customers.
Playing
quite
some
well.
Omaha Cash as well?
She does.
Yeah.
She's a big enjoyer of the 4-5-6 card that runs in the casinos nearby. Like,
in the central
they're very
ones?
fun. Yeah, they're very fun to play. I've dabbled myself.
Yeah, you've been in the mix, right?
They're very good morale when things are fun.
They run daytime games as well?
Yeah, they basically run 24/7.
Nice.
Obviously, the nighttime game's a bit more
juicy,
and a bit more action, but you'll want to. You can 10 off fold here in between for 7 bigs from hijack.
Yeah, again,
I would definitely want to just like
gotta
rip
take that one, surely.
I feel like it might also be a mental thing, given that he has 4 stacks of blues.
Oh, well, he's just like looking down at a lot of chips and not wanting to put them over the line. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
You see Alex just with a kind of a grim one. Yeah, I'd probably just fold this.
Yeah, 3.5
You get
bigs.
so many better spots. Even though you might want to jam on Tony if he might be overfolding.
It's a good way of looking at it, yeah, because you do have the full orbit now to potentially find a big hand. Kind of at the mercy of losing that big all-in confrontation versus Cassandra Young, and now somewhat caged in just waiting for something to go with.
Almost forgot the hashtag in my story. It would be unfortunate. Let's see. Partypoker tour. So we're doing some socials, like maybe half an hour too late. To get too enveloped in the actual comms here. So
Yep,
it's been
your
fun
head
action.
back in the game, absolutely.
Yeah.
Any Satius left apart from the invite? Not sure on that one.
There might be some. Party Poker actually ran. I heard they
So
ran
many.
like almost 200 people have signed into this event, which if you look at the field size of 491, there will be like quite a bit of re-entries in that. But yeah, there's definitely. I would say there's a very good chance of there being at least 5 or 6 people still in that have gotten in for less than the actual £500.
Precisely, and also lots of mini-main tickets given out as well. I was just chatting to a party representative on the break, and he said that there were, definitely 3 figures in terms of seats being given out, 1 earned online, and it's been a good start to the UK tour for Party Poker, getting back on the live scene. Nice to see the strong representation.
Ooh, as we see a bit of a cooler flop here.
Ouch.
Tony deciding to peel the small blind against a very wide open from Matt, of course. Matt kind of responding in fashion, checking back a weak top pair that you can't really go for value for more than 1.5 streets.
Yeah.
And just getting the information post flop off of Tony.
He's going to see quite an honest.
I assume Matt kind of assumes Tony to be a bit more conservative.
Yeah.
So actually playing this like very well, getting only a small bet on the turn where you could get like very greedy for the king queen here.
And now even on the 4-liner might actually find a way to. Ooh, okay, Tony does
he still
go
goes for a small bet.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I mean it's way too small to ever consider anything but fold or everything but call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gonna get
Fair
shown
play.
the bad news there.
Could have lost a lot more trying to either bet yourself on flop, kind of blindly assuming some big blind versus big blind strategy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well played from Matt actually. Just seeing
good identification.
Yeah, seeing the non-value in actually betting flop and getting a lot more information from Tony with 2 small bets. Even though could have cost him a lot more.
Some hands that snap fold the flop might bet the turn, and you can win extra chips in that fashion.
Yeah, and you just don't get too punished for opening too wide here. You got like 1 bet in on 2 streets pretty much.
Yeah, based
so
on
sizing.
sizings.
165k to see showdown when he had top pair with like a weak kicker, but
yeah,
just win the pot way more than enough of the time given the bet size of his. And he's right back in here with a bit more respectable king turn off.
Slide upgrade.
Yeah.
Whoa, hello.
Hello.
22 big blinds for Cassandra.
I would like to go not all in here.
Especially versus Maddie, right? You want to give him the option. We know that he's capable of the wider
let him send in some suited ace.
Exactly, ace 7 or something, ace 8. Yeah.
Probably see something off the ilk of like 350 here. This goes for 400, which,
quite juicy.
Yep. I kind of like it. Just make it also a size where Matt might feel inclined to either play like all in or fold.
Yeah, so she puts in a third of her stack essentially, right? Which is giving the idea that she does have 3-bet folds, but also switching the onus onto Matt.
Yeah, that Matt with a very quick fold with a hand just doesn't play well against this kind of range.
Wait, is that Cass's coach in the comms?
Yes, somewhat. Yeah,
somewhat.
Could say that. Yeah.
Yeah. What's your hourly rate?
I do it for the fun of the game. Let's put it that way.
The love of the game.
Love of the game. Love of the player.
Absolutely. That's the best kind.
Yeah. It's also good to build this kind of dynamic to actually play back as we see Chris pick up King 10 suited under the gun and again opting for the fold off of 7 bigs.
Oof. Yeah, that is getting really crusty.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot when he's passed through the blinds and be card dead here, even though we're right on a pay jump. Yeah. You see Alexander putting most of his chips in with the ace 2 suited. They might just literally be trying to outlast one another on the proper pay jump, as we see Tony just pick up the blades again. Just opting for the flat against the 3x, which might actually invite the big blind over, but he folds to queen 8 off.
Fair enough.
Maybe also recognizing Tony's like
could be a little bit stronger than normal.
Yeah, somewhat trappy here against the 3 bigs. They're just gentleman's agreement to put it in there. I don't know if I would actually want to do that.
Well, you could maybe potentially make a ladder.
Yeah,
so
you could 15, make a ladder. Or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe and just not thinking
that
having
a check down.
A check down and still have half a big blind in play.
Half a big blind with the other short stack Chris being forced into the big blind.
Oh, but he finds the deuce in the window. Hello there. Backdoor hearts available for Tony. Yep. And these spicy turns. There is the 6 of hearts. Alexander on his feet.
7 out.
Fading a heart or a king. And it is the 4 of spades. Nice double for the Bulgarian there. We're going to go for some outer table action where we had Razvan all in with the gut shot against the top pair and the flush draw of Getnet. Going to be tough to win that one, and that's going to seal the deal.
Just bangs it off.
Absolutely.
Wish I did.
Getting that going in GetNet style. Yeah, you couldn't quite do it yesterday, unfortunately. Running into the straight flush draw and top pair. That's a tough one to maneuver out.
Yeah, and that's definitely a prettier hand than the straight top pair. Or the straight flush draw, yeah.
So 16 left, a double. High morale for Alexander, the Bulgarian.
Very low morale for Chris now in the big blind. Who's been passing up on spots.
Hoping for that pay
could
jump.
Have chipped up, even getting folds there. Yeah, now kind of seeing the consequences of his own actions, to say the least. He could have busted this hand if he jammed, to be fair.
Yeah, so
he might have taken that as his main takeaway in this hand.
Yeah. Oh, right, well, I would have run into it anyway.
Run into ace-king and lost. You see Cassandra having a clear open here. Kind of nice. I would hope she's gonna go for a bit more than min, but
because of the short stack and the big.
Yeah, but also having seen Chris play, I don't think he's gonna adjust to that kind of nuanced strategy where
slightly worse price and these kind of things. Yeah. So what would you go here? Sort of like 180, 190. This kind of.
Yeah, maybe even 200.
Yeah.
Let's save ourselves some chips here.
Yeah, it's going to have something to say about it with the ace-king suited in the small blind.
Actually, it didn't look like Fabio had a lot of chips, but it looks like he just has a pile of black ones there.
Yeah, 17
just goes for
bigs.
the all-in. Yeah, kind of a spot. Yeah, I don't
could go 5 bigs, 5.5. Sometimes.
I wouldn't be too big of a fan
No.
to go small, but like, yeah. I think jam can be completely fine, just only playing jams here.
Yeah.
Given the position that Cassandra's opening from +1, you're not really looking at a range that's gonna have like, bad equity.
Yeah.
And you just have a hand that very much prefers protection assuming Cassandra plays like some amount of calls against like a small 3-bet, right?
True, yeah.
And then you end up playing like a very awkward post-flop.
Dicey out of
where-
position, yeah.
Yeah. Where you're not quite sure where you're at. Cassandra's playing like traps and stuff. Shows up with the aces or the kings even.
Yeah, you don't get any definition on the range really. There could be some suited hands in there, some speculative stuff, and then also just the blades as well.
I've definitely treated myself to some flats against 3-bets.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, he's...
Well, we saw the king 4 suited yesterday, where he just
like
missized.
Example, right?
Yeah. And I said in the booth, like, he's just not going to fold to this size, whereas if he had have gone for the sort of standard sizing, you're out. And then all of a sudden he's lost his whole stack.
Quite fair game post-flop, though. It's like...
Yeah, well played from both, and
just know, like, especially on that card, on that river, the 8 pairing. So every like king jack, king 10 now chops, right?
Yeah.
Like that was kind of main concern if that's where his bluffs are coming from. Now they're like, okay, they're just trying to get me off a free roll. Or
yeah, I actually didn't like the river jam from him. I didn't think that it.
I don't mind it too much.
No.
It's like you're still gonna have king queen, ace king, like quite a lot. Just aces, kings, queens.
But on that specific board, what are you folding by the river? There aren't many hands that.
I mean, I'm gonna fold second pairs. Like,
yeah.
Quite a chunky amount of the time, as we see Alexander taking.
Ace deuce. What do you think about this? Seems wide-ish.
Yeah, it seems a bit wide, but then also there's
a couple of players on the table that aren't shown to be, finding an ace-8 call here, for example. He just runs into it again.
And Danilo just wakes up with it.
Yeah,
very well timing. Just like
quite assassin Danilo finding another big hand versus player committing their full stack.
Yeah. Not really showing any like somewhat consideration of I might have a tough spot here.
Yeah, really.
Just the queen and quite honest.
Yeah, relatively quick cold call there, and Gorgiev is going to need to find an ace from space to stay alive at the business
Some
end.
wheel outs, maybe a couple ducks in the water.
You never know. They come quacking.
Yeah, they come in pairs mostly as well.
You hope so. So 2 ducks or an ace, or maybe even some spades or clubs will be the route to
36%
escape.
definitely As we don't really see the flop we're hoping for at all.
Yeah, running 10s.
Yeah, the 10-10 deuce
It's getting thin.
Or the ace is still very live, but yeah,
now it's
just the
looking
Barry
thin.
Greenstein is all that matters here.
Is it going to be the ace on the river for Gorgiev? Needs to find it, and it is paint, so that's going to spell an elimination, and we are down to 15.
Which, as all the other players get to pay jump,
Yeah.
a rough £400, I believe.
Exactly.
Now
Happy days for
locking up
Chris.
A rough 2K, making 4 buy-ins, as we see there. Yeah, let's show the payouts again. What was the collected prize pool again? It was 200.
Yeah, so 491 times 500, so just under 250k.
Yeah, and GG to Whisper. He's played really well in this past past few days. He ran deep in the mini as well.
He actually won. Oh, I think he chopped a side event, which was
Yeah.
like a KO last week, and also had another couple of runs in the side. So when I spoke to him on Friday, he was up considerable amount of thousands. So he's had a good week, I think.
Yeah. And we get to ask in the chat when the Manchester stop is. George, do you have the exact dates of that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Manchester's coming up in June. It's going to be from the 17th to the 22nd. Going to have a similar buy-in structure. So 500 main, 150 mini main, and the smaller side events will be regional. So some places will have Omaha, etc.
I saw him have a mixed game one on the earlier segment of the week when I wasn't there, unfortunately.
The Tennessee Hold'em, or
no, the actual mixed game.
Actual mixed games.
Actual,
yeah.
I believe they ran an 8 game or a horse.
Nice.
There's definitely a good crowded community of players that enjoy it and will travel down for them.
Yeah, especially in London.
Yeah.
You see a lot of mixed
London
games.
And just the UK in general have a lot of mixed game enjoyers.
Yeah.
It's quite a nice solid community there of people playing them also in the EPTs.
Yeah.
Like in the bigger series, but yeah, when they're like the more grassroots types, the 200 buy-ins, the 250, 300 pounders, there's definitely a better intro into those games, even if you're trying to like get started to play them.
Yeah, even for PLO, we had JJ in the booth earlier on in the week, and he was saying that you can essentially find a live PLO kind of grind where you could play 4 tournaments a week in London at a buy-in of between 100 and 200 pounds.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, some value to be eked out there if that's your game of choice, for sure. Which is nice.
A bit of a spot here. Just decide to go to the flat. You're saying opening up a bit.
Yeah, ace-6,
with the
surprising.
Ace-6 from what is +1 like low jack. See Matt flat to small blind with a very nice hand, and everyone catches a piece.
Everybody in the mix here.
Even though I don't think many people are gonna lose a lot of chips here. Matt with the backdoor flush draw as well.
We'll definitely call one.
Definitely peel one. Cassandra will be in a bit of a spot against bet and call immediately.
Yeah.
I've mostly tended to, and she just immediately folds it.
Nice.
It identifies that the ranges she can be up against are gonna be either dominating her with the better second pair, or just straight up having the top pair.
Even a hand like ace-3 suited, you can just fold versus bet and a call, I think.
I wouldn't have liked ace-3 suited.
Not now on the 3 of hearts turn. That's Hussein. Has bet the flop, and he's going to go for a second barrel here, which is getting a little bit fruity.
Yeah, I would have maybe preferred to check back here, protecting your your single stab ranges.
Yeah.
Matt still staying sticky. Maybe some history with Hussein going to a bit too loosely for value. With like the middle strength hands.
Yeah, like King Jack,
A6
King 10, and Ace-6 is one of those.
Probably fits into, and now.
Interesting river.
This is kind of interesting, yeah, where and he just immediately checks back. I do not like that.
No.
I think at this point in the hand, you can probably even blast Matt off a chop.
Blast off a chop, or maybe put some King X hands into a tough spot. Consider your options a little bit more. So, certainly a theme of what we've seen from the check down spot earlier that you mentioned as well.
Yeah, definitely not too eager to take those balls, even though this is big stack against big stack, so you might be less inclined to like accidentally run into an a7 here or yeah, an ace-3, or just, yeah. There's definitely some hands to still get value from, whether or not it's just to blast, try to put a chop into a tough spot.
Yeah.
It's gonna get like somewhat grim, even though like most of the range you're gonna be chopping against. It would be quite a good win to get money off like an ace-5.
Yeah, at least ask the question.
Yeah, at least put him in the blender, right?
Yeah.
It's like one of the more fun bits of poker, trying to actually put people into a decision where they're like very not sure what to do, or just getting pain. In a sense.
Kind of has some crossover to games like PL08, you know, where you're always trying to get your opponent off of the other half of the pot.
Yeah, exactly.
And that maneuverability is sometimes somewhat lost in those types of runouts in Hold'em. It's just a little bit less intuitive to think about the possibility of doing that. So Cassandra in the small blind, Queen 5 suited, facing Matty Ice on the button with the A6.
Yeah, Matt took a bit of a hit these past few hands. Definitely on the... Still with a big stack though, like, or relatively big stack. It's 20 big blinds at this
20
point.
bigs, but
definitely a lot of maneuverability in these structures.
Yeah, and a raise and take back up
Yeah.
to 26.
Exactly.
Happy days for him. The current average is 22 big blinds, so
Right on there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right
And
in the mix.
Kind of fancy Matt to put that stack to good work, especially when there's people less eager to put people into spots or put you
precisely.
at risk
Still
in
not
these
really
times.
heard anything from Chris, who's had a couple of spots where he could have sent the chips over the line. Results bias did dictate that he would have busted on a couple of those occasions as well, so he may feel like he's got an extra life in play.
Hello, Brad. Good to see you as well.
Hey, mate.
Good friend. Good reporter for the Poker News.
Absolutely.
I mean, I enjoy doing commentary here with a good friend of mine. So
Exactly.
Watching the action, just as you guys do.
Sat in the gents' toilets.
Yeah. It's actually the women's toilets that's
Making all the noise. Yeah.
Well, at least it's good to hear that most people are actually washing their hands.
It makes a
as
change.
they come, as they come out of the toilet. As we see Matt folding the fours against an open, seems quite reasonable in these fields, or just in general.
At this stage of the tournament.
Your 20 big blinds isn't quite wanting to like peel and then having to fold to a jam behind or a 3-bet.
Yeah, we certainly did, Brad. Always love going to Tallinn. Very much top spot for live poker. Have you been there much?
I think I've been once.
Yeah.
Once for like the Kings of Summer.
The summer showdown or something like that. I mean, those tournaments are amazing.
Yeah. The fields weren't exactly what I'd hoped for.
No, you get a lot of Scandinavian regs over there for sure.
Yeah.
That don't branch out much further than Tallinn, and they're kind of like the taxmen of the local scene. What's the...
As we see an open for Fabio and Hussein with call, obviously it's quite standard, and see just regular c-bet and the flush draw opting to call again. Turn's gonna be a bit more interesting now. Fabio kind of has a hand he might not want to barrel, given that it's like just quite a lot of equity against most of the range. Yeah, Hussein probably still just has a call.
Yeah.
King high flush draw, beats some queen 10, queen 8, 10-8 suited, goes for the fold.
South of half pot,
Yeah.
getting a pretty decent price. Surprised to see that.
Yeah, we just see the fold there, being a bit more careful. Yeah, fair. but sure hope that Cass will take it down, eclipsing her previous highest score. Yeah, I mean Maddie had 60 big blinds, now has 20, still plenty to play for. Still will obviously know how to.
Some structural changes since then as well. To be fair, we are getting a little bit caught up now. The eliminations have been somewhat stagnant over the past few levels.
People definitely looking to like eke out a ladder here and there.
Yeah,
as we've seen from a couple of people on this table. But yeah, we'll just see where it takes them. Hopefully, we'll see some good action. Do you know if they'll change the feature after the break? After this
usually
level?
they do. Yeah. For the breaks only.
We see another like interesting hand now. Obviously, you're on 3 big blinds, and now you have to take a hand that was less
now
than
the fold equity. Yeah, gonna double up to less than the king 10 spot where
exactly.
You could have just opened jammed.
Like Cassandra might have had a spot where if it's suited, but I still don't think I would take it, just given how tight Chris has been.
That's so bad, huh? It is good. You have to cool, man. I want you to cool, man. I want you to cool, to be honest. You have to.
You see Danilo having to call it off for not many chips, with the 10-4 off, giving the spin.
Yeah, and this is one of those reasons why you really don't want to whittle down, because you're just going to face resistance when you get yourself this short.
All right, let's get off to the races as we see a very good flop for
it takes away the 10
9 against the 10-4 off. There might be a chop out here.
Oh yeah,
a little deuce from space again.
Oh, called it in. Oh. And Chris, seeing the bad news there.
Chris can't believe it. Yeah. You're like,
I mean, it's not the worst result. They chop up the ante in the small blind.
Yeah.
He's still alive.
Get the free big blind in, but he's just like, I can't believe my. I
mean, the reaction was like he'd just been one-outed or something like that, you know. The Chris Nicolau there with the 4.1 big.
Get asked if is the trophy one that fits in the palm of your hand. I'll tell you something. This trophy might be one of the prettier ones I've seen.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's the classic party poker diamond. Mm-hmm. Quite thick.
Yeah.
And it's gold.
Oh, lovely.
I have like my prettiest trophy is obviously the party poker
millions. What does your cabinet look like? So you got the party poker millions.
I have the party poker millions. I have the star shard.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 spades.
From EPT side events? Or,
yes. Yep. And I think that's basically it. I have the festival, which is my mug.
Caricature.
Drawn out, yeah. I look good in it.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
But yeah, other than that, one small plaque from a side event in Marrakesh.
That'll do.
And yeah, it's more the experiences. But this trophy, I was kind of hoping to see it somewhere on the stream as well. It's very pretty.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point.
And actually, the diamond,
the final table, maybe we can get it.
Speaking of collectible trophies,
having
the diamond as a counterpart of like the
spade. Yeah.
And then I believe some other tours do the club.
The club, yeah. I'm not sure about the heart.
Yeah. I kind of wish that would be fun to like hunt trophies in a way like that.
The quadfecta.
Yeah. As we
getting
see
all
Cassandra
suits.
open the ace queen off and getting 6s call from Tony. Definitely reasonable. See, Cassandra opens off of 14 bigs?
Yeah, just south of 15 for sure.
We see Fabio peeling in with the 8-5 suited. Definitely a good contender to peel 3 and maybe cooler someone. Realize some equity. Very nice hand to play. Quite easy to play post as well. As we see in the 8-high board. So immediately flops the top pair, back to flush draw. not much going on for Cassandra in this pot besides like 2 backdoor flush draw blockers. I'd be interested to see if she wants to go for a bet here, given that her range is quite strong.
Pretty strong, yeah. All the overpairs.
Yeah, Tony is immediately into a spot, especially with the big blind behind. Tony goes for...
Looks like
looks
quite
like
a quick
he's
call.
gonna go for quite a quick peel. And then the spot's kind of on Fabio, where you don't really know where you're at in this one.
Yeah, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw might be enough to persuade him to take one off.
Yeah, if this was just
whoa, there we go.
Just go for the fold. Yeah, I think this is too tight, but I do understand why he's doing it.
Yeah.
Given Tony's like kind of lack of wanting to put many chips in, either pre or post flop, you're gonna look at some overpairs. And then Cassandra obviously kind of has the same range, betting out into 2 people. You're not going to be in a very good spot. Obviously a check on the 7th turn.
Yeah, Cassandra gets a free peel at the overcard,
Not
doesn't
quite.
find it, the 10 of diamonds, and just not really the type of hand that is going to be looking to...
See your glance at what I assume is the outer table for a bit. Does check, and then gets the bad news.
And Fabio has to look on thinking what could have been. With the 8-5.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. I would have liked to see another peel. Games just slow down a bit 3 ways when you head to a turn. Especially when it's like this polar of a... Or
That's a good thing to think about.
Turn card.
Your action there does define the future action in many ways. Like, okay, I've overcalled now, my range is kind of 8x plus.
Yeah.
And
Tony, or Big Blind being deep here with Tony, also gives it a lot more play than just Cassandra. I guess just Cassandra, he might be like, okay, let's just not fold, get it in.
Yeah.
Where you kind of have to at this stage. Yeah, this is. I get why you fold, as we said. Like the ranges are like very heavy in overpairs, going bet call.
Yeah.
And then you're just sitting there with a somewhat weak top pair, weak backdoor flush draw. See Cassandra have deuces and 10 bigs.
Yeah, just gonna fold.
Just folding here. It looks like Big Blind's almost all in, as we see Tony just pick up the rockets again.
The blade, it's been a nice little run for Tony.
Yeah. Definitely nothing to complain about. Just flicks into 200, which I really like, given that we're on a very short Big Blind here.
Yeah, kind of multifaceted, right? You've got you've almost forced the big blind in, but also because the big blind can't reopen the action, I think regardless of what he does.
Yeah. But we see a very spicy 3-bet here, like for a very small size.
I'm surprised to see that from Danilo.
Yeah.
Not a massive fan of the combo either.
No. And we see a snap call from Tony as well, which kind of plays into the benefit of Danilo here.
Yeah, wow.
Not getting punished at all for like the tiny 3-bet. Yeah. But we'll just get to play post flop with two very nice holdings.
I guess what Tony's thinking here is
boy.
Wow.
Not quite flop for ace king, is it?
No, but
This
it's a
is the
beauty.
classic.
A beauty for 8-7, and Tony again finds a way to come out looking like the genius.
Yeah.
Only peeling pre-flop, avoiding.
It's kind of interesting to think what Danilo wants to do here. Like, if you have aces, even if you have aces here, it's not exactly a thrilling spot. Seeing the snap peel against the small 3-bet, right?
Yeah, all sets in range.
Yeah, but now after like 2 checks, just going for a small bet here, eke out some value from the ace highs, back the flush draws, potential gutters.
Yeah, queen 10.
Yeah, and he goes for a half pot, which I really like for his size. It would be a bit of a puke spot if he jams here. I mean, given Tony's reaction, he's never jammed.
Yeah, by the looks of it, he's kind of going to take a bit of time and then fold.
I feel like he's cutting out the calling chips here. Yeah, doing exactly that.
Yeah.
I misplayed this hand. I think that's his honest reaction.
Yeah, why didn't I jam pre?
Yeah,
and the reason is that he's just kind of frozen up a little bit based on the fact that Danilo was, I think, one of the only players that covered him, or the only player at that stage.
I think it's a realization of, oh no, this is a lot of chips.
Yeah.
And I have a nice stack now, and I don't really need to, or want to
put it all in.
Want to risk my stack here. 2 tables left, 14 people with this amount of money up top, right? This can like bankroll an entire year of tournaments.
Yeah.
At these stakes.
Yeah, I had a spot like that in the WPT Prime where I opened low jack with 12 left with 10s, and the button, who's kind of like a bit of a splashy Polish guy, kind of like 4.5 BBs versus me.
Yeah.
And had 30 big blinds with 10s, and I didn't choose to jam because I thought that, you know, I covered a load of players, and I thought that the smaller size was going to be somewhat polar, so it's like that I didn't think the shove achieved too much, and then ended up losing a really dicey pot post flop. So it's like, and everyone was just saying just jam pre, and if you run into it, then you die, you know. So I got a bit cute in that. So I do understand where Tony's coming from. You know, he's probably looking around the room thinking, if I run into it here, then you know I'm toast. But sometimes you just have to die.
Wake up with a hand again. Now playing 1.5 big blinds in the small blind. Yeah, this is kind of the unfortunate consequence of folding all those hands previously. You just end up having no chips when you finally pick up a hand. Just goes for the call as well, versus limp, which, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
Allowing Matt
to
everything.
Free realization, and
I mean, he's a quarter pot behind, so it's not like there's many flops where he actually gets to check fold.
True.
Even though, you know, we've seen people find a way.
But all of a sudden now, Matt with a 3 deuce finds a pair.
Yeah, we see Matt go out ahead and just.
And we could have
gets to realize a turn.
Could have just shoved and got it in versus a hand that we dominate, and now all of a sudden Matt's.
I mean, this might just get checked to showdown at this point. Tony's definitely not going to be incentivized to bet, as we see Matt actually
taking initiative.
Cut out a small bet.
Yeah.
Probably just to commit. As he bets exactly 90k to cover Chris.
Yeah, facing double check from the small blind.
I mean, and this just can't fold. Like this scene feels dumb. You have 2 overs to a 7. Or 2, 3 deuce,
such a good price. There's so many bluffs as well, you know, 5x, 6x, all sorts of hands, and just it's finding a way into the mark, and it's not great for Chris here with 1.1 big blinds remaining.
You see the stonks, the Matty Ice upswing, I believe.
Matty Ice, Matty
Matt's
Coin.
Definitely grinding his way back up against these players.
Which you predicted, to be fair, and he's got a good table for that as well.
Yeah,
there are a lot of players that are just not going to find 3-bets, not going to find rejams. We saw Tony there not 4-betting the ace-king versus a capable player in Danilo.
And if we look at we've got the stats here as well of players.
Yeah.
And we see just Matt being clearly in front with the aggression.
Yeah.
Definitely showing showing his way here, how to handle these fields and how to actually win pots. Definitely using his stack well throughout this tournament now. The other big stack, Danilo, you see a bit more passive direction, even though he's been somewhat card dead besides the times you've woken up with a hand, right?
Yeah, still not a huge sample, but so he's...
I mean, it's never going to be a huge sample, unfortunately, in
True.
poker, right?
He's running 21 VPIP, 11 PFR, 27% aggression. And so it's actually Tony second in place on the aggression standings, 33%, with a 30% VPIP. And a lot of guys sub 20% VPIP, Hussein, Chris, and Cassandra.
So Cassandra peeling the jack-8 off here from a rough 7 bigs, 8 bigs, like sub 10 big stack, obviously clear defend against the open.
Yep.
Hoping to,
well, not that.
We have 3 to a royal. At
3 to a royal
in 2 ways gets the
check.
Back.
Could see some favourable turns.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not one of them.
Yeah, that's gonna lock it up for Hussein with his.
No real incentive to try to bluff someone off a perceived 10 here. What I would think, just flicks out the half pot bet, gets it through. yeah, not much happening there for our holding.
No, unfortunately not. Is that Paul? Is that Paulie M? How you doing, sir?
Yeah, George is definitely one of the better commentators I've
appreciate
enjoyed to listen to.
You been around doing some other guest comms elsewhere?
I don't believe so. No.
You didn't get in the booth in like Cyprus or anything like that?
No, Cyprus none at all. I believe the last time was God.
The festival?
Might have been the festival.
Yeah, it could have been the festival.
That's been a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Or like some random one-off series at the Bangkok Casino. Yeah. Sharing the booth with JJ Hassan, who's been in this booth as well.
The man himself,
yeah.
Absolutely. How you doing, Paul? Good luck for the Sunday grind, mate. Hopefully you're in a good headspace. Looking forward. Yeah, certainly is.
About it.
Yeah, being a lazy live player, huh?
Do you, I can't play on certain sites. Unfortunately,
yeah.
Being in the UK now. Yeah.
Do you ever fire up a bit of Party or anything like that? Some of the small sites.
I've unfortunately not had the chance to reopen an
Set
account, since the regulations in the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just not really had time to take the grinds away like previous. As you see, Chris here trying to look for any ladders.
Yeah, you could just limp. Limp, save the 5k back.
Yeah.
I mean, we were in a desperate situation here with the one big blind.
Yeah, I think that's the best strategy here anyway. Is just take the full time and then decide to limp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Siwo Kasuf looking over at the feature as well. They're kind of doing the same thing probably. He'll always be aware of the small edges in the whichever live field
he creates his own edges with his table talk. It's certainly a tactic.
Yeah.
And it was put into good effect. He
needs to make sure that he's not accidentally timing out with this monster.
Yeah, so talking about the El Clasico, what a win.
Ooh. What was the final score?
I think it was 3-2. I didn't see the
game.
final score, but I saw it was 3-2 laid on.
I'm just seeing Liverpool here being 5-1 ahead in what was an alleged Super Sunday. Definitely super for one team. Yeah, Liverpool has been cracking all season. Tottenham is showing the cracks more like.
Is that Harvey Barnes there, just completely taking the piss?
Yeah. And what's his name? Richarlison definitely.
Oh yeah, he's a hothead, isn't he?
On the more cooked side of people.
Just in general.
Yeah.
Didn't get to see the game, unfortunately. We were in the booth. There was so much on
giving
yesterday.
a spin, kind of ISOing the one big blind here with the pocket threes in a very even flip.
Yep.
The clearest of coverage you can take.
Clearest as you can get, and no, knocking out the blinds there with the small kind of ISO. Yeah, good play.
Also a big win for Chris to not have this go three ways and have to split your equity.
As he did with the King Jack last time, you know, he might be kicking himself for that when he watches that back, because he would have been essentially given a double up.
Yeah, would have won,
and instead he was actually folding with a good price post flop, even though he just had King High.
See a good flop for the Ace-10, getting the extra double pair outs.
Yep.
And he over to the 3, so not a deuce. It's gonna give even more outs.
There we go. 7, a 4, an ace, or a 10.
Almost all of them live.
And it's an ace. There we go.
Staying alive.
Back from the death is Chris, and now
barely breathing.
He is in the 4.5 big blind territory, which is going to look like a monster stack compared to the 1.1 he just had to start the hand.
Yeah. You see Cassandra getting short as well, 6.3 bigs. All the other players kind of around the average stack, 20 bigs, 25 bigs. And 2 like larger stacks with Danilo and I believe Matt.
Absolutely. Yeah. So 13 remaining.
Oh no, Hussein, of course.
Hussein.
2.7, yeah.
Yeah, he's had a nice little upswing. Yeah, not just the cards, Paul, but also the trophy as well. We were having some raving reviews about the Diamond Golden trophy for the winner, alongside the £38,000 and change.
I do love a good trophy.
Absolutely.
Let's say, yeah, you can almost see it on screen as well. Like they're just
Oh,
teasing
just
the banner there,
over on the right. Have
They're
to check
teasing
that one
the
out.
little, like cut off. We see Cassandra with a nice hand to spin.
Yeah, I think we've got to go here
Yeah.
with the king nine.
Got the old 6 big blinds here. Very clear take. Don't even mind the call here, to be fair, from
Jay was watching the Spurs game and he's not going to be too happy with the result, getting absolutely pummeled 5-1.
Yeah, as we see Cassandra jamming it in here.
Taking her time.
Tony
Tony
finds a hand that he might be tempted by.
Should be really ace-8.
He
the only
gives the
awkward
immediate reaction that his hand is like somewhat close.
Whoa!
That's full. That's a very good win
Okay.
for Cassandra.
And queen
gets the
4.
queen 4. So a nice little pick up there, adding a third to her stack.
Yeah, Tony with the ace-8 there, not looking to get involved.
Yeah, I'd be quite eager to call that there. Like, can even get like call fold against big
Call
blind, of
fold.
course, yeah.
'Cause it's such an honest reaction, right?
Yeah.
When you put in the, was it 7 big blinds? So it's just south of a third of our stack. Yeah, no real reason to rejam, right? It doesn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to see the same range will call the rejam as reshove anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty much, maybe 1 or 2 hands that.
Yeah, there might be some like overcalls that probably wouldn't call
the reshove. Yeah.
But then those hands you're gonna be ahead against most of the time.
Yeah, they're like the sort of suited Broadways type stuff.
Yeah, exactly. The king queen, the king jacks. Even though I was saying I've played with him a bunch, like off stream as well, where some kind of similar spot happened, and he said he'd like go for the. He would go for the call reship behind if the other guy called.
Yeah. So Chris, running into it once again. Ace-9 into ace-jack this time. And
finally taking it and seeing the bad news immediately. Danilo going 3 for 3 with wake-ups.
He's found his timing has been impeccable, right? It's the stuff that dreams are made of when you're deep in these fields. Just to look down at a pretty hand and just put the chips in and you auto-profit. It's nice.
Quite a nice bit of sun running. He's just like waking up with it at times where it matters, as we see quite a clean flop. See if the turn brings any extra hope for Chris. It does. Little 7 ball to go with his 9.
Yeah, an additional out or 3. And that's just
Broadway.
the stone cold nutterinos for Danilo.
As we say goodbye to Chris. Good game, sir. Nice little run there.
But even with the 8-7, he didn't get 4-bet jammed on. He flopped really well. You know, like he's found a way to amass that large stack now. 4 million in play, 50 big blinds, and that's going to be one of the biggest stacks right now, with 12 remaining players.
Good one. A little bit over 1.5x average right now. That's definitely a stack where you're very happy to swing the club of I'm a big stack, and you're gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm the king and you're the pawn, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, lovely situation right now there for Danilo.
Paul sending the salute from the Squid Boy to the Banana Man.
Yeah, unfortunately the Banana Man has been retired.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Given its bad luck.
Oh, okay. It kind of wore out.
Somewhat of a bad luck.
Yeah, my ducks went pretty cold and they're just in the bath at home these days.
Yeah. Heat them up when you're paddling. As we see Cassandra picking up the 5s for a little 8 something big lines.
It's gonna go.
Yeah, this is quite a happy send.
You shove deuces?
I would probably, yeah.
In this lineup? Yeah.
Because we're short-handed as well, right? We're actually +1. We're 6-handed now. Gets it through.
Gets it through, Fabio.
No hands.
No hands at all. Easy game.
Very
nice pickup. 2.5 bigs added to the stack. You still got the ducks. Good man. I might have to come and pick them up personally. Always love to be in Italy.
Mini main in Manchester.
Certainly will be.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
Every stop this year on the Party Poker Tour will have a main event and a mini main. And the great news was for the mini main, over 100,000 collected, as well as over 200,000 for the main, which is what you're seeing now if you are tuning in late. 12 left.
I think that will be the standard as well for all the other stops. Manchester obviously happening during the World Series, but I do not think that they'll clash in terms of player pools. Like maybe some of the stronger players, like myself and others in this field still will obviously be into Vegas.
Yeah.
But seeing like the grassroots players looking to play the mini main, looking to play the side events, the 250s, they'll most likely not go to Vegas.
Yeah, and they're not going to get Andy on their left, so that's nice. He does like to go for a little victory lap in his local casino.
Oh yeah, for sure. I believe Andy will. I'm sure he'll just be in Vegas.
Surely, yeah.
Surely.
I'm not sure. I haven't had him confirm about it, but
he's been a bit ambiguous on what his plans are. But there's definitely someone you'd expect
likes to keep us
the
waiting.
highest stakes in during the summer.
Yeah, the WSOP 25k gets insane numbers, right? I've heard that's like the best tournament in the world. Like
that'll be the first one I'm playing this summer.
Yeah.
Flying over in June 4th, it's like... it'll just be a fantastic tournament, of course.
There's just like loads of kind of cash guys and recreationals that just like are firing bullets, right?
Yeah, last year was my first time playing those. The field got like a lot tougher near the end because obviously the structure kind of mimics this, but somewhat better even.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you look up and it's Adamo, Ben Heath, and these guys.
You get Ben Tollerine to your left and like Barack Wisprot on there.
Ooh, tough player.
Like, okay, we're gonna play some cards and not have to be afraid with second pair.
No, we're playing some of the world's best there.
Yeah. Matty going for slightly over 3 big blinds with the jack with the 7-3 off. Gets a fold from the 9-6 suited. I would definitely not be. I would be very eager to see a flop, especially against a player that I'd assume ISOs correctly with all the offsuit garbage, like the 7-3 off, and it's kind of a clear showing there that Matt's hitting it, and then that Fabio might be a bit too respectful to the.
I think respectful, and also that he knows that his short-term like edge or stack acclamation is going to come from other players maybe at the table.
Yeah, probably.
And just kind of rolling over a little bit to Maddie, and not really looking to let ego come into play.
You don't want to have to like force in a bluff catcher when you're this close to the final table as well. I get it.
Yeah.
Still a very nice hand to play.
Yeah. Fold the
get the old
offsuit.
big lick and.
Get the big lick.
It's always nice to play a hand that has a nickname. And then, yeah. You see Tony with the Jack 10 off from the low Jack, as we're 6-handed right now. Could go either way here. This is probably like somewhat of a mix. Timed out, so forced to fold. Let's say in the next spot, just picks up the king queen. Oh, Tony thought he already did something, but it was just the ante. Bit of confusion there.
So for Man of Straw in the chat, Dost Grabi was the winner of the mini main.
It's already finished.
Yeah, finished a couple of days ago actually, and the winner. Dost did take home 17,000 and change, I believe, which is a nice payday for a 150.
That's a very good payday.
Entry-level tournament.
That's definitely a good start of the bankroll if you're grinding up from there.
Yeah, exactly. Christian Steiner looking for the payouts. They're going to be coming along the bottom of the screen for you right now.
12 left should be on the page up again, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, let's have a look. Usually is 11, isn't it? Yeah.
There's usually just one more before the actual final table payouts come. Let's see, 3.6 to make the final table.
That's a nice payday.
Yeah. And then, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 12 to 15. So they are currently on the ladder.
Yeah. A full buy-in?
Yeah, a full buy-in and a fiver on top.
The bus fare home?
Yeah. Yeah, the buses in London have been quite cheap.
Yeah, very cheap.
£1.70 or something per.
I think
hour.
you can get the travel card round everywhere for £9, right?
Yeah,
So that's the only value available in London. Everything else, someone's got their hand out looking for the rest of your spare change.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think of Stratford? It's quite an eccentric place, isn't it? Did you have a look around the mall and things like that?
I've not been any further than the mall really.
Yeah.
We were staying at the opposite part of London, so it's a bit of a different vibe around here. Than
Definitely a bit more fruity.
Yeah, but the mall is quite nice. It has a lot of spots, as we see Matt wake up with the queens on the button, and Cassandra is gonna have to run this.
Unlucky
and
Cassandra.
Enough to just actually
running into the
queen.
queens from Matt and his button open range, especially I think into Tony's big blind, was going to be really pushing the envelope, and queens is just the absolute tip top.
You're so ahead of Matty's opening range.
Yeah, and you're even happy with the call, yeah, for sure.
As we see it in 996, some backdoor gutters here around with the 7 or 8.
Backdoor quad draw.
Yeah. See a brick, so we'll need the ace of spades once again.
Looking for the barrel.
Not to be. Do not get there. Quite unfortunate. Nice little run for Cassandra, finishing 12th in this one. Only off 1 bullet.
That's nice. So good payday.
Very good result. Very good payday for her. But yeah, unfortunate to see her go after bend out in 12th place.
Yeah, just couldn't really get much going.
Yeah.
After getting short. Losing a couple of pots, the ace queen, that you look back at those pots and it didn't feel so significant at the time, but it was just kind of that nudge in the wrong direction. All of a sudden now kind of cage sub 15 bigs, got a couple of jams through to stay alive, and then unfortunately running into Matt, just waking up with the ladies on the button. That is the way it goes, unfortunately, sometimes.
Matt's definitely been has turned around his bit of a rot from downturn from like 3.6 million or something.
Yeah, and a lot of skill to be to his credit, but also some fortuitous timing.
Yeah, exactly.
Just picking up the right hands in the right spots, just like that.
Taking another pot with the 3 deuce, for instance.
It's a big pickup, right?
Yeah, take like 7 bigs there.
Yeah.
But yeah, now well in the driver's seat again, a bit over the 3 million chip mark as we crossed into 500. Into the 5100k blind level. 1 big blind now, meaning 2 starting stacks. It's definitely a bit of a mark, to say the least. We know it's actual real business right now.
Yeah. It's always the first big hurdle when you know that you're super deep, is when the starting stack is 1 big blind, but let alone half a big, or the small blind.
As you see Fabio opening up a bit, the king 6 suited, definitely a very nice hand off of 15 bigs.
Yep.
Gets flatted by the king queen O and flops a flush draw, gets the 2 overs. Checks it back. Don't really mind it, to be fair.
Yep, I think it's reasonable.
These mid-pair boards usually favor big blind when they just have all the trip combinations.
Yeah.
Even though you'd be very eager to stack off.
We've got ace-7, king-7, hands like that, but really not opening the 7-6, the 8-7, so...
Yeah. You're looking at the high card values at this stage in the tournament. But yeah, definitely can slow play some jack-x even. And you always have the middling pairs here, which you can check back like 10s through 8s in this case.
And Hussein with the king-queen, are you ever jamming there, or just happy to play defend?
I would just happy to play. I would be happy to play flop.
Yeah, same.
Let's see. As I'll bend out of the comms booth.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you, Michelle Molinar. Thanks for joining.
And it was a bit of fun.
Absolutely.
I'll console the girlfriend right now.
Unfortunately. No coaching needed, though. She did a valiant effort from Cassandra Young, busting out in 12th if you are just joining us.
As I'll leave you with the good, trusted Jay.
Very capable hands.
I appreciate that, mate.
All the best to Michelle. who is exiting the building, and joined by Jay. Bit of a rough one, the 5-1 loss.
Do you know what? I was sitting there and obviously grateful for a break, and I was thinking, I wish I was in the booth right now, just rather watching Spurs getting teared up by Liverpool, but there we are.
I think you said in the group chat, men versus boys, wasn't it? It did look a little bit, especially after the early goal, we had a bit of hope.
Yeah, we did, when we went well up, for sure, but who'd be a Spurs fan? But back to the poker, Fabio, no action with the boots. How's it been, George?
Yeah, it's been good.
So?
Resurgence from Matty Ice. Was down to sub 20 big blinds at one stage. The structure is catching up with us somewhat, so that 30 big blinds doesn't look like a massive stack, but very much in the driving seat, heading into the business end and almost making that final table. I believe it's going to be a final table of 9.
Yes.
Yeah. So no 10-handed nonsense.
Really good chance as well for the bigger stacks when it goes 2 tables of 5. Everyone, once again, that 2025 psychological factor, social media. I've made the final table. Tell all your friends, your family. So you have a real good shot when you got a lot of chips in that situation to chip up.
Precisely, and just the ante being so much more significant as well with the short-handed. You know, now playing 5-handed on the feature. Just going to allow the bigger stacks to start to manoeuvre through as Tony opening the Texas Dolly.
Do you know what? You got to love Tony.
He's come with some pep in his step today. He's even gone for the size up as well, the 255 custom size.
Just goes about his business. Has a fair few deep runs. Winner he turns up. It'll be a difficult custom up. 10 deuce off. Gets the steal through. I just had a little look at the field left in, and good news for me and you, George. Getnet's still available for the cocktail violator.
Come on.
Haven't seen him on the feature yet today. Promised us earlier in the day if he got on the feature and won a hand with the 7 deuce, there would be cocktails in the booth.
Praying at this point. Wouldn't mind a little espresso martini to spice things up. Fabio with the 8-7. Likely to play limp here.
Okay, often that seems like a nice check, slightly too middle into potentially bump it up in position.
Quite right, not really strong enough to raise for value, and too strong to raise as the sort of bluff ISO.
Check to the 6 of spades 10.
Sorry.
Fabio just with 8 high here, but not even a gut shot. Or overcard. Matt just hunting for showdown with king high, blind on blind. Is Fabio going to let him get there?
Yeah, I think this is a nice one to take a stab. 8 high, not much showdown. We can credibly represent a 10 on the river. Just looking to try to ask the question of the king's queen high type holdings.
Yeah, interesting spots blind on blind, because Matt will know ace high is never going to bet here or bet a king high, so either a pair plus or we're winning. But nice stab from Fabio there.
Well manoeuvred. Any idea on Wilkes stack when you're walking past?
I didn't actually see the table. They've got like the barricades around. I didn't walk in that area, just come through the back. But if he makes the final, you'll never need to ask that question again.
Hussein now getting busy with the King 8.
And Tony 10-5 suited here. Like in terms of chips, do get to defend any 2 suited, but at this stage, ICM there don't necessarily have to continue any 2 suited. This one seems fairly close.
Yeah, one of them 10-6 suited seems a mandatory continue, and 10-5 you can go either way. Go opponent dependent. Saying with the King 8 is going to fire up a bet on the 9-9 deuce. Just looking to maneuver some hands like this. You know, Tony's got 2 live cards and a backdoor flush draw, 23% equity. Getting him out of the way is a big win. So Tony is the current feature table short stack, 16 big blinds, 1.6 million. Danilo has picked up some big spots big hands just when he needed them the most. Hasn't had to do too much, just someone shoved and he's been dealt a premium. Happy days. And that's where he's got the majority of that large stack right now, with 11 of the just under 500 entrants here and at the Party Poker £500 main event in London. We are at the Aspers Casino, A to the Z. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, Aspers London. First stop of 5 on the Party Poker Tour this year. 2 already announced in Manchester and Glasgow, June and August respectively, and then 2 more stops to be announced in the coming months. Terrific turnout for the first main, nearly 500 runners. As we see Tony in the small blind, ace-8 off. Goes for 275 here, starts the hand at 16. And Hussein with the ace-8 off potentially could have applied the pressure in the form of a jam, but just going to play cool. Even Tony's hand, one that may have thought about shoving at 16 effective to start the hand. Tony with a bet of 350 and Hussein calling, and Tony not slowing down on the 10 of spades turn and going to find a way to win this pot, you think now. Going to struggle to strap him for another street with just ace-8 high here.
Interesting sizing choice, only slightly larger than the size on the flop. Obviously now much smaller in relation to the size of the pot as well, and Hussein saw him get a bit frisky versus Michel Molinar yesterday with the ace-8. This time does elect to wave the white flag. So chip counts there once again. Danilo Sato in the driving seat. Well, let's spice it up and see some VPIP stats as well. Maddie Staples 31%. Tony in there with 27. Danilo 18, but good for the current table chip lead. As I mentioned, just picking up some big hands in big spots and being the benefactor of a few very favorable scenarios going in his direction. Four 3 suited for Fabio, unlikely to see any input from him. Over to Matt. 28 big blinds to start the hand. Ace Queen is going to look like the absolute nuts 5-handed.
Yeah, raising to call if set in.
Gets a bit of action from Hussein in the small blind, coming along with the offsuit Broadway. Jack 10 finding a way into the pot.
Bit on the loose side.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt covers. Wants to get involved, and Danilo going to call closing the action, getting a nice price with the suited 7-5.
And these pots are so significant, even just with the min raise and 2 callers. Already 7 big blinds in there. And a bit of something for the blinds. Danilo, the undergut shot with the backdoor flush draw. Hussein, 2 overs, a backdoor flush draw and an open-ender. An 8 on the turn. Could be an interesting one. Let's see if Hussein instantly reaching for chips, firing out 275.
So Danilo, dummy and gut shot. Matt behind, going to have to let this one go. But interesting one for Matt here. I feel like ace queen going to have to call once, get in this price and take a river. Just going to be this queen jack, jack 10, queen 10. Maybe overdoing it with some like king x of hearts. With position in this price. Coming along with a call. Good instincts from Matt.
Yeah, one of those spots where it's quite obvious what he's got, but he's just going to have to find some defends here.
Oh.
And look at that for a river. The straight for Hussein, and now 2 pair for Matty Ice. Ouch.
Yeah, and we're really going to struggle here, I think, as Matt, to let this one go. Dependent on size, it's a healthy old bet.
700 or... yeah.
So 60% of Hussein on the river here. And the problem Matt does have, some bluffs completing. Obviously the heart draws jack 10. Do we think Hussein ever bets his queen jack, queen 10 now? Probably not for this size when
maybe not
the flush completes. But when you think about our hand, when we get this river, going to be difficult to let it go. Time bank news, but
good awareness. We do see a lot of players just call quite quickly in these spots and not really think about the depth of what you were mentioning there, Jay. The fact that, is he going to instantly bet hands like queen 10 and queen jack that do improve, of course, but yeah, unfortunate one there for Matt Staples, running into the straight, mucks his hand and is going to be seeing a big hit to that stack now south of 20 big blinds.
Real big swing there. Hussein, bit of a loose pill paying off and getting the Jim River to get paid from Matt. Really difficult spot, but I'm not sure. It's one of these. Heart draws complete, jack 10 completes. The other bluffs now make top pair. Do they really go that size? It sounds difficult to fold when we improve to top pair, top kick up. Don't really have many better hands. What bluff is Hussein meant to have there as played? Maybe if Matt's not assigning jack 10 off and he's just assigning jack 10 suited, obviously reducing the combos drastically from 16 to 4, that may make a difference. Suddenly a decent amount of value when jack 10 off's in there. When it's just jack 10 suited, it becomes a bit more condensed. It could have been a factor there, not expecting Hussein to peel that wide pre.
Tough river indeed. One of those ones who's just got to dust himself down, reset with the new stack depth, 16 big blinds, and get back at it. Over to Danilo, 3 deuce. Might be giving Fabio a walk here.
We're going to take this option. And at 20 effective.
Wow.
You will see this as a really polar spot. When you look at the old charts, it will be the bottom end, the trash, like the 10-4 off, the 9-4 off, and then your strongest hands. It's one of these I see on stream a lot, George, people taking the trash, but like it's only at a small frequency, but a lot of people just seem to take it
all the time.
Yeah, near full sometimes when they're covering deep in tournaments.
Yeah, you never quite get the full sample to know if they're actually doing it, but it just feels like they're overdoing it a lot. People can't help themselves.
Just because you can justify it. If someone goes, "Oh, what are you doing with 10-4 off?" You can go, "Look, it's in there. Small frequency, it's there, mate."
If you've done it the last 10 times I've seen you.
I rolled high last 10 times. That's the great thing about blind on blind spots. If you like run a huge bluff, like because there's so much mixing going on,
it can't be bad.
Yeah, it can't be bad. You can just justify it. Hussein in the cut-off. Pocket threes. Like that fold. Danilo covering us on our direct left.
Yeah, good awareness. Danilo is going to look to apply some pressure to the two sub-20 big blind stacks in the blinds. Fabio, Jack 8 off in the small. Going to relinquish that one over to Matty Ice. Is he going to find something that could potentially find a way in here? No, just a call with the King 8. Interesting flop, so 2 diamonds, overcard, backdoor straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw for Matt. Danilo got a bit of interaction himself with the 8 of diamonds, electing not to bet this one. And the Queen arriving on the turn.
Yeah, I feel like this is just always going to be a delay now.
Yeah.
When this Queen rolls off. Like even putting some of Matt's like 4x and 6x in the cage. Nice delay.
We going on a break at the end of this level? 27 it says there?
Yeah, I think we are. Unless we lose 2 more players before that.
Where's the tower, Jay? Good question.
Right now, he is probably a few pints deep. He's at a wedding. Actually, it's Sunday. I think the wedding was yesterday, but he was at a wedding this weekend. So
still probably a few pints deep.
Yeah, still probably a few pints deep. Might even be tuned in this evening. Yes, good evening. I'm not sure what's going to be happening with the next stop in Manchester. Myself will be in Vegas, so it might be George and Tower.
Fabio on the button, 6-4 suited, not the type of candidate that we're looking to open here. Matt does complete the 10-5 versus Tony. Hoping for a free flop, likely to be getting one versus the 8-7. Seems a very natural check back.
Yeah.
Ooh, reaching for chips there. Nope, does elect to. A little bit of deliberation going on there, and a bit of verbals as well between the two players.
Now these are really fun spots at 12 effective blind on blind complete check, because we just flush out a lot of holdings that would just jam free at 12 for Matt.
Ooh la la, big tone coming out trumps once again.
Oh,
wow, check.
Check again.
Missing out on a street there. He's going to get one on the river though. The 5 here is essentially going to value bet itself, and Matt's going to be confused when he sees the raise here on the river deuce, not completing anything.
I agree with Matt. Half the value bet here goes 2/3 targets, and well, the thing is, you say target some ace high stuff. Ace high is always
queen high, really. Yeah.
So we're going to jam like some queen highs of our own. So there's the raise.
And he effectively min raises him, and Matt says, "I just can't see you bluffing here, mate."
Better snap fold from Matt.
And gets shown the goods. Tony happy to show Matt, the streamer, that he had the goods. And a rough level or so of it so far on level 27 in day 3 for Matt. He was really in prime position, still with 11 left, and just losing a couple of really big pots, as well as those smaller ones, the blind versus blind there. A couple of big blinds also going in the wrong direction for Matty Ice.
Don't forget as well, guys, been mentioning it today, but if you want to play one of these live main events for the Party Poker Tour this year, we have the tour path where you can get in for cheap. Starts with a free roll, get yourself up to round 4, which is 25 quid, and then if you get through round 4, you get to play in the final, which is every Sunday. 10 seats guaranteed tonight. It starts at 8 PM, so get involved if you can. Great opportunity to get into these for cheap. The package is worth £1,000, £500 main event seat, plus £500 in expenses.
And Paul asking how did the 10-5 off go? So it was check, check, flop. Tony improving to, it was something 7-5. Was it King 7-5?
Yes.
Yeah, King 7-5, turn 7, river deuce, checks to the river, Matt goes for 2/3, gets min-raised by Tony and finds the fold. So an unfortunate one there for Matt, although he does have a nice situation cooking here with Ace-Jack versus the cut-off open of Fabio.
Very nice clean one for Matt. Sub 10, fist pump jam, can definitely get called by worse.
Some love for you, mate, from Dino Rob.
Cheers, Dino. Hope all is well, mate. Feels different. It's nice to jump in the booth with a few fresh faces, get some different insights, different chat. Enjoying it. Thoroughly enjoyed the event.
Absolutely,
so far.
It's been a good weekend, and still have the business end of it, as we are playing down to a winner here for the £500 main event. We've crowned a mini-main champion. There is a high roller running as well, a 1K in the room, alongside some cash game action. So if you are in the local area, fancy pulling up a bag to jump in the high roller, feel free. Richie saying he was positive and watched the game. We nearly had him.
Tony, ace 10 there, lets it go.
Gets away.
It's a top-notch fold. Like Matt potentially going to have some hands in there. We dominate King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, some of these lower down ace-X, but Tony gets away from it. Sub 10 PBs.
Paul asking if he likes to complete with the 10-5. I think versus Tony, it's just going to be one of those players that's less likely to find ISOs, especially those kind of slightly counterintuitive, weaker type holdings that you see a lot of the pros maybe overdoing it, as you mentioned, Jay. Just Tony seems to be quite in line with that kind of part of the game. So Matt just taking his chances, completing, getting a good price from the small blind seems fairly reasonable.
Richie Burner says, I was positive and I watched the game, Jay. We nearly had them. To be fair, Michelle came in here, gave me a nice little break. I went and watched Spurs back at the hotel, and I wanted to get back in the booth, I'll be honest with you. I was pulling my hair out. Always next year, Richie, and we can still always win the Europa League. Get a little bit of European silverware.
That trophy cabinet needs filling, doesn't it?
Here we go. Not you as well, please.
It was low-hanging fruit.
You should do comedy, mate. That's some good material. You've got there. I'll give you that. How you doing, Jilo? Regarding Vegas, I won't be there back end of June. So, well, I'm going middle of June, sort of to the main event. That sort of time. It'll be like 3-4 weeks this year. So it'll be the back end of June event. I can't remember which event that is, so I won't be attending that one.
Paul adding fuel to the fire.
Back to the poker.
The same with the King 4. Looks like he's going to want to get frisky.
Looks meaty as well.
Yeah, wow. Potted it. 3.5x.
Pot limit.
Yeah, gone for it. And that
shows the king. Thanks, Jilo. I'm hoping for the same too.
Do you have a schedule or a planned kind of sequence?
I usually do the schedule like a few weeks before.
Yeah. How many times have you played the main?
I played the main 3 times and I hate the comp, so that should give you an idea.
Did you make it past day 3?
No, the furthest I got last level of day 2.
Yeah.
I'm not going to bore you with no one wants to hear bad beats.
No one wants the bad beat story.
So.
Yeah, when you got it in level 1.
Pardon?
When you got it in level 1 last year.
Yeah, that was last year. I was all in level 1 last year. But
I
was all in level 1 last year. Yeah, I was.
Bluffing?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I was disappointed in myself as well because I couldn't help but show. I let myself down.
Yeah.
I really let myself down. Yeah.
Did you go in there saying I'm not going to be bluffing an American in level 1?
That was a funny hand. It was it felt like the longest tank I've ever witnessed in my
10
life.
minutes.
But it felt honestly like the longest tank ever because when you actually sat there and you want them to fold, it feels like an eternity.
Oh, it's excruciating, right? Especially in the main, because the freeze outs is like this. It's all on the line here.
This king suit opens and Matt in the big blind off a 12 with a 6-5 off. Defender. Going to have a lot of easy decisions at this stack depth. 2 SPR.
I actually disagree with that, Ian. I think we've seen a lot from Matty over the past few days on the stream. Certainly not overly tight. Been in the mix. Played really well. Yeah. Just solid. You know, he's not like loose aggressive, and it's not kind of all about him, but he's just going about business well and really manoeuvring a lot of these spots with a high level of accuracy, I think, and testament to why he's in the final 11. Very much deserved. So payouts coming across the bottom of the screen for those of you tuning in. Thanks very much to all of you across the multiple streaming platforms. 38,408 for the winner. And all players have locked up a nice tidy score. I think it's around about 2,000 right now. We will branch across the screen. Yeah, 2,860 for the remaining 11 players. Is the quietest man of poker still in? No prize for who I'm referring to. Well, you can see him in the right-hand side of your screen. And we can't see his mouth, but I'm sure that he is giving someone a bit of an earache.
He's in a pot right now, it seems like.
Oh yeah, it looks like it.
I think it's a big pot or a small pot. But concentrating on the feature, Fabio here, 14, A7 off. Gonna go for the raise here. I actually like this, like, nice one to, like, shove the suited. Just gonna have more equity when called, and nice ones to still and balance it out with, like, ace, king, aces, kings, queens, jacks, 10, so on. And Tony with the A7 of his own in the big blind. And they both flop an ace on ace 9 for Fabio with the 4% free roll. Backdoor spades available. One BB. The ace high board.
Inconsequential deuce on the turn. We're going to see a bet or a check, do you think?
I feel like check, yeah, I feel like check. It's 2 street hand. Just try and extract from a 9. Check back. Get the value on the river.
And Tony goes for the block. Gets a call, and both are going to chop it up.
Lovely fist bump.
Spud as well. It's a high morale, isn't it? So Danilo, the Brazilian, with the arms crossed, but certainly a great spot for him. Chip leading the feature table. All of the updates over on poker.pro, by the way, our official media partner this week at the London leg of the Party Poker Tour, getting things kicked off in 2025 with a strong start, under 500 runners in the main, over £100,000 collected in the mini main as well. A nice payday of just under 18k for the winner in that one. So, good signs.
I will not be man of straw, unfortunately.
Should be Picasso, I think.
It clashes with another event I got, and that event plays precedent, so I won't be with Picasso in the booth, unfortunately. There'll be someone else.
Jack Hardcastle in the chat. How you doing, sir? We like to party. We certainly do. Although maybe Matty Ice less so right now. He's had a tough time of it over this level. Taken a bit of a beating, but still in there swinging with the Queen Jack on the button, sending the troops into battle for 11 bigs. Payouts coming on the bottom of the screen for you there, Ian. Hussein, King 9.
I doubt we're going to see him call the
yeah.
King 9 here. Been fairly solid.
Maybe a couple of pips out. King Jack probably finds a call, but even so, in this situation, he did have double, I guess, Matty's stack. That's probably where I draw the line.
Tony.
Big Tone on the button with the 9 deuce. We saw him go for a frisky one with the 10 deuce earlier, didn't we? Just mixing it up for a custom 2.55x open. This time a little bit more in line with the 9 deuce. Hussein limping in with the Queen 10, and it's over to Danilo. We know he likes to get frisky.
Interesting one at 32 here with the pocket sevens, blind on blind, big hand in a blind on blind confrontation. I like raise is a good place to start. And a snap call from Hussein with the Queen 10.
Would get a little bit dicey versus a player like Hussein if we did see a limp jam, but doesn't have to cross that bridge, and a lovely flop for Danilo with the overpair. Going to be looking to seek some value, deny some equity. Kind of multifaceted C-bet strategy, and gets the job done.
How are you anyway, Jack? Recovered from Ireland? Didn't see him much at the tables in Ireland, to be fair. He was in the crack den, they called it.
Oh, yeah.
There's a bit of commotion going on, let's say. Most nights.
Most nights.
That's what he says. No one goes for Ireland to make profit. You go there to have a good time.
To drink Guinness. The please don't barrel off limp snap call. Yeah, it's kind of a defensive play. Just I'm calling. Jack 6 for Matty Ice, hits the muck. Tony following suit with the King 4. Over to Hussein once again.
We got the 7 deuce, but it's the wrong player. We needed Getnet to find this on the final at some point for some free cocktails. But Hussein going to open it nonetheless on the button. 11 left, but he's playing the 7 deuce game.
He's got to windmill it for the fans, right? He's even made it a sizing where Fabio's going to be internally eye-rolling with the Jack 7 suited. He does find a call. I don't think he's going to be thrilled, put it that way. And Hussein now, little Ushka kind of look there as he does see
just thinking, why have I done this? Why didn't I just fold the button? Now I've got to go post.
And he's flopped a 7 as well. Gut shot and bottom pair with a backdoor flush draw for Fabio. So a piece for both players. Hussein instantly firing. I'm not sure even if he knows what sizing he's bet. Just chips finding a way into the middle quite quickly.
Let's find a small size though, 165 into 690. So between 20% and quarter.
Fabio happy to see that small size. Comes along, gets a good price to try and fill that gut shot.
Deuce of clubs turns fun.
Yeah, that would be the spice.
Oh! Forget the deuce of clubs. How about the K7?
The turn of justice in some ways. The 7 deuce. Hussein now can't believe his eyes as he does improve to trips, and now it's going to be Fabio with the lead. And the classic adage with some of my friends is that when people lead, they never have it in these spots, whereas Fabio, he has got it. He's got turned trips and is going to lead for the small sizing into Hussein, who does come along for a very quick call. And we're looking at a stack to pot ratio of about 0.5, and it's the jack on the river just to top it off for Mr. Sperling. German regular, plays a lot on party poker and has been playing really nicely so far and picking up a full house just when he needed it the most. Although, do you think Hussein ever? Nah, there's just no way, right?
He's the type of player that could. Believe me, we saw some big laydowns from him yesterday. Yes, they were pre-flop, I believe, but even still,
yeah,
I think he'll recognise that his hand essentially a bluff catch-up. Maybe we chop with like 6-7 and stuff like that.
Yeah, 6-4, 6-3 suited is probably not going to peel versus the rather large pre-flop sizing.
This is the other
so
thing.
is it, where are the bluffs coming from here? You really have to be firing off some kind of like queen 5, queen 6.
Yeah, but we like it's queen 6, queen 5 just folds flop probably. Actually, maybe not against that tiny size. It was 20%, like 22%. It's an interesting choice of size. Not all in sizing. Maybe just wants to cry and call from the overpairs. Maybe a bit of exploit here going from Fabio, thinking that Hussein
throws all of the time bank cards in there. Just do not bother me with the clock. Need some time. 30 seconds apiece. Looks like he's still got a few in the bank, so might be going deep into the tank here. Fabio does get the action he was looking for with the custom sort of non-all-in sizing there, just looking to not dissuade his opponent from making the call.
Shows
7 deuce.
7. Fabio probably thinks he got lucky when Hussein showing the 7 on the river. He's like, oh my word, I got there with the jack. This guy's never opened in 7-4, 7-3, 7 deuce. I've got there.
Wow. What a turn of events. Hussein, a plucky 2.7x open there with the 7 deuce on the button, and unfortunately it comes steaming back into his face with that run out. The punishment indeed.
Going to be a final hand for us of the session. Even the TD sporting the party poker colours on the final day today.
Look at this.
The old orange shirt, old Frankie. Ace King for Tony.
So no action so far for Big Tone with the Ace King. Again, going for the size up. 2.75x. It's Fabio out the way, and Matt instantly folding the Ace 9.
But we have one more hand to show you from the outer table before we head on break, guys. So it's all in pre. 7 bigs here. All in with the Ace Jack. Running to the Kings of Chris Barnes. It's Amandas with the Ace Jack. So Amandas going to need to see an ace.
Running diamonds. No. Ace and an ace only to stay alive at the business end of proceedings in the 500 main event. And there is another elimination just before the break.
Amandas already up 11th place for £2,860. 15-minute break from us, guys. We will be back at just after 25 to 8. So we'll see you in 15 minutes time.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
Andiamo, non capo, quando avlappa, signore. Grazie, bello. Bello from Bologna. All I need is one avlappa. Be my hero.
And we are back, guys. Another session will be the session, well, it should be the session we get to the final table. Just need to lose one more player. Rotated the players, and it could be cocktail time soon because Getnet finally makes his appearance on the feature on the final day. He is in seat 1, Will Kassouf in 2, Chris Barnes in 3, Rahil Bhatti in 7, and Dooley is in the 8 seat. So coming back 120k, mine's going up thick and fast. I'm going to start shallowing out these stacks. And in 20 minutes time, guys, we do have the final of the tour path starting. To get yourself into one of our live events for the Party Poker Tour. They occur every Sunday, so if you can't play tonight, it's 8 PM every Sunday and 10 seats guaranteed this evening. And don't forget, you can get in that for cheap. Starts at a free roll. You go through the rounds, and then if you've reached round 4 for 25 quid and you're lucky enough to get through that phase, you will win yourself a ticket to the final and get yourself here playing live, potentially on stream. Package worth £1,000, £500 for the main event seat, and £500 in expenses. And it's a real good way for like the people that maybe can't afford the bigger buy-in to work their way through the steps and get into these for cheap. For Dooley in the calf. I think this is just a bit of a slow things down. If the outer table's playing slightly more hands, it's better for us. Try and get to the full ring again.
Yeah, average stack of 20 big blinds, so his current stack of just over 15 bigs. Highly valuable in this situation, but not incentivized, as Jay mentioned, to play hands quickly.
So getting it on the button, Queen Jack. Nice one to open. King 8 suited here for Will in the small blind. Starts the hand with around 13 bigs.
Does he want to play a big pot or a small pot? He's got himself on the... I've just seen his t-shirt. What a character.
Any t-shirts with your face on that you own?
I hope not.
Yeah, it says 9 high like a boss on the back as well.
Does it?
I saw it earlier,
The full sell.
The full sell, yeah.
He's going to be in the parking lot of the WSOP slinging those, is he?
He was actually telling me earlier they go like hotcakes when he's over in the States.
Oh, he sells them?
Yeah, he said that everyone wants them overseas.
Goes out with 4 suitcases full of merch.
Just got such a big following over there in the States, all to do with that WSOP run. What, 9 years ago now that was.
What's that site where you can request a personalised video from people? Surely you do well on that.
I don't actually know. Personalised video?
Yeah, it's basically, I can't remember, a Patreon? So basically there are some, celebrities of A to Z on there. And you can basically pay them for a personalised video to say whatever you want to say, so people do it as a stitch-up usually for birthdays and stuff like that. And I could just picture him sat in his front room just being like, 9 high like a boss.
Big pot, small pot.
Yeah, exactly.
One out the door.
Might as well if you get paid for it. The Americans would lap it up. How much does GetNet have in earnings? I think it was about 250,000. You can have a look. And we had Sam, one of the Aspers ambassadors, talking about GetNet. And GetNet, I believe, was second on the Aspers all-time most cashes list. Could be wrong, actually. Might be third, but he's in the top 3 spots.
Yeah, and if you look down his Hendon mob, almost every cash, I'm trying to find one that hasn't, there we go, one coming Nottingham, but almost every other cash here at Aspers, so must play here a fair amount.
Grinding it out. I believe it was Gary Miller was the top spot on the Aspers list.
It was 2018 where GetNet come second in an 888 WPT in London for £79,000.
To Gary Miller, I think. Gary won that one. So a big Aspers 1-2 back at the WPT.
Yeah, Will here, pocket 7s on the button. You've got to remember Dooley's under the gun is effective hijack, so as Will here, could have been a potential take.
Oh, and Raheel, just when he needed it. Picks up big slick. And this is the reason why you saw the min raise from Dooley. Just allows himself the opportunity to get away. Still 4 uncapped ranges opening into that. Hope he has his pockets zipped up. What are you saying about East London? None of that around here. And Raheel is going to be just waiting to put the chips in. Might leave a big blind behind or something, just in case there's any kind of outer table action. Just does instead elect to push it all in.
A frustrating one for Dooley. Like to see through with this hand, but just going to have to let it go.
And is Will going to find a double cold call? Cold call the open and then call it off.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for Will. Much prefer to be the aggressor shoving over Dooley in the first place. Is Raheel incentivised to squeeze jam slightly wider with the what you would perceive as a dead flat from Will here. Doubt he's ever going to have any traps at this stage. There's the fold from Dooley. Well, we're going to find out. What does Mr. Kassouf have in mind here with the pocket sevens? We think Will here is going to take some stuff like 6s, 5s, 4s, ace 5 suited, some stuff that we can potentially dominate. Or is Will just hoping to see a flip situation? Let's go with fold. Big pick up for Raheel there. Near 30% stack increase just getting that jam through.
Yeah, and shows Will the fact that he would have been flipping with the sevens.
And you get there as well. Already done the off once, sometimes left again. If I jam, you still fall. I like that. Only because he's super short. Only he's super short. That's one. ICM, ice cream management. I manage all the ice cream. I'm still with you. I think. I have to flake out all the ice creams. ICM. He's super short. Like 5 pinks. If he wasn't super short, I would have 3-bet jam stuck in your eye. Dooley folds. What do you do with ace king though? That's so I got you covered. You pull. That's what I mean. That's a tough one.
So 10 remaining, looking for one more elimination to get down to the final table of 9. And lots of short stacks in the mix as the structure has caught up with us somewhat. Average stack of 20 big blinds now. Not seen a real flurry of eliminations over the past few levels. It's been quite static.
My 3-bet stick in your eye, you're balling. Right? Be honest.
Will with the 10-3 just winding down the clock a little bit, hoping for some bust out potential on the outer table.
Get it quietly, get it quietly. Dust it off quietly as well.
Ace queen for Chris on the button here. Starts the hand at 20, so nice one to just make 2 bigs. Would be raising to call a jam from either of the blinds if they were to set us in.
Goes with open jam.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where I feel like 10 left, final table bubble, not really wanting to play a pot perhaps and go post flops, so just trying to take that away perhaps, Chris, but much better in this given scenario. Just to make it 2 bigs, induce some free bets light from the blinds, induce some free bet shoves light from the blinds. And like here, for example, Dooley just defends Queen 9 suited for 2 big blinds. We keep a hand in that's going to have 3 outs, but now we're just going to lose this hand here.
Yeah, a bit heavy-handed with the ace-queen. Spot where you could have picked up some chips in many ways. Getting the reshove, getting the defend from the big blind, as Jay mentioned, and instead going to take it down, which is a nice pickup, of course, 2.5 bigs at this stage. Looks like we got some outer table action, though. Couple of interested bystanders there. We can sweat it through the phone of this guy.
How good's your eyesight?
Not that good.
I'm not meant to be stopping, guys.
I didn't realise it had like a boss on it. Oh no.
It's just, it's almost too much. That certainly is, Mr. Wilkersoof. 10 left here at the main event.
Yeah, just once again slowing things down, wanting the outer to play slightly more hands.
And for those of you joining us, big numbers across the streaming platforms, welcome to one and all. We do have the payouts tickering across the bottom of the screen for you. 38,408 for the winner.
Oh. Bankety bank with the 7-4 off under the gun. Not sure if there's replenishment at the final table. It doesn't look like Will has a hell of a lot of time banks in front of him to just burn one there from gun specifically. Not even a situation where we're trying to make the blinds go up on a specific stack. Interesting one. Now he's telling Chris to use his time banks. Is it?
Dooley. Gonna find a nice spot to jam here.
Yeah. 11 BBs. Gonna get it through getting out. I would have loved to have seen 7 deuce there for getting out to see if he was gonna
calls it off, fully commits.
Yeah, to his statement to me this morning. Getting it, Cass up. Chip leading the table with 4 milli.
A legend of the local scene here at Aspers. As once again, some of the feature table players having a little look at the outer table to see if there are any developments. Doesn't look like anything's occurring too much.
Obviously against him. My man is tackling me. Let's go, baby. Come on, you know. Bro, there's more. I'm so sorry. Talk to myself.
Hill and the cut off king 4 off. Not really much we can do here, but just compliance act. This all caught on. Will started doing it, and now everyone feels like they've got to take 10-15 seconds over every decision now.
The ripple effect in full force. Dooley though picking up some nice candidates. Ace-6 last time, Ace-Queen. I think you might see him go for the min raise.
Yeah, even here with this hand.
or maybe a little added, maybe a 2.2x into Will. He just go with shove. It's getting out of the way with the Jack 4, and Will has the 7-5 off. Not going to be seeing a call.
Yeah, so I think one maybe Dooley can go for raise call at 14. Like if we are shoving ace queen for 14, like we can't really just open like our ace deuce off, ace 3 off, ace 4 off, because it just creates too much of what's called a raise fold gap. And then if our opponents know that we're shoving just basically everything other than aces, kings, queens, when we just min raise the button, they just get to pound on us with any ace, any king in the blinds, knowing that we can only have a few select combos that can call off. So Will's never calling, we know that. Dooley going to get the jam through.
This time, believe it. Yeah, this time you have it. This time you have it.
I had it last time I showed him.
You didn't show me when you raised last time.
No, I did. I actually showed him. This is so annoying. You're going to keep on freaking moaning the whole freaking 2 hours.
Rahil Bhatti, 77,000 in live earnings. To answer your question, man, a straw. $33,000 biggest cash, which was here at Asper's last July at the Summer Poker Festival, where he comes second in the main event for £26,250. Seems like a full board and a lot of chips are out there on the outer table. Jack 7 off for Will, just the 8 BBs now. Whatever he does, George, he's not going to do it quickly, I can tell you that.
That's a guarantee. I'd be quite tempted to shove here, but it's...
Like Jack 9.
Yeah, that's clear, isn't it? It's like Jack 8 is fair, and then Jack 7, it's where it gets a little bit murky. Always taking the suited, but does elect with fold.
Why are you telling everyone to do it? Why?
How about that? Beat it.
Queen 10 for getting it.
Not the 7 deuce we were hoping for. Getting a bit thirsty here in the booth, but nevertheless, nice hand to open.
Can you imagine if he gets to the final and he's like rolls it in just a huge pot with 7 deuce for us?
And gets it through on the river.
Pocket 8
Oh,
here.
praying for that.
Didn't take the 7s for 13. He has to take
surely
the pocket 8s for 8.5 here against the cut-off open. There is the all-in.
Chris with the 10-9, gonna take some time. Of course, once again, waiting for the action on the outer table as well.
Out the way. I'd be surprised if we saw a call here from GetNet. We are getting that magical 2-to-1 price on the nose, but even still, chips so valuable at this stage of a tournament. The other thing, little additive, doubling up player on art, direct left, never a good thing. Giving them more chips to play with, and potentially more aggressive actions can be taken against our opens.
Let's find its way into the muck. Nice pick up there for Will Kassouf, up to around about 13 bigs.
Act weak when you're strong, act strong when you're weak. Listen.
So he went from begging his
Act strong when you're weak, and act weak when you're strong.
as soon as he folded,
It's hard. Are you on tilt? Are you tilted?
Average stack has thinned out a little bit here. 31 bigs, current table chip lead for GetNet.
I swear the table tilted. I've never seen it on my life. The table tilting that way. Right, the table looks Dealer, can we balance the table, please? Can we get a doctor? We just need to balance the table. It's tilting this time. I swear it's tilting. PK, come on, look, the table's tilting like that. It has to be balanced. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're steaming. You must see you just retarded.
Let's 5 off here. I doubt he's going to take it.
You weren't even in the hand, man. Not a very big hand. Whatever you do, don't double me up. Whatever you don't double me up.
Well, Jack 10 suited here, one of the clean ones we really like from late position, 13 bigs. Just fold out like the Queen Jack off, the King 10 off, the King Jack off. A lot of stuff that dominates us, and when we do run into like the Ace King, the Ace Queen, that's healthy, just shy of 40%. One of the cleaner jams we're going to have as Will goes for the open.
Honestly, I'd rather fold than min raise, I think, but
just we like min raise.
He's gone for the 2.5x.
What, 2.5x to fold off of?
Not with Jack 10 suited. Yeah, you just have to call it off. I think
this is the problem, right? We'll see what happens. There's still may work out for Will.
He gets rid of Rahil with the 8-4, and it's over to Dooley. And he's got a pair of spanners. Well, 5-3 suited, obviously in a decent hand, but not versus this kind of 2.5x off of the short stack. I think versus min raise he might have defended, and it's just a question of price now, slightly less incentivized to call, and Will showing a lot of strength here with this slight size up. Evening, Mike. Mikey, how you doing?
How we doing, Mike? So an orthodox open there from Will, but does work out for him.
We're heads up, we can do it. You can't tell me to shut up all the time. Come on.
Just think. You're not letting us think. We're on the FT bubble. It's actually getting annoying.
It's one hand, man. Relax. You're going on tilt when I was in a hand with getting it. You weren't even in a hand. You're not even in a hand. Keep your hair on, man. Say what? Fan back up on the street. What fans?
And 8 o'clock, guys, so good luck to those if you are playing in the Tour Path final this evening. 8 PM start, 10 seats guaranteed on that tonight, and if you're lucky enough to win one of those seats, you will be here playing a Party Poker Tour live event. Potentially get yourself on stream, potentially be sat next to Will Kassouf. Jack 7 off for Will. Just going to slow things down once again.
He's done some reasonable work. Want to back a few chips, solidifying his position. About 16 big blinds in his arsenal right now.
queen for Rahil. Nice clean one. Just shy of 13 bigs on the button. Having a look at what is occurring on the outer table before he makes his decision. And we do have an all-in and a call.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. King Queen just open folding the button there?
Well,
that's why, I guess. He's kind of a bit more interested in what's going on over there, but it's such a strong hand.
So we're going to go over live, guys, and see what's happening. And it's Matt Staples all in and at risk here with the pocket queens against Hussein.
Now, when you do the walk of shame, you always
Hussein in the membrane.
Can that fade the 2 outer? It's a great start. No runners available.
Wrong start for Matty Ice. Looking to fade the 9 and the 9 only to double up. Beautiful 3 of hearts on the river. Matt Staples getting it done once again, and a bit of confusion here, but we believe that Hussein has a couple of chips behind.
Hussein's going to be left short. Matt Staples was the all-in and at risk player.
So big movement in the right direction for Matty Ice, who had a bit of a tough time of it in the last level, level 27, where he came in with one of the table chip leads on the previous feature table and lost a couple of quite significant pots. Nice to see him back in the right direction, and very much a favourite now to make the final table of 9. One more elimination to go.
And now Rahil's thinking, sitting there going, why don't I jam my king queen on the button there and potentially pick up 2.5 bigs?
Oh yeah, I mean that is a really bad miss, I think. Just need to, even if there's a 4-way all-in on the other table, it's just chips out there waiting to be taken.
Yeah, release 3 hearts here for Dooley. Going to be less inclined to take a reshove facing gun specifically. Although gun in a 5-handed situation, as we mentioned, is effective hijack, so it's not like a full ring under the gun opening range, but even still, the ace-3 in the muck from Dooley.
Getting that king 3 off, finds the muck, and Will with pocket 10s. Big hand, and likely to be seeing a big pot for Mr. Kasuf.
So with his big blind as well, going to be shoving for 14 effective here. And the king jack of hearts, so Chris is going to hate to see it.
He defends. What's going on? We're seeing some awfully tight play here at the feature table. Just the byproduct of being 10 left. Everyone's kind of caged themselves up a little bit.
And now the king jack just gets to realise almost.
This is a disaster. Wow, unless you flop top set, maybe he's got a glitch in the matrix.
He just knows.
How does he know? And he's probably, well, maybe not gets a C-bet actually on this type of board.
The man just knows.
He just has the answers. Check, check. Is he going to see a king or a jack on the turn to maybe start to seek some value? He doesn't, but he does have a full house, so he'll be pretty happy with that.
Chris, at this stack depth, like, feel like overpairs are happy to just go bet flop, get it in on turn. So looks a lot like ace high king here, king high here. So is Will going to go for the second check, try it, and let Chris snag one of these potential overcards that it looks like he has.
Yeah, I like this. I like the second check from Will, just allowing, as Jay said, to give your opponent the chance to river a strong hand, and then seek the value from that. Maybe even facing a delayed C-bet. 4 of clubs on the river, and the game's up now for Will. Just got to try and seek something. Sizing-wise, our opponent's hand is so weak. Yeah, we could just kind of custom and...
I feel like Will go big here, because like a lot of the times in these spots when you've got such a strong hand, sometimes you're like, oh, need to make up for some missed value, I'm going to pot it or something like that. But
True.
Look at your opponent's range and what it looks like they got, and it's been checked to the river here. Like the best hand our opponent can probably have is pocket 9s. So there we are. Does go for a 2/3 pot sizing from Will. Thought he might get a bit greedier, but I feel like smaller better here. Really try and eke some heroes from some ace high holdings. But the king jack not going to be one of these hands that gets the hero call river.
Time bank used for Chris. Interesting. Does muck it well with the absolute goods and giving it the customary table chat.
How balanced do we think Will is in these spots when he's talking on rivers? Is it more weighted, do you think, towards value, or do you think he's actually fairly balanced?
Yeah, JJ's a wily player. He picks up on these types of things very well. I usually tend to just try and block it out if someone's talking too much and not really think about it too deeply. But JJ did say that he feels that when you get the more incessant chat, there are some kind of body language cues as well that he didn't go into. But he said that he feels like he's got the stone read on him. So who knows whether that's the case. Balanced in the sense of talking a lot, yes, but it's what he's saying, and he can be extremely honest in when he's talking about his own hand as well. Like there was a couple of spots in the WSOP as well as earlier on this week. There was one spot in the main where he said, "Oh, it's a bit too much for a gut shot," and then the gut shot fills on the river. He donk jams, gets called, and did indeed have the gut shot. So sometimes he, from speaking so much, he can allow some of the information to come across.
So over to our man getting it on the button. Going to open the ace jack. Eight deuce out the way for Will and a fold, and we are heading over to the outer table, guys. We do have an all-in and call. We saw Hussein left short after losing to Matt Staples. And he's
running into it again. With the king 10 into the ace 10 into the king queen. Sorry. Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
king 10,
I think king 10 is Danilo.
Oh, king on the river.
And it is a king on the end. So, yeah, Hussein had the ace 10 all in at risk. And it was king 10 for Danilo. Finds the 3 out on the river. Did pick up the gut shot on the turn. But the Brazilian stacking those chips. And that is going to be it, guys. We are down to the final 9 players. We will be back in 15 minutes' time, 25 past 8, with the final table coverage. We will see you shortly.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade.
We are back, guys, set and ready for the final table here. We have reached 9 players. Quick rundown of who we are going to have. They are the stacks there. I don't actually think they've come up in seat order because I've got a different list here.
It looks like getting it's in seat 2 as well.
Let's click the stack, see if it changes anything. There we are. So there's the stacks. I'll quickly run you through the seat draw and the players. Matt Staples going to be in 1, Getnet Casa in 2, Danilo Sato in 3, Dooley in 4, Chris Barnes in 5, Tony Palingris in 6, Fabio Sperling in 7, Rahil Bhatti in 8, and Will Kassouf completing the lineup in the 9 seat. And there are the stack sizes, guys. So a lot of the field under 20 bigs, only 3 players north of 20. And off we go. So Fabio comes in second in chips here, 4s +1, straight into the muckful ring. Will should be doing the same here with the deuces. A real garbage holding on the final. Better to open like an ace deuce off, although not one we should be opening.
Looks interested.
Wow.
Wide open here from Will.
Right there, when we have just reached the final, a lot of ICM there, 9 players left. Our stack worth a decent amount of equity, and like the idea with our opens, we want to be removal based, block some ace-x and king-x. The problem with deuce is we just block all the folds, the deuce 8, the deuce 7, the deuce 9, the deuce 10, so blocking the hands that are going to be the snap folds and not blocking any of the potential reshoves or free bets.
Yeah, I'm folding like 6s here, to be honest. It's just not really a spot where these low pairs come into having much value on a final table, especially 9-handed as well. Lots of players to get through, and yeah, just not having the removal effects that we're hoping for. Payouts, please. We can add those along the bottom of the screen now.
You can also just click here now that we are at the final. And there we go. Just for a better visual for everyone. See all the prizes that are left to play for. Interesting open from Will, but he's got his own game.
Certainly does. Beats the sound of his own drum. We saw him peeling a 3-bet after opening 9-6 off under the gun versus Ben Miller. Check raising the flop with bottom pair, getting the job done towards the business end of day 2 yesterday. And also splashing around a little bit in the cash game as well on Friday night in the 2-5 streets.
Yeah, I don't know what he was like when you was with JJ, but when me and JJ done the last hour, he was any 9x, I think it was.
Yeah, just looking for the 9 high.
Yeah, literally.
The added equity of being able to reel off another one of the catchphrases.
We created a new one earlier, we heard, didn't we? 8 high like a schmuck, was it? That come out with earlier.
I enjoyed that, to be fair.
Danilo with the chip lead here. Going to be a nice, clean open King 9 suited. Nines for Dooley on the button, and against chip leader this is going to be a fist pump jam. Danilo going to open any ace X here, some all suited King X, some suited Queen X with the chip lead. So we're just going to pick up these 2 big blinds and ante so often here as Dooley.
Such a beautiful spot versus the late position chip leader open. Absolutely clear as day with the 2 9s, and Tony comes in an awkward spot here with the ace 10. He is going to be ahead of some of the jams from Dooley, but just not really incentivized to come in cold.
You also got that collision effect when Danilo does have a hand and potential Dooley to bust, us to ladder. Here's the fold from the Brazilian. Hill out of the way from gun with Jack 7 off. We're going to take 5 seconds before letting the Queen 9 of diamonds go from +1. These 3 of hearts for Getnet from middle position. Coming in 3rd in chip, so potentially can open this one. I'd love to just pick up blinds and ante. Bad seat draw for us as Getnet.
Yeah, not ideal. The big stack of Danilo on his direct left, certainly a capable player as well. But we'll be happy to find opens if and when they come. Ace 3, certainly a good candidate. Dooley out the way, over to Chris on the button. Haven't seen an awful lot from him. Running a 17% VPIP so far. Been pretty in line, but has, to be fair to him, been just manoeuvring his way to the final table.
We had that spot with the ace queen just before we got here, went for the open rip, 20 bigs on the button.
Yeah.
And maybe that was just a function of wanting to reach the FT, not wanting some dicey spots down the streets. Queen Jack suited for Getnet. nice combo to open. Is it bad that I'm rooting for the man to get 7 deuce and potentially torch off £1,000 of equity to try and get a cocktail from him?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like every time it's on him, I'm like 7 deuce, 7 deuce.
Please.
Danilo here should just be a call here. Like, yes, we do cover, but we only actually cover by 5 or 6 big blinds. But he's still going to take the aggressive route here with the pocket nines. I feel like it is one that potentially is going to be playing a lot of calls against second and chip specifically. Maybe thinking that he does get to apply the pressure, but not too big a gap in terms of stacks, just separated by 6 bigs. Getting it and Danilo. Makes it 600k. Real annoying situation now for getting it. Beautiful hand, great playability, but we're out of position to the only man at the table that can bust us at the moment.
Yeah, not ideal. Not going to be wanting to play too many flats out of position, facing 3 bets on a final table, and he is, unfortunately for him, well, fortunately in this sense that he's up against a hand that he's got really good equity against, but in the grand scheme of things, not something that we want to do too often.
Really nice looking flop for Danilo here. Like, getting it, never going to have deuces or 3s, so only 8s is the way, but he should still have potentially some 10s, jack stuff that can't 4-bet this scenario, second versus first in chips. Still should be happy to just clear out some equity on the 8 high board, a hand like king queen suited, king jack suited. Even the queen jack of spades with the backdoor flush draw of getting it on this occasion, and it is a quick fold from getting it, and now Danilo putting a bit of leeway between him and the rest of the field. 17 bigs now separating him and Fabio.
Nice work from Danilo, adding to that chip lead. So a big bunch of medium to short stacks on the final 9 remaining in the main event. And it's been relatively cagey from a lot of the short stacks. Seeing some missed shoves, seeing some hands that could have induced or gone for the min raise, just open jamming. So definitely a lot of pressure on these guys, and especially 3 days into play. A long day yesterday, where they were playing for a good 12 hours or so. Maybe a bit less than that actually. Was it 8 or 9?
Yeah, we started at 4, didn't we? Slightly later start for us. And to be fair, just looking at the Hendons, George, for a lot of these players, it is a really big spot for them in terms of what their biggest live score is and their total live earnings in the live scene. Obviously, we know Mr. Kassouf with millions in live earnings, Dooley, around for years, running deep. Matt, not as much live earnings as you think, because playing a lot online these days. Been impressed with him over the last couple of days on stream.
I'm surprised because Canada has a really good live scene. So many big tournaments, circuit events, things like that running there. So I'm surprised. He did have a couple of results in, well, I think 1 actually in Canada.
Yeah, and even most of his mob, as you call it, a lot of those caches are from WSOP online, which go on there.
So Fabio with the open, going to face resistance from Raheel here. Just going to send it in with the queens and the small blind. And 7-3 for Will, hitting the muck. So back over to Fabio. Is he going to go for the raise call here with the ace-9 facing 11 big blind jam.
It's really gross. Like ace
Really
10,
gross.
ace 10 definitely raise calls, right? Like just
Yeah.
sub 11s, button versus smalls at ace 9. Like I feel like it's a call. I actually feel like it's a call here from Fabio. I know I can see the queens of Rahil, but I feel like if we couldn't see his whole cards here, I would be saying this hand probably has to call. And then you ask yourself the situation again. The ICM is there. The stacks are just so congested here. Even we're up against a king queen, we only win 60% of the time. So maybe there's that factor. But Rahil's range going to contain some ace X that we dominate a fair amount. Should shovel this ace deuce through ace 8 suited. And Fabio, been around the streets for a long time at the felt. Feels like it is in there as a call. And I can't fault him.
Yeah, you could see that he was potentially thinking of a way, or an escape route, I should say. If he was watching the feature table stream on the break, he might have seen Rahil pass up the king queen on the button when there was out of table action. However, instead, does make the call and at least has a backdoor flush draw alongside the ace. Not anymore. Jack on the river seals the deal for Rahil.
Nice double, good one to win at the start of an FT. Propels him north of 20 bigs now and just gives him that little bit of cushion. Can just sit back a bit now, don't have to really get involved too much. Can wait to see what happens with the shorter stacks. Potential ladders there. Blinds now up, George, 160k BB. And that is really going to change things because I feel like a few stacks are actually going to drop below 10 now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's starting to whittle out a lot of these guys that have been patient and maybe in some ways too patient. As Michelle was talking about earlier, very much an advocate Michelle was for, you know, taking the thinner spots in the final two table situations just to make sure that you have equity to win the tournament. A lot of these guys now kind of floating around with between 8 and 10 big blinds are going to have to get really lucky to get a podium finish at the main event. And as you can see from the payouts in the top of the screen on the at the top there, sorry, 38.4 thousand at the top and currently guaranteed 3.6k, so just a mammoth jump.
Graphic not updated yet, guys, but this isn't a 2.5x open from Danilo. We are playing 60k 80k 160k. That graphic should update next hand, so just a normal 2x open from Danilo. Matt with the 4-3 off, just gonna have to dish it into the muck. And we are potentially at that territory with GetNet being on our direct right. When GetNet folds, Danilo's going to have some potential open shove spots now.
Yeah.
With 24 bigs being the effective stack after GetNet lets go of some of his hands. Mentioned earlier, watching Danilo approach this final day, seemed to know his way around the felt, was choosing some good sizes, some good combos. I wonder if we will see him play some open shoves to just apply maximum pressure with some certain combos. Something like a Jack 9 suited, an Ace 3 suited, after second and chips gets out the way. Fabio Ace Queen. Opening off at just north of 15. And I feel like this is the difference here. We said earlier, Fabio, terrific player. And seen a few players in a similar spot playing open jam here, but Fabio off of 15, choosing the two big blinds.
Gets the job done. Nice pickup once again for Mr. Sperling. Kind of in that second tier of stacks with Getnet and Raheel, second to fourth, with a little bit of breathing space upon the myriad of short stacks that are finding it out for these pay jumps coming thick and fast. Just a little glimpse of the payouts once again. Next jump is £800, so 1.6 buy-ins. Nothing to be sniffed at, and that's really why you're seeing some of the more tentative play and a lot of waiting going on. But look at this for Dooley. Pocket rockets under the gun.
Should just see 2 bigs here, not just because we got aces. I don't think we're going to get any shoves at this stack depth from gun specifically. 8 players to get through. Oh, Chris, ace jack of spades here.
Ooh la la.
Like the thing is here, like Dooley's opening range, like ace 10 off, ace jack off, like they're probably incentivized to fold here. So Dooley off of this particular stack depth, how the stacks are distributed, he should actually be really snug from gun. Like he's not going to take a king queen off, he's not going to take an ace 10 off, even ace jack off probably has to fold. So pocket 8s probably even have to fold. So it's a really interesting spot here now for Chris. If we are assessing what Dooley's range looks like, even the ace jack of spades not going to be faring too well versus it, and we still have 7 players behind us still to act.
Let's see what he arrives on. Unlikely to peel, and that does leave fold as an option.
Well figured out by Chris.
Nicely done. So Will has battled back well. We saw him lose a big pot on the outer table with 2 tables left to go down to 600k, back up to 2.2 million. And Dooley not going to get any action with the boots, unfortunate.
He wants to show them. He really wants to show them.
True pro. True pro. Slide them into the muck. Phil Ivey style.
I realised you were trying to count your stack, but be careful when you just declare numbers when it actions on you.
A bit of cagey start, not much post swap stuff as you expect. An FT with these stacks.
I think that was Alex Golder, wasn't it?
It was Alex Golder. I'm pretty sure it was.
Not seen him in a while. He used to play a lot at DTD, right?
Yes.
And played quite big stakes cash, I think, for a while.
Oh, Tony. What is he up to here from +1? Ace 7 off. Starts the hand with just over 1.2 million. So starting the hand at about 7 big blinds and wants to go for the raise here.
Naughty boy is Big Tone, going for the min raise.
Especially off a 7. Like these are really interesting spots because, like, let's imagine Tony had ace 10, ace jack, pocket 9s, pocket 10s, ace king even. Like he's probably just always jamming these hands for 7. So once he goes for this not all in size in 2 bigs off of just north of 7 bigs, he's super polar to basically aces, kings, even queens probably just shove off a 7. Like picking up the 2.5 bigs is just massive at this stage. So therefore, when Tony only really has aces, maybe kings for his value, he's going to have a lot of just ace-x steals. And the problem with this is people are aware of this, that you're going to shove all your ace-king for ace-10, your pocket pairs, and you're only raising your aces, your kings, and your steals. Then they can just
click it back.
Yeah, with
really profitable.
Exactly. Spoke about it earlier with what's called a raise fold gap. It just becomes too big and too easy to play against if people know what you're up to. But once again, it's impeccable timing from Tony. He just seems to find the spot where his steals are getting through regardless of the holding he's woke up with.
I'm a big Tony fan. Seen a lot of heart from him today in the business end. What's his Hendon Mob looking like?
I had it up somewhere.
So once we're getting that up, just back to the action. Tony now with the King 10. Pretty much done his work for this orbit.
$366,000 in live earnings. Tony the Enigma.
Oh, he's got one. He's one of those guys with the nicknames on there as well.
The Enigma.
What a player. Love it.
$64,000 his biggest live cash. And his Hendon stems all the way back to 2007. So he's been playing nearly 20 years now.
One of my mates sent the Hendon Mob an email saying to put my nickname as the Duck Man. It never really came through, so still waiting on that one. GetNet opening it up with the suited ace. Getting after it.
Danilo could have got after it there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought he was the type of player, but he's...
Like, I feel like if I was sat there as Danilo, like, my strategy there would be I'd just shove suited ace-x, and, like, the offsuit, I'd just take everyone and every suited king and just make it, like, 4.5 BBs, and GetNet's just caged straight away with his entire range.
Yeah, and the brilliance of that is also you set up a dynamic. There's a psychological effect that comes into play as well, where you're kind of dissuading your opponent or making him well aware that, you know, he's not just going to be able to open as liberally as he'd like, just to kind of impose your presence. Certainly can give you much easier decisions going down the eliminations of the final table. Average stack of about 16 big blinds at the moment, as we're still yet to lose a player on the final table. Raheel finding a muck with the ace-4, fair enough. Suited might have been interested in a min raise. So Matty Ice folds as well. Another player sort of hovering around that 10 big blind mark, looking to wait for his spot.
It's tempting to open here as GetNet, but once again, like, the idea with chip leader on our direct left, and we're not really incentivized to play hands like this. Once again, better to open something removal based, the suited ace, just blocking some free bets of the player on our direct left.
He just doesn't care, does he? It's been a good part of his style and the reason why he's here with one of the biggest stacks at the table. And sometimes you do have to just fearlessly push the envelope until people fight back, and he's not seen any fight back from the chip leader so far.
It was great to watch yesterday. Had some really interesting spots and interesting lines, and come up to me this morning smiling. Said he watched it back. And here he is at the final. Tony, Queen Jack of Diamonds, defends from the big blind here.
Could definitely have shoved. Look at this for a flop. Two big holdings here. Tony, top pair open-ender, and GetNet with the 2 pair.
Yeah, this is always going in. I feel like the way Tony plays, George, just going to be a bet from GetNet. And he's going to shove from Tony.
There we go.
And there you go.
The instant all-in from the Enigma.
I'm going to see he's behind to the Jack 9 suited, but he does have a fair amount of outs here. King would do it, 8 would do it. We can find a queen, and we've also got the counterfeit there with the 10 ball.
Yeah, he'll be very happy. And getting snapped to see that he's got that much equity. So 30% once now for Big Tone, and it is the 9 filling up GetNet. And that will give him, I think, almost level in chips with Danilo now.
Good game, guys.
So, good run from Tony Palingarish. Does seem to have deep runs whenever he turns up here in Asper Stratford. Unfortunately, not over the line this time, but still takes home £3,620. Good for 9th place. And Anthony Charter says, which commentator wants the nickname added? Maybe he's got some links with Hendon Bomb.
He's got a man on the inside. Well, the Ducks have gone cold now, so I might give it a miss. Roland from the Hendon Mob ran the London Marathon today. Give him a high five when he went past JJ's place in Deptford. Good stuff. Do we know how he got on? I saw he's been posting a lot of Stravas and runs. Hopefully he gave it a good effort.
See if Raheel finds fold here. I really like fold from gun specifically 7s. I'd probably even fold 8s here in this spot as Raheel. 9s is whatever, we probably have to open, but he's going to choose to open the pocket 7s. But once again, if you've not looked at it, George, if you've not ran these ICM spots at final tables, you're unaware that just all these middle into small pairs get cut out of the opening range and they're meant to go into the muck.
Yeah, they're essentially worthless. Yeah, just no value really.
But I understand it, because without studying the spot and without looking at the spot, you just see a middling pair, you think it's a good hand, I got to open. But in reality, they want more ace-x, king-x heavy hands at this stage of the tournament. We are trying to get a steal through. An instant punishment from Danilo does have the goods.
Once again, the timing of this man has been impeccable, picking up big hands in big moments, and also another part of the run good is he's always had a hand that may give him the value. The slightly inferior holding Rahil here would do very well not to lose his head a little bit and, you know, think about, okay, chip leader 3-betting me, should I just send it in? He's going to be bluffing me a lot. We have seen Danilo actually be pretty in line for the most part. Running a 21% VPIP, and he's had the chip lead for many hours, so it's quite a low VPIP. Especially with loads of 5-handed play as well.
Just going to get out of the way as Rahil there. That potential spot to save 2 bigs, just going with the fold under the gun. Difficult to let go of a middling pair, but got the whole table to get through. Need some removal to these stronger hands behind us.
Well, he must be doing well if he's struggled and still done 3.5 hours. That is a super solid marathon time. Well played to Mr. Roland Boothby.
Got a lot of admiration for the people that
I can't do the marathon.
Can run 26 miles in one stint. That's unbelievable.
A half was my absolute limit, and I really just didn't really enjoy it, to be honest. It's just never ending. Doing another one of those would have been, yeah.
I'm struggling getting into work here because you've got to go up about 3 flights of stairs just to get to the bridge to cross over into the shopping centre. And I get to the top of them stairs and I'm puffing. So
getting our daily steps in, that's for sure. Yeah, it's not exactly a roll out of bed and into work type job, which is a good thing. Get to see some vibrancy out in Stratford. As I was walking home last night, there was a couple of antics going on.
Yeah, getting that King Jack of Hearts, another one that's nice to open. And if he continues going about his business, keeps winning these small pots, there will become a point where potentially he'll overtake Danilo. Get some action. Queen 9 of diamonds. Nice one to defend as Rahil.
Off to a flop, big one for both players again. Seeing a lot of connectivity on these flops.
Getting it here, board we are going to have a lot of bets on. Only player that can have ace, king, queens, jacks and tens, not part of Rahil's range, but definitely part of ours. Like small, going to work fine. Goes to 350, so just north of third, around 40%. Rahil with the top pair, up and down here. Expect to just see pull and take some turns.
He's already in a bit of a spot here. It's obviously top pair with an open ender and a backdoor flush draw, but you know, if he's facing multiple barrels here, he's going to be feeling sick as a pig.
Yeah, even still, getting this price, got to take one off
Of
here.
course.
Rahil.
Just anything but raise, really. Of course, he'll fold. Just likely wanting to find that middle button. Looks like he's counting his stack. Or has he shoved?
He's going for raise.
I think he's put in most of it. There's a big portion of his stack going in. He's put half his stack in here.
And getting there just says, I'm all in. And here we go.
What a move.
Rahil not going to be folding top pair and the up and down after putting that amount in. And we have a big old pot here, guys. There's 5 million in the middle. Getting it could be up to 7 million here if he can find an ace, a 9, or a jack.
This is a bit of an overplay from Raheel, but he's lucky to have 67%.
Yeah, it's worked out perfectly. He's found the one hand that
he's doing really well against. Needs to fade an ace or a 9. Queen is fine.
So now Raheel, the man with 5 million, found an avenue to get the lot here. It's a dicey old board facing an early position range that's just going to be all over this Queen Jack 10, but
could literally be dead there to the back door.
The top pair, the up and down. He said it's too good for me to be folding. I was happy to run it. Like, this is the thing, like, started the hand with what, like 18 bigs, and there's all these stacks still below. Like, if we just run into ace king there, it's just disastrous, isn't it? But
ace king, yeah, exactly. King 9 suited. Obviously, he's doing okay against 2 pairs and sets with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw, but still, like, wow, that could have gone so much worse. And fortunate to fade the outs, and does chip up. But yeah, exactly. Just looking at that leaderboard flash up with the chip counts, we'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Would have been a disaster to bust in 9th with that stack in that situation. And it's getting that, taking a big hit. Let's see if you're likely to see him kind of go back in the cage a little bit. He's been opening quite wide now, but you never know what you're going to get from getting it.
Hopefully 7 deuce. That's what I'm hoping we're going to get from getting it. What is it? 16 into...
Going out in a blaze of glory.
16 into 1,396, like just over 80 to 1. We got 80 to 1 shot for him to get dealt the old 7 deuce.
Fingers crossed. +1? No, the 4-3. Danilo with the 3 deuce following suit, and Dooley has a nice open candidate here, the King 10 suited. Wonder if he decides to min raise or go all in. He does go for the raise.
Yeah, it's a really strange one. I actually have no idea what avenue would be best here. And Chris with the ace-5 of spades here, facing this min raise. We're not going to get a better hand to do this as a 3-bet bluff. The prime combo.
I believe in you, Chris. He can find it. No. Lets it go. Lives to fight another day. It's off to the blinds. Raheel, the first one to surrender, and will. Can't get him out of the pot without at least a little bit of table talk with Jack 3. Just counting down the clock.
Oh, you're going to show this time? Because we can see on stream anyway. You show this time on phone?
Dooley not giving him anything to work with. Just staring at the middle of the table. Not engaging in any of the theatrics. Silently mucking the hand and picking up the chips. Nice little pickup for Dooley.
After shove next time. I want to make sure I get it in good. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. I get it in good. Oh, should be Jack guy. King Queen. King Queen. Must be nice.
Raheel conversing with the rail. Needs to make sure he's sat down, get dealt into this hand. And he's back.
I'm just having a look at Raheel's Hendon Mob. Made 5 final tables, and he's got 2 ninths, a third, and 2 seconds. So maybe one of these players that is sort of going for the win, or I'm out in 9th. It could be.
Certainly lines up with the Queen 9 play.
Potentially what he's thinking. Forget all this ICM nonsense. I'm going for the win.
So 9 off for Danilo. Does have the chip lead and is going to fold. Dooley also relinquishing the ace-8 over to Chris. Ace-7 this time.
Yeah, I'd fold here as Chris. Completely different spot as we just had. And he is going to take this one. Just so congested, the stacks at the moment, that just from folding. We're going to be making money. The collision effect behind, like even there, Fabio just aware, ace-9 off straight in the muck.
Yeah, this is brave from the ace-7.
Oh, and he's going to run into it.
See the bad news as Mr. Kassouf picks up the ace-queen in the small blind. Go Matty Ice. Hey, Jamie.
I feel like that hand, when you got a spot you can potentially take, and then the very next hand you take a spot, you just always seem to run into it. I feel like ace-5 suited would have been more viable than the ace-7 off here. But now running into the ace-queen of Will Kassouf.
Mackham is already asking for a 7 from heaven. Come on, the 7. So we are going to be seeing a confrontation here. Whoa, 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 whoa! How's he found a fold there, Jay? What is going on here, pal? Don't need the 7 when you get him to fold ace-queen in the small blind. He's absolutely bottled it there.
I love the jam. I think the jam's great. If ace-queen's folding for 9 bigs against our late position jam, I think it's terrific.
Oh!
What a jam. Get the ace-queen to fold. Turn the ace-7 into a bluff. Get that ace-queen out of there. Mr. Kassouf?
Wow. I'm speechless.
9 high like a boss.
Or ace high like a schmuck.
9 bigs like a wasp.
He's looking for the pay jumps. Cards wrong, surely. Well, we have seen a couple of big hero folds. There was a spot yesterday where Charles Norman had jammed 20 big blinds in the cutoff, and I think it was Big Tone that folded the ace-queen in the small blind. It was a few more chips, though.
We actually had one yesterday as well. There was a open when Rob was in there with me. King 4 off, peeled the small blind off of like 9 bigs and just open jam, jack, deuce, 3 rainbow. And
right.
I was like, the cards are probably wrong. They've not been wrong in like a year, but they're probably wrong. And then we got the cards on their backs, and it was the King 4 off. So Will definitely had ace queen there. You can tell he's still thinking about it. I think he was having a little chat with Chris, trying to get some information about what he had. But that was
the chat's going wild here. Hi Max, how you doing, mate? Ian, yeah, throwing.
So Matt Staples going to get the jam through with the ace-10.
Yeah, nice pickup for Matty Ice towards the bottom of the chips, but he's been omnipresent on the feature table most of the day, playing really solid. Had a couple of knockdowns, but survived and chipping back up with the push and take.
I'm so shocked. He just loves the controversy, the man. That's what it is. He probably knows that everyone watching is going to be like, what on earth is he doing? 9 big blinds, ace queen, hijack jam. We just let it go in the small, but
that was a painful one to watch.
To be fair, like with the ICM ace-10 off is probably one that maybe is like
yeah,
and then ace-jack off's like that growth one, but ace-queen's just going to be dominating way too many stuff.
Alan defending his friend, saying the right fold. In what world, sir? It's a high five, all your pals, cartwheel about and then jam. Right, 10-9 now for Will, after some controversy with the rather tight fold there with the ace-queen. And Matty Ice, king 6.
Got to go in the muck.
Yeah, 2 big stacks.
Getting it here. Like, the thing is getting it. Yes, we have 17 bigs here, but we are 3rd in chips, sir. We are 3 of 8. But GetNet,
oh wow,
is unfazed. Imagine if Danilo just wakes up with the goods in this spot.
Queen Jack suited. It's probably a little bit too much on the bone.
Yeah, against this, against 3rd in chips as well, who's supposed to not really want to tangle with us. I thought GetNet might play this in a more passive manner, but the man we saw yesterday, he is unfazed. He's got heart.
Heart of a lion.
Doesn't mind busting in 8th. If we run into it, we run into it.
Yeah, sad fold with the Queen Jack there. we do potentially dominate a couple of hands, maybe a Jack 10, a Queen 10, but you just can't really take that risk when it's going to be such a colossal shift. If he would have doubled up, getting it, then would have been the chip leader with 40, and then all of a sudden, not going to have as many opens. The future game looks a little bit bleak.
I understand the defence, Alan, and I understand he's your mate. He folded, so he's still in, but he could have been still in with double the stack that he's got at the moment. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Could have still been there and
would have had a 70-30.
It's just a real grim affair right now. Like everyone, bar the two, well, barred Danilo really, and Rahil after doubling, just caged up. Like if you can outlast 3 more opponents right now, you're going to make an extra 4 bag, which is good for 8 buy-ins. And if you look at all the shorter stacks, you've got 5 stacks below 20. If you can somehow outlast those 5 stacks, you're going to jump all the way from 4.4k up to 18.5k. So like, if you just sit there and let everyone else get it in, bust out, you can just essentially make £12,000. It all comes down to that, we're not making decisions to make chips anymore, we're making decisions to make money.
Jose with a bit of a shout saying that the dealer and Matty Ice look like doppelgangers. Let's see if we can get a better look at that. Not quite seeing the full the full face from the dealer, but certainly some similarities. Kerry Bear 92, thanks for joining, and welcome to one and all.
Really with 6s, once again, we only have 14 bigs here, 13, 14 bigs. But blind on blind against Danilo, I feel like he is just going to pound most of his hands here. Maybe we got to fade the traps. It's a pretty grim one. There it goes into the middle. 9-4 off, has to get out of there.
Gonna sort that out for you, Manus Draw. Let us know who you're rooting for if you are tuning in. We are at the final table with 38.4k up top. And 8 remaining players. Rahil in the +1 spot with the 9-8, not typically the type of hand that we're looking for on a final table.
Yeah, 2 bigs from Danilo. Well, we're probably like 80% here, maybe even higher, the way the stacks are. First in, when folded 2 on the button. Not going to take it as the chip lead up. And maybe while we've seen GetNet be a bit more active than what he's supposed to be, chip lead up, not getting after it as much as he probably should be in this given scenario. And now Dooley going to apply the pressure on Chris blind on blind when he covers. Seems good for 10.
Yeah, kind of sneakily a decent swing for Dooley there. Gets the first in shove from the small blind, would have folded to the button open of the chip leader. So these small little momentum shifts, always nice to pick up to 19 bigs.
Next 2 hands. Next 2 hands going in. 1 double off. Get the party started. Party started, party poker. Hashtag make poker fun again. Hashtag for the fans. Seat 9 high.
Well, it's got the chat talk in that fold.
Certainly a conversation point.
Only because I know you're going to buy me champagne in the break. It's fine. Any champagne you want.
I'm actually giving you credit because I talked to you during the break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because
It's nothing to do with you talking. I talked to you in the break.
respect for everyone too, because everyone, you know, we have decisions.
I was calming you down to make sure that got
Appreciate
till.
it. I appreciate it.
That's it. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'll give credit where it's due.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Dooley. Thank you. That's all good fun. All good banter. It's the final table, party poker. Next time.
Oh, here we go. Come on, get
Yes,
net.
get net.
Come on,
get
get net.
net.
He's
Yes.
doing it. He's doing it. 7 deuce for get net in the hijack. And if you don't know the story, this man come up to me this morning and he said if he gets the 7 deuce, he's going to win a pot and the cocktails are coming out and coming to the booth. But Danilo with a combo here.
Not going to 4-bet jam it, is he?
Just all in, Danilo. I'd be jamming here with the stacks situated how they are behind Rahil.
Looks like Danilo's going for the non-all-in, and we're going to see GetNet go for the hero jam.
Mad if he does.
I'm going to be out of my seat.
I'm going to be out of the booth, mate. I'm going to run out there and give him a massive hug.
Oh my God, he's thinking about it.
He's thinking, why did I say that to Jay this morning?
This guy is ice cold.
No way, getting it. Look at he looked at the camera, but he couldn't do it for us. Just a bit too much money at stake.
Would have worked as well.
Oh my word.
Wow, that was...
To be fair, getting it, the fact that you opened it for us when you're playing for this money, and you even contemplated continuing against the 3-bet. I love that, mate. The way he looked at the camera like, sorry to disappoint you boys, the cocktails are on hold.
That reminded me of like The Office, you know, when they do the little side eye to the camera. That was really cheeky. I really like this guy's energy. Just casually torching hundreds of pounds for a bit of fun. Why not?
Oh, imagine if you just find it though. He's just went, I'm all in. The people's champion.
Absolutely.
Queen 3 suited here for Will. Out the way. He's for Danilo. Should be opening here. Any ace. As the chip lead up. Obviously Rahil in the big blind now, so not going to have any open shoves when I believe Rahil still has about 30. There may be some nuances in there, like a Jack-9 suited, something like that, I'm not sure. That makes it 320. Fabio ace-8 off. We've seen already Fabio understanding the job in hand. A lot of folding, no real need to get involved. Just let the bust outs occur and the all-ins occur around us. Jay, what have you done to that guy? He was so tempted. I didn't do anything. Honestly, he come up to me this morning, he said he watched the stream back and he goes, if I get 7 deuce on stream today, I'm going to win the pot for you, and then the cocktails are coming to the booth for the commentators. So he was just literally doing it for us. But it would have just been great. 4-bet all in, slams it down on the table, calls the waitress over. 2 cocktails, please.
It would have been an all-time moment. However, did face the find the discipline in the end.
Starting to think that Alan in the chat might be one of them things they call a troll. Ace Queen is not a live tournament hand. Does that mean it's just an online tournament hand? I'm not sure. But keep it coming, chat. Enjoying the comments as Dooley opens the King Queen suited from the hijack, making it 320. Nice spot to open for Dooley with Rahil in the small blind and the chip leader on our direct right out the way. He's 3 off for a hill. Just don't think enough leeway between us and Dooley to take this one.
Counting and checking that. Every time you want to raise one, we've got big blind to it. Any two, right? This could be the one.
8-9 off here for Will. Seems clear defend, but he did fold the ace queen for 9 big, so what may be a clear defend in theory. He may be wanting to defend slightly tighter in his head. Wow, just 8-9 off, gone. Against the 2 big blinds, getting 4.5 to 1 on the money. As the outright short stack. And we're looking for ladders. 9 high in the muck.
Very much a waiting game seems to be his strategy. Looking to outlast some of the other short stacks.
Yeah, and when we get to the next break, guys, I know it's 48 minutes away, but we are going to have a little look at the cameras. A few in chat mentioning it. But we're going to get it rectified when we can. We're not going to stop the tournament just to sort the camera shots out. We'll wait till break. There's Danilo with the ace-jack suited, opening from +1. Oh, this is why you fold ace queen, guys. Aces,
oh my word,
in the small blind. How does he do it? And the talking has started.
Certainly has. Gonna send it in, of course, and might get some action here from ace-jack suited. South of 10 big blinds.
Yeah, got a call, I think, it's Danilo here. What is it? Yeah, just sub-9, 2 invested already. Ace-jack suited. To be fair, if you had the information about
the ace-queen
fold, you probably don't think that Will's taking this reshove light with what perceived to be reduced fold equity, when it's a sub-9 big blind stack and there's 2 already in the middle.
You call you done me up, you be my hero. You have enough chips anyway. Double me up like a boss. What do you have? If you tell me what you have, I'll tell you.
Danilo not called yet. We're going to see another hero lay down. Ace-jack suited. I feel like going to be way too good here. Sub-9 from Will. We have 2 already in the middle.
Spidey senses tingling. Something's going on with Danilo here. Not the snap call we were expecting. Does make the call in the end. Going to get shown the bad news here up against the boots. So big spot for Will Kassouf with the aces up against ace-jack of spades. And dominating situation, 85% equity. Apparently Will was telling him he had aces.
Not looking good. Any queen of spades, king of spades, bit of fun for the chat perhaps?
3 or 4 spades?
Oh, how about the 6 of spades? Oh, it's a deuce of clubs on the river. It's a black deuce, but the wrong one. A sweat there for Will. It doubles up through the chip leader of Danilo. And Will right back in this now. Just sub 20. And that ace-queen fold looking terrific now.
JJ says mocktails for you two, surely, because he didn't quite win the pot, but at least he opened.
feel like there would have been some scenes.
Yeah, that chat would have gone absolutely bananas if somehow Will would have been backdoored out of there.
I can't say I've got ace of clubs and ace of diamonds. That's the EPT rule. Here you can say what you want. I can fold my 2 suits. And you're not folding anyway, it's cool. I'm short, I'm 9 bigs. You have to. Just for the show, it's good for the stream. Say hi to the fans back over there.
And as we do have a dealer change, good time to get those payouts on the
absolute coconuts. It's either 9 high.
easier format, so 38.4 up top, everyone locking up 4.5k as of now, and the top 4 berths will have that sweet spot, the 5-figure payday.
You were there in 2016. Don't mess around too this year. You know.
He is a character, McGlizzy. They call him Marmite, don't they? You either love him or hate him.
I think even he calls himself that, to be fair.
What, he called himself it? The bloke wearing a picture of himself on a t-shirt come up with a nickname for himself? No way.
No. You wouldn't have thought it, would you? 9 high like a boss. Got the big 9 on there, on the back. Chatting to the rail. Absolutely full of it, the geezer. Queen Jack of clubs for Dooley.
Dooley just been silently getting these stills through. Chipped up to north of 20 now. Blinds are going to be increasing next hand.
Yeah, I like the way he's gone about business. Played really solid today. Hasn't really put a foot wrong.
Always solid, to be fair, Dooley.
Yeah, good player. That hand with the 9s yesterday was spectacular. Manages to find a continue versus Charles Norman, opened under the gun. Bets twice on King, Deuce, Deuce, Queen. Calls a check raise.
And now, as Will here with the Ace King off, sub 20.
He is getting the favourable hands. Ace Queen he didn't take, which of course sent the chat into orbit. Then he doubles with the aces, and now Ace King facing an open. It's going to be an all-in, no really other option.
Yeah, maybe Ace King suited, one that we go for free bet, not all in.
Yeah.
Just make it like 4.5 bigs, but Ace King off, whatever. Send it into the middle, and going to be flushing out a heap of equity of the Queen Jack suited of Dooley. So Will picking up 2 top 5% hands in the space of an orbit. And I think that's propelled him to a podium place, 3rd in chips. There we are.
24 big blinds for Mr. Kassouf. Fabio, Chris Barnes, Matt Staples, very much in that danger zone. Need to make something happen fairly quickly. Let us know who you're cheering on. Welcome, Dennis. Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of tournament poker, just picking up the right hands in the right spots. Aces there, getting a hand that could raise call as well, also a big part of it. Getting the extra value, and of course, Ace King versus the open, another 4.5 big blinds going in his direction. But a huge orbit for Will, propelling himself up the chip counts.
King 6 for Dooley here. Not into the chip lead as big. So first hand at 100, 200. And Rahil finds 9s at 22 bigs effective here. Gonna have to open. Don't love it with all these short stacks around the table, sitting 2nd in chips, but need to get involved with this one.
Absolutely. Happy to give any of the 10 big blind stacks a spin.
Danilo.
Wow, this guy has got a knack of picking up monsters. I mean, he did just get the bad news on the bad end of it versus Kassouf, but once again, huge hand for Danilo. Going to be seeing a 3-bet non-all-in, I believe.
Yeah, probably like 1.3 milli here. The size need to account for Rahil's 22 bigs. Just choose that size, as I always say, where our opponent still has some perceived fold equity. If they have the ace-5 suited, the king-queen suited that wants to potentially 4-bet rip as a bluff. It goes even smaller, 1.2. And now as Rahil, like from a chip EV standpoint here, 9s is going to be a nice clean 4-bet rip. But with ICM here, I don't think we ever get to jam here. As Rahil, we're second in chips. Well, sorry, yes, still second in chips because Will is third. And if we just run into it,
oh no!
Oh no! Rahil has gone for the 4-bet send right into the boots of the chip leader, and the man that's sitting second in chips could be out.
Oh, he's absolutely torched it.
In 8th place.
Anything but jam, really. I wouldn't have even minded a tight fold from time to time if you just didn't think that Danilo was going to find the 3-bet bluffs from the big blind. Calling not the end of the world either, but he's gone with all in, and he's going to need a 9 fast, or a backdoor straight draw potentially.
Yeah, going to be 40% of the chips in play for Rahil. For Danilo, if he busts Rahil, and it's looking so good. 6% equity.
Big moment. Oh! Pings it on the river.
9 on the river. What a sick beat for Danilo. Tens of thousands of pounds of equity up in smoke on the 9 river. What a ridiculous hand.
Wow, what a hand for Rahil, finding the 9 out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh my word. And that is why we love it. That's why we love this game. You can make a play that over the long run is going to lose you a lot of money, but in the short term, sometimes it pays off.
These river cards just define, you know, people's years, people's careers. It's so brutal when you're on the wrong end of this kind of all-in confrontation. You're just not going to get many spots like this, even if you play live poker for 20 years. Aces versus 9s, 40% of the chips in play at stake. And we get 2 outed on the river. Whew, ouch.
Moment to breathe for me and George in the booth. That was some run out.
I feel like someone stabbed me in the chest. I mean, that was brutal.
You literally would. It's just literally that 6% you got to fade on the river, and literally probably worth 5 figures in equity there, guys. It's a ruthless one to take for Danilo, but the Brazilian's still smiling.
Yeah, fair play. He's taken it like an absolute champ.
Yes, he has.
He's going to be feeling all, probably just sat there feeling a bit winded right now. I mean, that is a gutter punch.
He's sick. Because you go from about to have 40% of the chips in play to now, I think, short stack.
Honestly, the most painful feeling in poker, getting rivered in a huge spot on a final table.
And once again, I think from Rahil, just a situation where he's not studied the spot and he doesn't recognise with ICM that we need to be very cautious versus first in chips. But like maybe he's looked at the chip EV spot and knows that 9s for chip EV is a pure 4-bet jam there. And that's why this game is so difficult. You've got so much to learn in different given scenarios, so many variables to take into account with every decision you make.
Wow. So, we take a breath, take a moment, but maybe not for Rahil, just straight back on the horse. King 10 now with the newly acquired chip lead, opening it up for the min-raise, and Will in the hijack. Ace 10 suited. Are we going to be seeing him enter the pot? We saw a bit of a tight fold with the ace queen earlier on.
I think Will is okay to call here. I don't think we ever take aggressive route, but I feel like call would be fine. Position on the open up.
That's cool. Yeah, of course you do, Sam. Absolutely. That is a big part of tournament poker. You're going to need some luck to make the final table, but then the skill will come into play as well. Obviously not in an all-in confrontation like that. Cards are on their backs and you're just praying that the dealer doesn't find a 9. So, Dooley in the big blind. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I think fold three-way here as Dooley heads up. Could definitely go with the fem, but in a three-way situation, just splitting equity three-way, I think we're going to have a tougher time with the Jack-10 off. Like, it's a misperceived spot from a lot of people. When people are first starting playing poker and they're in the big blind and they see an open and a few calls, you always hear this famous line, oh, I'm getting a good price now, I'm priced in. But in reality, that's not a thing, because although your price increases, your equity diminishes with hands that are likely to be dominated. So although we get a better price, when we start going 4 or 5 way, that equity that we have in the pot becomes very small. Dooley does flop the best of it with the top pair, and Rahil double gutted here. Looks like happy to continue. Will gut shot of his own, overcard, backdoor flush draw.
Very interesting spots for all players. I guess Will might just get away here in the sandwich with a player behind. Dooley can certainly have some 2 pairs straights, strong holdings from the big blind. And Rahil showing a lot of strength.
And this is actually a really big size as well, George. I know it's just north of third, but at a final 3-way here, like, should be scaling down, I think, as Rahil. Like, if we are going to continue, maybe supposed to play a lot of checks even still with Will on direct left.
Very interested to see what Dooley's response here. Is he going to go for call or jam? There's not really room for a sort of small raise, so one of those 2 options likely. It's a little bit uncomfortable when you see the C-bet 3 ways on this type of board.
Look at Matt's stack, look at Chris's stack, look at Daniil's stack now as well. So I feel like this is the better way to proceed from Dooley.
Take a turn. We are going to be going to sub 1 stack to pot ratio, a 4 on the turn. Let's see if Rahil is going to be full of confidence after finding that 9 to stay alive. Could put his opponent in the absolute blender here with the turn jam, and Dooley's going to be in a spot of bother. Does go for the check back, so wants to realise that double gutter instead of taking the initiative, and just pings off the Queen of Hearts on the river for the absolute nuts.
When it's going good, it is going great, and Rahil is on a tear at the moment. He's going to be north of 10 milli. Any payment coming in here from Dooley, though, it's a bad river to see for Dooley. The King Queen, the Queen 10, and the King 10 all jumping in front of us. And even, well, Ace Queen probably shouldn't see bet 3-way, so probably never a sign in this hand.
And just that kind of annoyed instant reaction from Dooley. Obviously he's the one that's been put at risk, so doesn't need to hide his emotions here, and just a look of frustration instantly as the chips went across the line, as if to say, oh god, here we go. Brutal. Such a bad card, and again we're talking about luck in poker. These types of runouts very much a factor as well.
Yeah, and once again, you need to assign bluffs, and where's Rahil's bluffs going to derive from? Because 3-way, like Ace King, Ace like Queen, not going to continue. I know Ace Queen gets there now, but like his Ace High shouldn't really be betting this flop. So a lot of his flop bets that aren't a pair are going to have a lot of interaction with this Queen, the King 10, the King Queen, the Queen 10. They know either will make top pair or better, and it's a great laydown from Dooley to keep his tournament alive. But Rahil approaching that 50% of the chips in play mark, about 45 he's working with right now. But what a 10 minutes for Rahil. He was out the door 1 in 20 times, but now he's sitting here with 55 bigs and second in chips play in 17.
What a heater indeed.
And I wonder if Rahil is aware now that he gets to play I'm all in, basically the way that he should.
Quite liberally.
The strategy now should basically be a lot of shoves and then like 2 big blinds with like stuff like 10, 10, 7 off, like the bottom end of the opening range, and then like the stronger stuff, the Ace King, Ace Queen, Aces, Kings, and then just shove like 8, 7 suited, open shove Jack 9 suited, open shove Queen 6 suited. Like this is how we're meant to approach it now when the stacks are distributed like this. We have near 60 bigs, second in chips has 17, and we are still 8-handed here at the final. So like the king 6 there should be 2 big blinds, open to 2 bigs, everyone's in the cage. If we get 3 bet, easy fold.
Yeah, agreed.
You're welcome anytime.
Getting that 11 big blinds, all in with the ace jack suited.
Going to get it through to the big blind.
To be fair, try and be neutral in the comms booth, but can't help but root for this man now after the 7 deuce antics.
Absolutely.
When you're playing for this amount of money, you're going to be getting this one through Chris in the big blind.
Yeah, nice pickup for getting it. Very important just to keep himself afloat. Pays for the next round of blinds and ante.
But what a dream for Rahil. Just look at this situation he is in. And to be fair, if Will's probably someone that is clued up about how tight he needs to be now, second in chips. So like our risk is probably 14 bigs, 13 in chips. If Will's folding ace queen, the situation half hour ago, he's probably not going to call ace king.
No,
he's probably not going to call 9s or 10s. So as Rahil here, these sort of suited and gapped hands going to be really nice open shoves.
Yeah, and a lot of the time where Rahil is going to be coming in as the opener or the shover is going to whittle down Will to his direct left as well. Here we go.
This is one 5-4 suited. I'm all in.
Does fold.
Just literally, once again, feel like it's just the spot someone hasn't looked at, hasn't studied, and if you've not studied the spot, you'd think, oh, I got 4 or 5 of clubs, easy fold, I'm at the final table. But in reality, when your chip lead's this big now, and the second in chips is sitting with 17, this is the way that we're going to make most in the long run.
Danilo, super short, just over 5 big blinds. Finds a way into the muck with the jack 3 over to Dooley, jack 7-0. Likely to also fold, and potentially a spot for Chris in the small blind with his short stack. He's also got 5 bigs, but 9-5, the Dolly Parton hand, unlikely to see any engagement from. Nylon Gaming, yeah, you just... Whoa, Chris has taken the shove with the 9-5.
Great timing.
Yeah, good timing and fearless play. Manages to get it through, kind of a spot where he wasn't really looking at the cards, more the spot, just hoping to get one through, and his bravery is rewarded. So Nylon Gaming, yes, we did see a big pot. Rahil 4-bet jamming 9s versus Danilo's big blind 3-bet running into aces and rivering a 9. Sam played with Rahil on day 1. He had aces twice, and on both times he stacked 2 players. Well, that's part of the luck you need to make a final table. Fortuitous situations such as that coming in your favor to amass that stack. And it's only going better for him here.
Chloe, yes, we will be playing down to a winner tonight. I reckon, I said this morning between half 11 and half 12, but the way that the stacks are here and now, it wouldn't surprise me if we could get done before half 11, but we will see how things go. Now Danilo, 5 big blinds, a7 off, into the middle for his last 5.
Shove and pray, basically.
And we don't really like it into the chip leaders big either, because Rahil may give him a spin.
Fabio out the way with the 4s, not looking to take on any variance or potentially even run into the stack of Rahil behind. And he's got jack 10 for 5 big blinds, and he's got the chips to, you know, even if he loses, he's going to be doing pretty well against a lot of hands with jack 10. I think we're going to see him give Danilo a spin, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not even a spin, I don't think. George jack 10 offers spins like 4 deuce suited or something like that for 5 bigs when we're in the big blind. So
chips over the line, isn't it? Yeah. absolutely does make the call.
Oh, and there's 2 sevens on the flop. So looking like a double up, and the 6 of hearts seals the deal on the turn for Danilo. He deserves it, to be fair, after the ruthless run out against this man about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the other short stacks at the table aren't going to be too delighted about that, but Danilo with a little bit of rake back for losing that huge pot.
Thomas Powell says, any recommendations for studying these kind of ICM spots? This day and age, you can find most stuff just online. Like GTO Wiz do some great seminars that are on YouTube, and they'll go through a lot of the ICM stuff, and not just like one given spot. They'll do like as the short stack your range, as the big stack your range, and how it changes. They'll talk a lot about risk premium, which is very important in ICM, and it's just when you actually have a visual of it and you can see the range visually in front of you on a solve, like it becomes a lot clearer. Like you don't need to know every given spot, but if you've got an idea about one spot, you can use that logic to, like if you've got a similar spot but not identical, you can sort of adhere that logic to the spot you're in. I don't really do too much ICM on it. I think there is ICM on the high roller package, but DTO is a great pastime for me in the back of taxis, Ubers, where you can just drill spot after spot and it gives you the feedback, the EV, the most profitable avenue to take. But I feel like the best ones, was like 2-3 years ago, I think. GTO Wiz, if they're still on YouTube, they done a few seminars, and I think they're out there on YouTube, and really good watches, and breaks it down for like the casual viewer as well. So if you're new to ICM and it's all a bit of a whirlwind right now, it's decent for someone that's sort of starting, knows poker, knows like the strategy, plays a lot of cash perhaps, but sort of is taking their first step into the ICM realms.
Yeah, even ICMizer, which is an older software, but that's been around for years. That's a good one to get to grips with. A bit more fiddling around, it's a bit less intuitive than something like a web-based trainer like GTO Wizard, but
getting it with the jacks from +1. Just going to open shove here for just south of 14. Once again, could just go for the open, try and induce some stuff, get Will to defend wide in the big blind. Like Will had like a 10-9 suited in the big. That's going to have less than 20% equity within the pot. Get these type of holdings involved.
King 10 for Will, not going to find a way in.
Like right here, like getting that goes too big. Will defends King 10. We get Will to put a call in with a hand. 30% equity. I used to watch one back in the day as well, Thomas, but I'm not sure if it's still a thing. I think like pre-COVID, but Finding Equilibrium used to be a good channel on YouTube. Used to go through some ICM stuff, I believe. I feel like this was about 5-6 years ago when the solvers weren't as complex as what they are in this 2025 era.
True story. True story. Say again? It's a big country. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm going to find out whereabouts.
And the other thing I should mention, this is a £500 average buy, and it's probably not a pro heavy field, it's probably a recreational heavy field. So like as a recreational, you're not going to finish your day's work, you're not going to be running a business, go home and start running spots for an hour or two about hands you played. That's something that the pros are going to be doing and studying away from the table.
Even so, anyone that does put that work in is going to give themselves a good chance when they do play live. And there are a lot of semi-pro type players that are playing really strong.
I see some recreationals on the tour that I believe are better players than some of the pros,
Yeah.
like just because they do put the work in, and when they turn up they seem to play good fundamental poker. 20 minutes until the break.
Sorry, Matt, how much you got?
Nikolai in the chat says Ben CB pair trainer is also great for ICM studying. Thank you, Nikolai. Never looked at that myself, but now you've mentioned it, may have to have a butcher's, as we are going to an all-in and a call here. And what a spot for Matt Staples when we call off ace-4 here for our 5.75 bigs. We have Will dominated. Will with the king-4 of clubs. So Matt set for a double up, fading kings at the moment, but forget the kings, the clubs are working. And now some chop outs as well. Oh, and it's the club on the river. Will gets there. Trips for Matt Staples, not going to be good. Kasuf rivers the nut flush. And we are going to be losing Matthew Staples from the tournament. He's going to finish in 8th place for £4,450. Played some great stuff over the last couple of days, Matt. Been thoroughly impressed with himself. Decent run, sir. But Will Kasuf turning the screw. And now he is up to second in chips, I believe, after that all in. How things can change so quickly in this game.
I'm sure you lot would all do the same. King I suited there. What a setup though. See these flops. Turns and rivers. Aces versus nines, 9-ball. Ace-4, king-4, clubs. Bingo flush. Cooler.
Nikolai says GG Matt, so does Dennis Sanchez, GG Matty Ice. Yeah, the pots that sometimes define tournament, we win that one suddenly. We're up to like 13, a bit more wiggle room, maybe squeeze some opens in rather than open shoves. And Chris now going to take the ace-8 off for 7.5 BBs. Pocket fives here for Will. Like Chris probably, what we 7 max now, +2, so maybe deuces through 4s should be folding for Chris. Once again, how the stacks are distributed. Fabio, Dooley, Yetnek all sitting there super short, so for that reason Chris shouldn't be shoving the deuces through 4, so therefore the 5s of Will don't really dominate anything here, other than maybe some of the suited ace-X, ace-5 suited, if Chris is ever going to take that. But I don't think he should be taking deuces through 4s in this spot, which I think is a key component of whether Will calls this off for 7.5 BBs. Still with 2 players behind as well. We'll see what Will goes with. Like better here to call like stuff that can dominate, like King Jack suited, King Jack 10 suited, going to be shoving potentially for Chris. Like King Queen potentially going to be a better call, but I don't think Chris would get to shove deuces and 4s in this spot. What we got, a 6 big blind, a 5 big blind, and I think a 8 big blind stack. But Will is happy to run it with the 5s, and to be fair, some people say it's a momentum game, and he's just busted Matthew Staples, so in with the 5s now, momentum on his side, pendulum swinging in the right direction. Is it going to keep swinging that way, or is Chris going to find an ace or an 8 to keep him alive?
Yeah, a bit of a gamble from Will here with the 5s, and he's going to be outflopped. 2 pair for Chris now.
Heart's working through the back door, just fading a 5 for Chris.
Oof. Close.
6 of clubs next door.
I thought you shot with ace side there, so. How much? 1 million pounders. 1 million? 565. 65, right? Nice hand, bingo 8. Brighton bingo 8. must be nice. He's waited all day for ace 8 to be fair. Finally he's got it. It's all gone in. If you got it, you got it. I had it. So cool, look, we can do it.
Yeah, a bit of a speculative rejam there with the 5s, and unfortunately on this occasion for Mr. Kassouf, not working out in his favour either.
Like we got with the key element there is just 3 big blinds sub 10, so like Chris shouldn't be taking deuces through 4s from early position. Like better, as I say, to have some removal, an ace, a king, queen, something like that.
What happened to Matty Ice?
Blind on blind as you popped out, folded round to Will in the small blind. He shoved king 4 suited. Matty Ice called ace 4.
Right.
And Will rivered a flush.
Wow.
Joe Saunders in the chat says, you want to play a big pot or a small pot? Booyah. Something says, folds ace queen, calls 5-5. It's all been going on this final table. King queen here for Fabio with 8 big blinds. We've got Chris, and we've got Getnet, Dooley, Danilo. All pretty short. And this is the first time we've seen this, and this is a sign of a really good player, George. The old sort of half stack, 60% stack, leave yourself a bit behind, and it's the first time anyone's actually done this at a final table, and this shows that Fabio's played a lot of FTs and he knows his way around a final table and how we're meant to approach it. And it's
run into it here.
It's just the situation. Say, for example, Will then shoved and Getnet shoved. We can then actually fold and still leave ourselves a smidge of equity within the prize pool, potentially get ourselves a ladder. But now Danilo with the 7s, and this is, like, once again, not the nicest, much better than 5s. But Fabio probably shouldn't be shoving deuces through 5. 6s maybe the one that we could dominate, but even still, maybe one of these ones that might just mark. Maybe 7s himself could be the line. So maybe some suited ace 5, some suited ace 4 that we do dominate. A lot of hands that we are going to be flipping against. Tough spot for Danilo here with the pocket 7s.
So in terms of short stacks, who have we got that's really short now? You got Dooley with less than 10 bigs.
Getnet 14,
Fabio,
Danilo
Getnet
12, Dooley 9, Fabio 8, and even Will now after losing a couple of pots after doubles got like 15. So it's
yeah,
it's interesting for Danilo here.
I think I'd take this as the bottom pair, folding 6s.
Just so complicated, these spots, George. If you don't know, they're so complex. And this is a real horrible one for Danilo. Oh, I don't know, I might just go with 8s. I'm not sure. You say you take 7s, fold 6s.
Yeah, that was where I draw the line, and he does find the fold.
And the way Fabio's played, he hasn't got involved, but what I saw from him earlier, he was playing some fantastic stuff when he had chips, but he realises the job at hand here. And the fact that he realises the job at hand, I feel like he's not going to shove deuces through 5s,
Oh no, he's never taking those hands.
which is a real key component in my eyes. Real grim one for Danilo to wake up with there. Seemed like the line.
How's your luck? Bless, bingo 9. 2 out.
That's if no one folded 9 as well. No, that's if no one got 9. 2 outs. It could have been 1 out. We don't know. It could have been 1 out.
Chris, King 9 suited with a load of short stacks, not looking to get involved.
One thing I would have liked to have seen since Rahil has had this chip lead is just getting after it here. Like he's probably supposed to V-pip like 80% from most positions, just like making it too big. Maybe not that high from EP, but like definitely from late position, like Jack 7 off there, we can just make it 2 bigs. Everyone is in the cage, literally everyone now. Even Will has dropped back down to 14 bigs. So it's like prime time for Rahil.
Yeah, I think as Will just again sort of put a half our stack in here. He's going to go for the min raise instead. Over to Dooley in the big blind, ace-3 off. An annoying situation.
Yeah, it is an annoying situation. Like in ICM, there is that little sliver where like these hands do potentially sometimes jam. The offsuit high-low, reduced fold equity here at 8 of Dooley is just going to throw in the defend.
Yeah, takes the flop already, looking at stack to pot ratio of just over 1, so rather significant battle post flop here between Kasuf and Dooley. And does flop a 3. Lovely board for Dooley as far as improving goes versus Will's exact hand.
I wonder if we get any donks here as Dooley.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting because Will should never have like any 2 pairs. 6 is maybe even supposed to fold pre, so may have been one of these potential donk spots as Dooley to lead into the pre-flop aggressor. Just get stripped of a lot of the strong hands on this board, whereas we get to call like the 6-5 suited, the 7-4 suited facing 2 BBs, and as well as that 3s, 5s, all this type of stuff.
Will goes for 300 into 1.1.
Now it's screwing for Dooley, isn't it? Because
yeah, what do we do now?
Basically saying he's got this over pair, but we've caught a pair and we're only working with 6 bigs, and in 8 minutes that 6 bigs is going to become even less. So it may feel like flopping a pair is too good here as Dooley, especially like when we got the ace with it as well. Maybe some of the time Will can be drawing to 3 outs when he has some of his like ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
Visibly frustrated.
Not bluffing. You'll see it anyway. Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, you're thinking, but you're taking that long, so I'm just giving you free info. Well, heads up, we can talk. Giving you free info, you shouldn't be complaining. You can ask me any question you want. You can say anything to me. I don't mind it. It's good for the game. It's live poker, man. Heads up, you can do speed. Can't do this shit in Vegas unless we're heads up at the final 2, so make the most of it. Welcome to Aspas.
Yeah, I agree, McLizzy. So many marginal spots on this FT.
See you here next week. Springfest main event, you you in? I'm just gonna pump.
Yeah, interesting one there with the 3, the bottom pair. So many ways to play. Lead, donk jam, check call, check raise, check fold. All of them feel very marginal. I really have no idea what to do in that situation.
Has Rahil V-pipped the pot since he got above 10 million? Because I'm trying to think of an open or any hand he's been involved in, but I can't recall him V-pipping since having near half the chips in play. This is the time we can really get after it.
She said, oh, why don't I wear it? But today I wasn't planning to wear it, but she mentioned it on Facebook, so why don't you wear it? So, oh, go on then. For the fans. It's party poker, fun festival.
Didn't catch that, Joe. Says Dooley's going to be fuming. Will was speaking to him in the hand. Will said no bluff. You will see on the stream in 15. He's going to see that it was a bluff. And Will had ace 10. Oh no.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of Dooley either, I'll tell you that. I'll be getting security to walk me to the car park if others will. Queen 9 on the button here for Danilo. Once again, like these situations, if people recognise what's happening, we can just be exploited galore, because off of this stack, 10 on the button, like we just shove all our value, ace queen, ace jack, ace king, pocket pairs. So when we make it too big, we're basically saying we've got aces or kings, and then we just got a load of stills in there, like queen 9 off. And if people are aware that our raise fold gap is that big, they can potentially just shove any two facing our open, knowing that we can only call specifically 12 combos, aces and kings. And like 16 combos right there, queen 9 off, boom, 16 combos of queen 9. And then when you start adding in, like if he's doing it with jack 10, he's doing it with like ace 4 off,
yeah,
it's just going to be an absolute print for us.
Yeah, agreed. Tough spot there with the 3. I think I'd have found a way to get him in. I might have gone for maybe check jam. It's tough to say.
I actually don't know what I would have done there either, George. It seemed like a real grim spot when Will's supposed to probably play check or jam, and he just goes for this little 300k size. Like, what are we doing with a 3 there?
The teaser, absolutely. We're never dead. Maybe we get some Broadway type holdings to bet fold.
Do you know, love this from Rahil. Finally does actually find one of these opens that's going to be very good. Offsuit king from under the gun. We're the chip leader. We get to ask the questions. Everyone is caged up here the way the stacks are. And when we come back after the break, it's going to be even shallower. What on earth is Chris up to? Into the chip leader?
Queen 8 just sending it in for a YOLO shove.
Wow, what is going on this final table? And I'm giving Rahil the credit for finally finding one of these opens, and then Chris just decides to shove Queen 8 off.
Sent it into his face, saying not having any of this chip leader malarkey.
Well, it's going to work.
All in.
But you say that, it's not like Rahil's been opening every pot, George. The last 45 minutes he's been folding since that big pot. He's literally just folded every hand, and now he wakes up for the first time in 45 minutes, and we want to send Queen 8 off into him? God! Do you think maybe he thought it was folded to him blind on blind there, Chris? Because he's second in chips.
I don't know, he looked a bit bewildered when he looked up there.
Maybe he thought it was blind on blind. I think he did.
I think this is what he's saying now. He's just breathing himself a sigh of relief. I reckon he didn't see the open there. Rahil, quite a quiet table presence as well.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, that's what's happened. You can tell from the smiles.
Yeah,
Chris
Fabio
shaking the head, so makes sense. We would shove Queen 8 off blind on blind there into Fabio. Could you imagine Rahil just woke up with something there?
Oh wow, what a torch that would have been if he ran into it.
So important, pay attention.
A happy accident in the end, but one he might have rued.
2 minutes to go. King 6 suited for GetNet. The people's champ. My champ. Would love to see him have a run at this.
Yeah, good point, Kev. Might have been fed some feedback. He is in sort of some active discussions with some friends over on the rail. So GetNet opening from +1, getting a little bit spicy with the King 6. Danilo in the hijack. He's going to fold the Ace 10, showing some restraint.
Dooley's got 5, and
yeah,
Chris, well, actually he's got a bit more now after the double, and then getting that Queen 8 off jam through. Sorry, it's Fabio, the other one I was thinking about that had a minuscule stack. 8 bigs for Fabio.
I make a mistake like that. The villain has aces for sure. It does feel like that sometimes. Yeah, a real lifeline there for Chris. A big blunder in terms of just losing a little bit of focus, and it's easily done on this feature table with the bright lights, the pressure, the big money all at stake. Just those slight blips in concentration can really be critical, and lucky to avoid disaster. So Raheel defending with the 4-3 suited, taking a flop, flopping a gutter, and it's a flush draw for Getnet with the cheeky open there with the king-6. Getnet's one of those guys, if he sees a load of players playing passively, I feel like he just likes to take the initiative himself. He says, if no one else is going to do it, why don't I? And fortune can often favour the brave.
Love some of that 2x pot jam. How'd you like your gut shot and backdoor flush draw now, Raheel?
In your eye.
Just going to have to fold. I do hope he tanks 30 seconds, so when we come back after the break, the big blind goes up on Will, but we will see if he does take his 30 seconds and gives us the full 15 minutes.
That would be a spite.
I don't want him to go up on my mate Getnet, that's the problem. And there we go. So 15-minute break, guys. It's been a fantastic start to the FT, and we will be back in 15 minutes with more coverage. See you then.
And Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Getting your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our lad buck.
¿Qué cosas? Me from Memphis.
All right, gentlemen.
Lithuania, ¿qué cosas?
We'll resume.
Wanda Block, ¿qué cosas?
120 to 140 big blind anti.
¿Qué cosas? Count shift. Thank you. No rock. From what?
Welcome back, everyone. Second session of the final, and if the first is anything to go by, we're in for a cracker. there's been some scenes how this has played out the first couple of hours. We've seen some big folds, some sick run-outs. Getting after it with 7 deuce. It's all been going on. At 7 remain. Quick rundown of the players. If you are just joining us now, Getnet Casa in the 2 seat, Danilo Sato in 3, Dooley in 4, Chris Barnes in 5, Fabio Sperlin in 7, Rahil Batty, our chip leader, in 8, and Will Kassouf in the 9 seat. Off we go again. And Getnet going to be amongst it straight away. 14 bigs here from Gun. Ace Queen, nice one to find. Would like to just see open here. Slightly too many bigs to be shoving from Gun specifically. Got to get through the whole field, but Getnet goes about his business in his own way and does go for the open rip. Real asking for a count, but never going to be able to call King Jack here. I spoke about the strat that Rahil should go by when he's got the big stack, but that strat is us asking the questions. Like, we don't want to be calling off all-ins light. We want to be free betting light, asking the question of our opponent, re-shoving light, open shoving light, but we don't want to be calling off light. Really having a dwell out. It's not like Getnet has had any out of line shoves. And we will be out of the way with the 9 high.
So I don't usually fold the 9, you know, it's my favourite 9 high like a boss, but because it's you, I fold it. Go on and get it. We can see it in 50 minutes. You can Ace Queen this time, huh? Wow. Ace Queen, you got Ace Queen, show it. Like a boss, Ace Queen. Because I called it, huh? Ace Queen, Soul Reap. Soul Reap. No Ace King, no Ace Jack, just Ace Queen, just, yeah, that's it. Standard. Then you have to show it. If you know, you know, right? You got it, you got it. Ace Queen is Ace Queen. I have live cards, 9 high like a boss, I can do it. I didn't want to do it. Maybe we just pin raise on the guy, I might add 3-bet jam just for the fans and show the 9 high like a boss. But you already got there first. Thanks for showing anyway. Only because I named your hand spot. Good for the game. Guy Matters, this is the one. Done the hard work, big time, haven't you? One double up, kick bossness. You don't need to just raise the button if someone calls in and asks for another card, man. You're Rahil. Don't they know who you are? Rahil the boss. 9-ball corner pocket.
Ace-3 off for Dooley from +1. Doubt we're going to do anything here with 5 bigs. Yes, we have an ace, but still got Fabio, still got Danilo sitting there short as well. Looks like Dooley is going to choose to take the ace-3. I did actually see when the cards were dealt out, one of Danilo's cards ended up in Dooley's box, so could potentially be a different hand, maybe not ace-3 but ace-high. But we're going to find out anyway, because Rahil reshoves with the Queen-10 suited, and Will Kassouf finds ladies in the small blind, and we saw him fold ace-queen. There's no way he's folding pocket queens. There it is. All in with the big pair, and now Dooley left himself some chips back. Is he thinking, I'm going to let this one go, give myself a smidge of equity within the prize pool, and potentially ladder here if Rahil can bust Will? One thing I will say that's kind of important here, Rahil was the original shove. Let's say Rahil and Will swap seats and Will was the original reshove and then Rahil ISO'd. It's more likely that Rahil's going to have the better hand over Will because then he's going for the cold 4-bet rip. But it's Will going for the 4-bet rip here and getting it in while calling off his all-in of Rahil's stack. So I feel like that does actually make a difference, because Rahil's going to have a wider range than what Will is, but if roles were reversed and Will was the original reshove over our shove, effective shove, maybe more incentive as Dooley to get involved. But it does just look like Will's got a massive hand here in this given scenario, and I'm probably just going to assign him what he have, Queens plus. Like Ace King isn't even loving life the way the stacks are, but it's probably like whatever, got to get it in. So maybe Dooley feels like there's situations here where he's not even drawing to 3 outs. If he's up against like a pocket nines and a bigger ace, he's absolutely chopped. What do you think, chat? You think Dooley's going to leave himself with less than a big blind? Or is it just too good a price now to spin it, even though he probably feels like he's dominated in 2 spots? And if we are up against a pair and we are up against a big ace, like we're going to have less than 10% equity within this given scenario. If he could see the cards, he would be in for sure, because his ace is live. It's not a situation where we're dominated in 2 spots, but the way these ranges of Rahil and Will should be, Will will always have us dominated. He's always going to have ace king or queens plus. And like Rahil himself can just reshove a lot of pairs. Like the dream spot for us as Dooley is kind of this, the fact that we actually have a live 3-outer freeway and working with 30%. He does let it go, Dooley. So the 150k he left back before he ripped it in, he saves himself, but he's not going to like what he sees. Rahil in bad shape against Will Kassouf's particular holding, and is it going to be the Kassouf show? About to go chip leader unless there is a carnage run out about to occur. Imagine if this comes an ace, Dooley is going to be ill. He's going to be sick. Unfortunate for Rahil here. Can't account for someone waking up with it behind. As I always say, uncapped ranges in the blinds. Just going to get fold so often, but Will Kassouf finds the goods. Here we go.
What a momentum shift this would be as well, especially considering the positions Will would have the chip lead and in position versus second.
Yeah, just getting the card sorted out, guys. Unfortunately, this man's been thrown in the deep end. First stint on the feature table. Fry him in on the final table. Dealer's done a terrific job this week. And finally set him ready. So 7-7-3 is the flop, and the burn cards unfortunately registering for us.
Dooley didn't hit the ace. He's pumping that one home.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Just with the run out, I'm sure the dealer will be briefed. Usually with the dealers that get to go on the feature table, they are briefed with where to burn the cards, where to leave the cards. But Frying the man in the deep end, first stint on the feature, go and deal the final, mate, playing for 38k. It'd be like chucking me or you on there, George. It literally would. Never
honestly.
dealt a feature table before. Go deal the final table, mate. There's 7 left. They're playing for 40 grand. Go have your debut on the feature. With the lights and the heat there.
Yeah, and the headpiece as well. With all of the input coming in. Certainly not an easy task.
Make sure it's right before you give it. Mine 3 minutes. Where's mine? Just make sure it's right.
It will change from tomorrow. That's
It's still mine, right?
It's from tomorrow.
It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 30,000? Okay. It's 3 million, 30,000, right? 3 million. 30. Yeah.
It's getting from here, basically. The TV says the end goes first. We change this rule here because it's like, yeah, big time.
A lot of Kasu fans in the chat happy to see Will take down a big one there, and does now have the chip lead out of absolutely nowhere. 9 big blinds earlier on when he folded the ace-queen to the jam of Chris, and has found aces versus ace-jack, queens versus queen-10. Someone said that the dream spots are falling into his lap, and that couldn't be more accurate.
He's got a lot of time, patience and respect for the dealers. They're the stars of the show. Without the dealers, there's no poker tournament, unfortunately. And all the guys that have been pitching the cards this week done a terrific job. I just feel for the man. Like, it's your first stint on the feature, final table, playing for a lot of money. You're going to be nervous under the lights and heat. And like a lot of the dealers usually get briefed where to burn the cards, where to leave the cards with all ins, how to communicate with our action tracker.
I didn't say anything, no. During that hand, I didn't say anything. No, but the chips were there. The chip counts were He's trying to get time. You're asking for his count. It's like obvious what he's got. He's got over 4 million. I've got over 3 million. We both had you covered, so. I know what you're saying. It was on the screen, literally, it was on the screen. The exact count was on the screen.
Has to go, Dooley.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's not exactly a wild table. He's just hoping for a collision now, I guess, is his only other option.
I feel like that's any 2 spot there, sub 1 BB under the gun. Like, I think it's deck jam.
Playing for the extra ante.
That's all it is. Next hand, we're forced all in as Dooley, and like now we have to post our ante, and our big blind's going to be 30k, so we only get to win back our own ante, and then 30k plus the double. Whereas if we put it in now, we get to win 360k that's out there rather than 30k. That's 12x difference. It's huge.
And you're going to get ISO'd quite a lot as well. It's going to go heads up. Just any 2 cards, really. I agree with you, I think.
It's just an enormous difference. Yeah, it's 10 deuce off, but next hand in the big blind, we can only win back our own ante plus the extra 30k if there's a caller. So we essentially make 30k profit. We shove 10 deuce here and we win the hand. We win the 150 plus 360 for the blinds. So it's a ridiculous difference.
And Will with the slight size up, going 2.5x. Designed to dissuade Danilo from doing anything, and yeah, with Dooley sat there on less than a big, he's kind of forced.
And this is what I would have liked to have seen from Rahil early on, as soon as he got the chip lead, like opening, not deck, but like 80%, 70%, playing some open rips and just applying maximum pressure, and Will straight up through the gears, 8-5 off. Haven't seen him play anything like that all final, and now he's got the chip lead. He's got talking chips.
Absolutely. Very good point, Jay. It's nice to see Will. You know, he's been getting a lot of stick in the chat, but he's going through the gears now, and I think we're going to see a theme of that continuing, where he's going to really be aware of that utility of the big stack right now. And just their prime example, going with the weaker open.
How we doing? Matt Staples says, I missed this table. Unfortunate. Matt, you got it in good, so good. Couldn't fade the luck of Mr. Kasuf.
Wow, Dooley finds 9s with his sub 1 big blind. Lovely pickup for him. Getting it now, 8-7 of clubs.
Maybe one of these situations we can limp button with Dooley forced all in.
He does limp. Nice find.
And then Danilo should just complete and then check it down.
Yeah, for 120, getting a good price. He's going to complete, and Dooley's fate will be
57% freeway, you don't mind that.
absolutely just the one overcard, and is the immediate disaster, the jack. Who's winning, says Matt. Looks like Will at this point. Very much in cruise control with that dominating stack, and he's also got Raheel second in chips to his direct right, so certainly an enviable position to be in. And Dooley looking to get back in the game. Taking some time.
You're getting some stick for the under the gun fold, but remember what happened with Kasuf. Everyone was giving him stick for folding the ace queen for 11 bigs. Obviously not the right fold in theory, but look where he is now after making that laydown.
What a flop for Dooley. King 4, so some backdoor stuff going on for the 8-7 of GetNet. No real incentive to bet into the side pot. Ace on the turn, a scare card for Dooley, but he's looking good. Just needs to fade a jack or a 4.
Something's not right here. The pot shouldn't be 6. Oh, okay, sorry, that's the
entire
side.
pot.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. I thought Dooley should not be getting this much. If he wins the pot, 450 makes a lot more sense, but he's now got just sub 2 big blinds to spin as Dooley.
He's not seen his hand. And he finds the 9s, and he's having a clap. He's on his feet. A bit of energy late on in the day at day 3 here, as his position in the tournament remains. You can see now he's got 450k, so 2 big blinds. Feels like a mammoth stack trebled up there nicely.
Nice Roach says, I'd fold ace queen 2 if I knew next orbit I'd get aces versus the chip leaders ace jack suited and the queens versus the chip leaders queen 10 ISO jam.
Yeah. I mean, it's worked out for him, and I think he was talking to the rail in a somewhat gloating fashion to say, oh, that fold's paid off, you know, but you're not always going to get that lucky with the card distribution afterwards. Got to take the spots.
We're back. Here we go.
Worry says GetNet certainly has the capability from what we've seen. Not a player that's afraid to put the money in, and that does favour you on a final table where we've seen a fairly tight kind of table dynamic.
Exactly. Because you had all the change. You had all the championships earlier.
Hill, ace 5 suited. Nice one to use to attempt to steal. Yeah, we have Will on our direct left, but even still, like this one would be fine to open. Maybe fold like the ace deuce, ace 3 suited, ace 5 suited. Nice one to try and pick up the blinds and ante.
Certainly is.
Will does actually wake up with a primo. Ace jack suited in the hijack here, and the thing is, as Will, like, you expect Raheel to be really tight here because Dooley's sitting with 2 big blinds, and you got Fabio. Once he goes through the blinds, I think he's going to be working with about 6. So, as Will here, you expect Raheel's range to actually be fairly snug. So just landing on flat with the ace jack of spades. Pretty clear fold for Danilo, king 10 off.
Certainly not looking to get involved, especially multi-way, and especially still with 2 players behind. Although Dooley very short, just has 1.5 bigs behind the 0.5 in there, and is going to go for the fold. He knows that there's going to be some post-flop action with Kasuf flatting. So it's just praying for... Ooh, the 6-5 from Chris. Would be certainly shrewd to get out the way here. Does.
Yeah, no. I think Rahil just pure checks every single board. I don't think we get to bet a single board in this given scenario. Second versus first in chips out of position. Like even here, yeah, we flop the nut flush draw, but I feel like with ICM, may just have to play 100% check on every board. We're second in chips. Will is the chip leader now.
So caged. See what he goes with. It is a tempting one to bet, as you mentioned.
This
but
is the problem. It's so tempting. We've got the nut flush draw. We can potentially fold out some
sevens or something.
Yeah, exactly that. But it's just when we just like bloating the pot, like brick turn, check to Will, then Will bets. Now we call. Now suddenly we go into this river where potentially going to be playing for stacks. It's like you're just supposed to lie down and let first in chips run over you when you're second in chips is part of the game. But you love to see that.
Wow.
You
What a card.
absolutely love to see it as Rahil. The stones on the turn. Will turns second pair to go with his gut shot.
Going to improve to some 2 pairs here as well as picking up a pair with hands like Queen Jack, Ace Jack. So a great card in the grand scheme of things for Rahil. And Will cutting out a bet by the looks of things, but I think he's going to check back surely.
I've seen this facade from Will.
Oh right,
before.
it's a bit of a song and dance, is it?
The old cut the chips out, fair shuffle, and then a little check. There we go. There's the check back. And 8 of clubs river.
Inconsequential, of course. Rahil could not be beaten on the turn, and now it's a question of how much do we go for? Sliding over the check, a nice little trappy play on the turn, trying to induce something out of Will. Didn't get the bite he was hoping for, so are we going to see him now size up and try to extract the value from some hands like Queen Jack, Ace Jack, maybe even a King Queen that could have checked back?
Like King Queen suited, definitely there, because obviously the 3 combos of that, non-heart, so I feel like King Queen suited going to be a pure check for Will on the turn, so that's probably the main one to target here. Ace King going to 3-bet pre.
Goes for 1 big blind.
Pretty 6 eyes from Rahil, to be fair, finding just north of 10%. Maybe feels like he knows that Will is supposed to punish, so perhaps going for the induce there. It does get the payment, and close to identical stacks at the top of the shop now. Will out chipping Rahil by 1/10 of a big blind. Get there, my man. Thank you for the cocktail.
So short stack battle at the bottom of the rankings. Fabio, Dooley and Danilo all well under 10 big blinds, especially Dooley just with about 1.5 on the button.
What, you want free lessons? You want free lessons while you're dealing? He's like, free coaching. I'll send you the invoice after you finish dealing. I'll ask you for a free lesson. Do I call the third? Hey, any rub downs about for the dealer? Do you call it term bet? Do I call it term bet? No, Rahil call it term bet. I call it term bet. Imagine your work. Do you call it term bet? Dealer's asking you, man. He wants to know. He wants to. He's learning on the job. He wants to know. Do you call it term bet? Legit question. He wants to learn from the best, right? Any free roll lessons about?
King Queen for Rahil. Well, a few chips back off of Kasuf, importantly. And likely to see an open here. Let's go for 500. Will with the ace-4.
Yeah, just not enough of a gap, I don't think, as well to take here.
Yeah.
Identical stacks almost. We had like 2 million on him, potentially, yeah. Roll in some offsuit ace-x as the chip lead. Now that we are almost identical with Rahil, gonna have to get out of the way. Dooley does find an ace, but against the undergun opening range of Rahil, not the best candidate. No, he's going to run it. I'd personally fold here, George.
Yeah, agreed. Still got a full orbit to try and pick up something.
It's just a situation that, yes, we can be in front of the King Queen, the King Jack, Jack 10, but we only have just shy of 60% against these hands, and then the times are up against the dominated pairs and the big aces. We're drawing to 30%, and Dooley does go with a fold, like it a lot. Thought he may just have had enough and
good restraint. Exactly, you got to play the stack that's dealt to you, unfortunately, and the ace-2 there showing a lot of discipline. So easy just to flick it in and say, well, I've only got 1.5 bigs, let's spin it. And Rahil with a big pickup. 2.5 bigs. Going in the right direction.
Look at this distribution.
It's mental, isn't it? Danilo and Fabio sat there just thinking, when on earth is this guy going to bust? I'm going through the blinds now. Brutal.
Yeah, we're not getting to open this. Rahil now the chip leader, only just, but not going to raise this one into his big blind when he can bust us.
Yeah, and also by folding you allow some of these short stacks to potentially collide with the chip leader in the big blind. Dooley out the way with the Queen 3, over to Chris on the button, unlikely to be getting busy with the King 5. Just happy to fold and hope that Fabio jams into the chip leader, potentially a bust out.
Chris has to fold almost everything right now. He's one of these, like, the highest risk probably as stack, because Will and Rahil are pretty close now. I feel like what Chris and Getting It is, they are the two that are real caged here off of their 14 big blinds. Basically, if we just wait for Danilo, Fabio and Dooley to bust, we make ourselves, what, up to 12k, 7 bag. You make yourself 7k, 14 buy-ins, just waiting for these guys to get their money all in, see if they bust.
You are being paid to fold, essentially.
You can tell Will's got the chip lead now. He's chatting, he's slumped back in the chair, he's smiling away. He's having a good time.
Yes.
It's a family show, you know, got kids watching at home. We can't start swearing in Hindi and say all the bad words. But, you know, we have to keep it above the belt, you know. It's only 10:30, maybe after 11 o'clock.
Again, 9-4. An easy decision for Chris. Just going to slide those into the muck. It's almost more awkward when you get those like middling hands in this spot, right?
Like Fabio, yes, he hasn't done anything this final table, but I think he's played perfectly. Like just there, King 5 suited, 5 big blinds on the button. People just look down at that and go, right, I'm all in. But just recognising Dooley's going to be forced all in soon in the big blind. We've got the potential for Danilo to bust before us as well, because he will be in the big off of his 8 big blind stack. So there's potential for us, even off of our 5 bigs as Fabio, to just pocket an extra £3,500 just from being patient. And it seems like he is well studied in the realm of ICM, the way he's played this final table. So Will with the Queen 7. Big old raise.
Yeah, fairly large ISO, over 3x in position. It's about 3.5.
So King here for Rahil. Does cover Will. I think we're deep enough to do anything special like a free bet, not all in. Let's just go with fold. And the pressure of Will working out. Closes the gap to one big blind on the chip lead.
It's good for the game, 100%. When I'm bluffing, I'll show. Especially if it's 9 high. Like a boss. 9 high, boss key data. I'm waiting for the dealer to give me 9 high, boss key data.
So you have the pounce once again, as Jay mentioned, with this short stack crazy distribution that we've got right now. So much waiting going on, and it's going to be a matter of minutes for Dooley, as he's going to be paying the big blind soon, which is going to be his entire stack.
That's basically what it is right now for Fabio, Danilo. You're still waiting game to see what happens on Dooley's big blind. Queen Jack off, going to have to go into the muck set.
Let's find the fold. Dooley with the ace-8 suited. We'll be happy to pick that one up.
Yep, this has to go. We know we have no fold equity, but big blind always calling any two, so we're well ahead of an any two range. Goes for the old limp.
Cheeky limp.
Is there any boards we're folding though, George?
Yeah, that's the thing, especially
like,
with ace high.
Maybe like the 8-9 suited one that potentially plays this, but like even if you name me a board, like even on like 2, 3, 4, we're not folding. Like the 6, 7, 9, we got a gut shot. 6, 7, 10, we got a gut shot.
Paired boards, we've got ace high.
There's not a board we really get to fold on as Dooley. King, Queen 10, we got a gut shot. Jack, I literally, we've always got a gutter, and as you say, on pair boards, ace high going to be way too strong. And over to Fabio with the ace 5 off here.
Jack 10-9, all spades. It's like, but yeah, certainly, wow, interesting from Fabio. Going to take the vast majority of his stack here.
So, trying to get this heads up versus the 1.5 shove range of Dooley. I'm actually shocked at this as well, George. We know that the big blind's always calling, so what's the merit here of us with the ace 5 running it versus Dooley, when if Dooley doubles up through us, suddenly we're nearing Dooley's situation, because like GetNet has to call any two in the big, so we just get GetNet to try and bust Dooley for us. But now the spin could be continuing for Dooley.
Certainly looks that way. Has a rather favourable situation here. GetNet, what's he thinking about with the king 5 off? Considering how strong Fabio should be here, there's really not that much incentive for him to take this spot. As Jay mentioned, he knows that Dooley's going to be getting looked up in at least one spot behind, so by taking the rejam himself, does seem to be quite a strong looking play from Fabio.
I have this sort of knack of a cursor commentator. I know it's cliche, but whenever I seem to call someone out for playing so well, oh my word, GetNet!
No!
GetNet, GetNet, GetNet!
No, 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 no!
Oh my golly gosh! Where has GetNet found this from with the king 5 off? He's put it in freeway. And what a situation for Dooley.
Look at this, ace 8 suited. And the other two blocking each other with the 5.
Surprised how this has occurred. First Fabio's decision, and then now GetNet's been singing Fabio's praises all day. Seems out of carried up, but here we are. The good thing is, we got the side pot with GetNet, so we actually make money on the hand if we can hold versus the king 5. Good start for Dooley, so not going to be able to lose this one to Fabio. Just don't want to see a king. Wow.
Oh my word, look at that for a turn card.
So a king or a club to fade, and it's a 9 on the river, and Dooley's up to 1.3 million. He had 150k under the gun, he opted to fold, and now look at him.
What a sweat for Fabio on the turn there, playing for the side pot to stay alive.
You gotta love the heart of getting it. What's he up to? To be fair to the man, said yesterday, he has his own game. He'll do what he thinks is going to work, but on this occasion, doubling Dooley and Fabio up. Well, Dooley with the treble up, Fabio makes about 40% stack increase on the hand. Pretty mental one, but now look, we got 4 stacks sub 10.
It's tight at the bottom of the ranks, and such a stubborn final table so far. Only 2 eliminations we've been playing for. Good few hours. And the chip lead is being contested by Raheel and Will, but it's the guys at the bottom of the ranks. Getnet, Danilo, Dooley and Fabio fighting it out for those all-important pay jumps.
You don't really get many situations like this at final tables, because just from a mathematical standpoint, usually in these all-ins you're going to get bust outs. The short stack doesn't always keep doubling up, but when that does happen and you do get this sort of anomaly occurrence, this is what happens. 4 stacks sub 10, 1 sub 15, and then the 2 at the top around 30. And now Dooley with the ace 10.
Picking up another big hand.
Right then, Robbie Ball tuning in. Good evening, sir. It's good to see you in Ireland. So a6 off seems like clear fold for Raheel. I hope Raheel hasn't had some like feedback from the previous thing and thought, oh, I need to be aggressive, I need to be in more posts, and sort of misunderstood.
Misapplied it. Yeah,
I think that I need to play more hands and call off more all-ins and not recognise that we need to be asking the questions, we need to be the aggressor.
Absolutely. Will's taking some time.
And here he comes again, Getnet with the a7 suited.
And he's behind once again, running into Dooley's ace 10. So Getnet looking for clubs or a 7 to score the knockout.
The sick thing is, Dooley, if he holds here, does he go to 3rd in chips?
I think he might, you know. And he had sub 1 big blind not too long ago.
This is fantastic.
He had a small blind to his name. Wow, look at that for a flop.
My word.
Getnet just flopping the absolute gin.
Running Queen 9 of clubs, only way out.
Oh!
Imagine the scenes. Queen of clubs.
It was almost too good to be true.
It was. At least we got the sweat. We're only 5% to get the sweat on the turn, so there we are. But Getnet puts it in light with the a7 suited, and Dooley done so well to spin that stack up, but comes undone with the flop flush of it, Getnet, and finally out the door in 7th place for £5,480.
Absolutely, it was certainly a stubborn 7-handed play. Didn't quite find that elimination. It looked like Dooley was absolute odds-on favourite to bust for so long, and gets himself right back in the thick of it if he can hold the ace-10 versus the ace-7, not to beat on this occasion. Will certainly leave a little bit of a sour taste as he will be exiting the card room thinking what could have been. Does bust in 7th for a payday of £5,500.
I'm loving getting that though. Don't get me wrong, we know people,
he's a bowler, isn't he?
People that watch streams, obviously not going to be printing EV in the long run, but I've always got a lot of time for players that have just got the heart and don't really care what anyone thinks, play their own game, have a bit of punt here and there, and sometimes it can work out for you, and that's what makes Texas Hold'em MTTs so great.
Absolutely right. Fabio with the ace-3. Looks like he's using a time bank card, just kind of assessing the situation. Does he think he needs to go with it? He is now the almost joint shortest stack, Danilo.
What we got, 5, just sub 6. Yeah, I feel like we have to with an ace now. That dude is just probably slightly less ICM 6-handed as well. And looks like Fabio agrees. I think the blinds are going up in like a couple of minutes as well.
Oh, that's a big factor, yeah.
Which, when the jumps from 240 to 300 is that big.
Raheel with King Queen. Fabio once again not committing the full stack, allowing some potential ways out if there is some kind of chaotic action behind.
Yeah, just saw what happened with Dooley when he left himself a crumb.
And Raheel is going to go for an ISO, makes it 3 million, sorry. Should get rid of Will with the ace-10.
Yeah, would be a punt here from Will to get involved here with the ace-10 after this action.
Absolutely. Not much room behind.
Raheel, the only player at the table that can bust us. Need to be super tight. Second in chips when first in chips. That's aggressive action in front of us.
Raheel giving him the stare down there when Will was starting to examine him as if to say, get out of here, buddy. This one's mine. And it's going to be the all-in between Fabio and Raheel. So Fabio with a slight equity advantage, ace-3 versus king-queen, essentially a flip.
King high Mosquitara, 3 million re-raise. Mosquitara, all the fans back home, and the wife and kids. King high like a boss, jolly jello.
We're in London. Is it going to be London bosses? Wait around for hours. Is it going to be 2 on the bounce? There's a queen on the flop. It's looking likely. Fabio down to an ace. Does pick up this dummy and gut up for an additional 4 outs.
It's not to be. Raheel finds another elimination there as we are all of a sudden down to 5. Fabio busting in 6th place for £6,800.
Usually in tournaments when we hit 5-handed, sometimes 4-handed, clock does get reduced to a lower clock. I believe it will be going to 30 minutes now that we are 5-handed, and all that is, guys, we play a lot more hands in a 5-handed table than you do at a full ring, so still likely to see the same amount of hands on that level.
Top 2, of course, standard, nothing else. Why not hit trips and then what else? Yeah, not your day, not your day. Bingo 9 on river against aces. It's not your day when you only hit a 2 out. You've got to hit 1 out, and then it's your day. You hit a 2 out with a 9 on the river against aces. Yeah, you're running all right. You're running all right. You can't come with big blind straight.
So Kasuf with the 3 deuce, getting out the way over to GetNet. King deuce.
Surely not GetNet. Not into Chippy's big blind.
It's well within his range of capabilities. We've seen rather unorthodox play from GetNet, looking to drive the action a lot of the time.
Yeah, now Danilo outright short stack by himself. This should be going in for 4.5 BBs. And once again, slightly less ICM now that we're 5-handed. Another player gone, increasing our equity within the prize pool.
Does take the shove, and he's going to get it through to the big blind. So let's see. Chris just taking some stock there, but not interested at all. Raheel with the 8-6. So
4.5 to invest in.
4.5.
Probably got to flick it in.
Yeah. Does call.
So 2 all-ins in 2 hands and 2 bust-outs. Is it going to be a hat-trick here? Danilo out in front. Would love to just see a queen or a 10 on a red flop.
Here you go, cousin Mo's arrived.
Danilo's battle hard. He took one of the ultimate bad beats, aces versus 9 on the river earlier on, which was for 40% of the chips in play, and he's going to need some help once again as he flops second best. 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw though. That's a straight. Good lord, only the 6 to chop now. Been a rough one for Danilo. And it is the queen, inconsequential top pair on the river, is going to send home the Brazilian in 5th place for £8,580. We are down to 4. at the Party Poker London main event. First stop of the Party Poker UK tour this year. And we will be going to Manchester in June and Glasgow in August. All of the details are over at partypoker.com. Thanks, Tony, for tuning in. Unlucky on the early bust out on the final table, but still a solid week and a nice payday, I'm sure.
I'm happy sitting in seat 9 high like a boss, right? You keep the 8 high. You get 8 high like a boss.
Absolutely right, Asif. We will be at the 235 Casino in Manchester. The dates for that are the 17th of June to the 22nd of June, so get that one in the diaries. And we will have a £500 main event, a £150 mini main event, as the same as this week, alongside the 1K high roller. So should be a similar bunch of tournaments on offer for that week. You can qualify online via the Party Poker Live steps, which start out from essentially 0 entry. You've only got to rake 1 cent and you're going to get into the first of the 5 steps, but you can skip most of the hassle if you so choose and buy into step 4 for £25, which is going to work as a phase into the weekly satellite final, where there will be multiple packages available, the 500 main seat as well as 500 in expenses. Get yourself over to Party Poker for more information on that one.
Goes in, just block top pair and the gut shot, turn the straight here, pack your draw dead. Life is good, eh? Must be nice to be real. MBN. Get a hammer side, 3.3, start that. Total, right? 3.3 so 3.6 total.
Well, in the small blind with the 9/8 suited. 11 big blinds, 12 big blinds effective versus GetNet. It's going to go for just under a 3x raise. GetNet 9-3 of diamonds, going to let that one go.
You know what show? Okay. You can see it on the stream anyway. And Rianne, get it in good, that's all I like. Oh, there's one big pot for me. Come on, let's go. Let's keep that up. Let's go.
So down to 4. All of those players remaining have got their way to the magical 5-figure score. £12,280 locked up for the remaining 4, of course, with the Party Poker Diamond Gold Trophy and 38.4k for the winner. So still plenty of work to be done.
Get close to the action so you can hear me better, yeah? Love it, real. Hey, hi, boss, you love it. Make it up. Love it. You got to get the t-shirt now. I'm wearing it. You got to get your t-shirt. Hey, hi, like a boss. Have it written in English and Hindi. For the band.
Raheel under the gun with the chip lead and ace queen suited. Beautiful spot to be in. Goes for slightly north of min raise. And Will taking some time to fold the king six. Not sure what he was pondering upon there. Last time I checked to see if the high roller had 24 runners, but I'm sure that that'll be a lot more than that. Can have a little look. Jay's just taking a quick break, but when he's back, I will go over and check the screen for you. So raise and take from a hill, 38 big blinds in the driving seat, and now the onus very much on Chris Barnes. The short stack at the moment, with around about 7 big blinds. Chunhoklu, which casino in Manchester? It's at the 235. The information is over at the Party Poker website, partypoker.com. So get net on the button with the King Jack O. Likely to see him commit here, as he does. Chris in the small with the 5-3, looking to hope that Rahil's got something to work with in the big blind. Unfortunately not on this occasion, 10-7-0.
How fitting would it be, George, if GetNet could win with 7 deuce? get the winner's photo with the old whip in front of him.
That would be iconic.
It's another cooler.
And Lockling says GetNet for the win.
I think GetNet's going over, he's going to shove.
It's hard not to root for him. I'll tell you that. Really difficult not to root for him.
2-6 open, it's unlucky when you what a dealer. What a dealer. How many miles from here to Hollywood? Getting it? How many miles from here to Hollywood? Oh, this is the one.
75 diamonds from Gun.
I have it. I got it. Nice. It's not going to be a good night.
Doubt it, but you never know with GetNet.
You never know indeed. Chris looking down at the King Deuce suited.
Four-handed now.
Yeah, big ante in play.
Reduced ICM. And in it goes for Chris, like this shove from him. Suited King for just shy of 7 on the button. Still going to have some fold equity. Will not call him 100% of range, but Will's got his hand. Oh my word, he's got his hand, the 9-6. It's the Kasoof. Look! Is he going to spin him with the 9 high like a boss? No, he is not. The famous 9-6 that was slapped over in Stacey Mattison's face all them years ago when the clock was called and there was some antics going on. Jack Ethel come over, told Will he wasn't allowed to speak. He started miming to his opponent. Yeah. The 9-6 off. Turned, and then he spins over, turned a double belly buster, 9 high like a boss. That's how it started. The 9-6. Seven suited here, should be a jam. Yeah, that's got around 12-13, I believe. He's missed a few of these spots though today, Will. Didn't take the 10s early in the day. Obviously the ace queen.
Yeah, he's got this kind of just over min raise strategy he's been going with. It was a 9-8 suited, I believe, in a previous orbit.
Yeah, well, speaking of 9-8 suited.
Yeah, straight for GetNet. Happy to see a flop.
45-minute clock. It's been all tournament, JB, but now that we are short-handed, it gets reduced to a 30-minute clock. I'm going to use a bank here as getting that. Oh, well, look at that. For a read from getting it. Had a little chat with Will, looked at him. Will said something to him. As soon as Will opened his mouth, getting it says, I'm all in. I don't know if there's any live tells going on here. I feel like Will is fairly balanced with his table talk, but the fact that as soon as Will said something, getting it didn't take no more than half of a second before saying the words, I'm all in. And this is why I much prefer an open jam from Will. We just fold out a hand that dominates us, and now we have to let go of the 9-7. Getting it.
You're bluffing the best hand. So, do you know what? You're bluffing with the best hand. I swear. I was going to give you. I swear. You're bluffing with the best hand. I had 9-7 of diamonds. I swear on my life, 9-7 of diamonds. You can see on the stream. See, even when you try to bluff me, you're bluffing the best hand. I told you, 9-7 of diamonds. I had 9-7 of diamonds. I swear. You can see on the stream. I'm not lying. You're bluffing the best hand. It's so sick if I actually go this way. You get funky pressure 9 high, huh? Everyone wants to be a hero 9 high like it was. I like it. But you still had the best hand, like I said. I get it in good. You still bluffed me with the best hand. I had 9-7 of diamonds. You had me crushed, literally. I was making a play. So. But I have to raise it. I'm not limping, I'm not folding. So. To get it in, huh? 3-bet jam, 9-8 of clubs. Now we got to do. Okay. 9 high boss guitar, huh? They're learning these young kids. Bluffing with the same man. Oh, the best hand. You had the best hand. I had 9-7 of diamonds. I'm loving it. We can see it on the stream anyway. I'm loving that he showed it. He's actually got the best hand, legit.
If you go there, you're going to be shocked.
8 high. Look at this punt. 8 high. What a ruffler. 9 high was good.
10-4 off here for Will. Not the one that we're going to use. Still need some folds. It's not a deck situation. 10-4 off. Just let these two shorties battle it out.
Absolutely. Over to GetNet with the ace-queen suited. Wow. Effective stack is around about 9 big blinds. Gone for the small raise. And Chris with the ace-jack. The timing is brutal. For Chris Barnes, he's battled well. Made a load of pay jumps, got himself a 12.3k score, and will be struggling to improve on that one.
This is
unless he can find a jack.
Absolute setup, 8 bigs effective, blind on blind, and somehow ace jack is in a dominated spot.
Who's got what? Sorry, you got it.
So getting it. If he can hold here, he's going to send us to 3-handed action. Chris been short most of the final table, in need of a jack.
Do you want anything else? Do you just want a royal flush just to seal the deal?
6-3-3, some chop opportunities. Once again on the 5, so a 6, a 5, or a jack for Chris to stay alive, and it's going to be the 9 of hearts. That's the end of the road for Chris Barnes. A valiant effort, did well to stay disciplined, and played his final table position quite well, I think. Just unfortunate at the end there to run into the big hand, blind versus blind, but GetNet securing another elimination there with the 25 big blind stack now, and it's all fairly even. Rahil's still over 10 million with the chip lead, but it's anyone's game from here.
He's asking for clubs as well. Look at his brother. He's got the guy knocked to 3 out. Yeah, clubs. Yeah, just put him drawing dead like the last one. And he gave the bad beat to do. You had that one, Bob. There you go. Get it in good. You win. That's it. That's all you can do. Get it in good. I think Shane got to move around. Yeah, you got to move around. Who said? Emil. So you've got to move around. A little bit, yes. Yeah. Yeah, 3-handed. You can use that box there. There, all good. Got 3-handed.
to the final three. 491 entries for this main event, creating a fantastic prize pool, just shy of 220k total, 38,000 and change up top. But all three players now locking up £18,515 minimum. Free-handed now. It's a dead button, so real effective button here with the ace deuce. Fine to open. Oh no, it's not a dead button. Sorry, my apologies. It's a dead small blind. Getting that with the sixes. Yeah, so it makes wheels open actually a little bit more dicey. Out of position to one.
Net goes for the peel with the sixes.
I think free-handed now we could potentially shove.
Yeah, for sure.
With like 18k locked up now. ICM drastically reducing. Like when we're nine-handed and we've only got 3.5 locked up. So much equity out there to be won by folding and letting players bust. But now the reins are let loose a little bit for the guys. They want to get involved more.
Ace high board for Will though, finds one of those 3 outs that he was looking for. Out of position versus getting out on the button, slightly awkward.
It may play some checks here with the worst ace that he can have. Out of position too. We'll have higher frequency checks.
Yeah, I like check with this particular holding. He's going to go for the bet though.
Yeah, he wants to play a big pot, Mr. Kasuf.
Fires out about half pot by the looks of it.
Sizable. Definitely going to dislodge the sixes.
Certainly so. Getting it out of the way.
Best card of the day. Always got it. What do you have? I'm seeing 9 high like a boss.
So fairly evenly bunched. With Rahil looking to get the job done.
9 high like a boss. Don't get it twisted. 9? How you say 9 in Romanian?
Nice easy headline for poker news if he does. The Rahil deal.
Where's the number of cards? Here or here? Here. Unbelievable. Anything else? Your prize with that? Anything else? Yeah? Yeah? This is mine, yeah? Big blind. Right, this is it. Committed now. It's going in. Cooler. 3-way cooler. Here we go.
Getting it, not sure what he had, but he's out of the way on the button.
Show us now, 6-4 off.
Rahil going for the min raise with the king queen.
It could go for 3x here, blind on blind. Out of position. You just want to deter like Will's stuff that's going to have 40%. They're like 5-6 off, 6-3 off. This type of stuff that's has to continue now versus 2 bigs, but we flush out that equity when we do go for this 3 big blind size out of position. But in position, blind on blind, I'm going to go closer to 2x, but out of position, important to just add a little bit of extra juice on. We're going to sweat this one from Rahil's perspective here. Seems like a fair board to see bet. Jack 4-5. King Queen having the function as well of removing the King Jack and Queen Jack, less likely in Will's range, blocking some of the stronger Jack X holdings.
You can show me both. You can see it in the stream, literally 10 minutes. I'll give you credit for it, Jack. You show both, Buffalo. So I was going to read. Okay, you said that. You said. You're winning. Luck with the best hand again, but it's good to know.
Rahil spins over the king queen.
Yeah.
Shows Will.
Giving him a little bit of something to think about.
Normally I re-raise with that hand. Heads up, blind on blind, three-handed, king high, You got it, right? You had it. Do it all these tools, every hand. I've always done it. They've all got in for it. Sick. Right here, one double up back in the game. Go, bingo, bongo.
Bushwhack not fancying Rahil's chances. Well, he's been fearless. I mean, the 9's 4-bet jam was certainly not scared money, pushing it in and rivering the 9 earlier versus Danilo in what was a final table defining river. If Danilo had won that pot, it might have already been over.
Yeah, me and you might have been at the bar, George.
Sending it.
With GetNet necking back some cocktails. We're going to get after it here as the chip leader, suited 10 on the button. We're not too far out the realms. I'll definitely go with 10-6 suited. I'm going to dip into the 10-4. As well, thinking about any free bets here, giving Rahil a good old stare down. Don't even have to go too large. Could go for like 1.9 mil out of position if we wanted to attack. Give Rahil some respect. GetNet suited 1 gap up in with the call. Piece for both. Top pair for GetNet with the 8-6 and a gut shot to go alongside it, and Rahil flopping bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Like a board that does favour the big blind range, but in a free-handed situation, still kind of neutral. We do lose a few combos, like we're not going to open deuce 3 suited on the button, but we will still potentially open some 7-8, some 6-5 suited, this type of stuff. And GetNet just jams the cake into the middle. He's got top pair, he's got an up and down. What are you going to do? We're going to run it here and now. Rahil with just a 4. I doubt we're going to see any heroes here. We do beat some stuff, some perhaps dry 7x, some flush draws, but even against these hold-ins, we're basically a flip situation, like against 7-9. Going to be like 55% against 2 overs flush draw. We might even be slight equity dog. So, having to get out of the way with the bottom.
Flush draw. We're going to see anyway.
Will doing as much as he can to try and get some table talk going, but not getting too much interest from the other 2 players.
Is Will Kassouf wearing a t-shirt with his face on? Yes, he is. There you go. It's like he heard us. He literally leant back to give you a better look, birds of the word.
Like a boss.
It's 5 suited for getting out on the button.
He's going to open. Goes for, imagine, 600.
Six of diamonds for Will. Nice one to look at 3. And Will does defend the 10-6 suited. Ace Queen 9 mono. One of these potential 1BB boards at final table. A lot of people, once again, one of these misperceived spots where people think you need to go big because there's a flush draw present and a free liner, but in reality, best size to choose is a small one. Or check back. I don't mind check back either. Well, this one potentially is getting that. Can get behind it.
Certainly agree.
Improve on the turn, unless you slow play the monster. I must have you beat. I bet here you're folding king, right?
Fairly neutral 9, 3-handed. It's going to improve both players sometimes. So not an overwhelming advantage. And Will, equityless essentially. Happy to slide it over and give up.
Quick check of the hole cards. Is he trying to sell the story that he's got a spade in his hand?
Looking interested in making a move.
I don't think it works when getting out checks this back twice. Unless he goes for a decent amount. It does look fairly chunky.
960, big bet from Kassouf.
It's like just guessing games, these spots really, aren't they?
Absolutely.
It's like once checked to the river, Will probably just gets the value bet any dry spade in his hand.
Wow, gets the fold from the ace.
Lets the ace go, and he's going to show Will as well that he's folded an ace, and Will probably going to tell him he had it because that's what Will Kassouf does. So he's going to show him the red 10, and I'm assuming he's telling him right now he had something like an 8 of spades with it. And going to the level that I thought this one would potentially finish when mapping out finish times at the start of the day. 400k big blind, 60 bigs in play, so may just eke into the 500k level on a half-hour clock. Really going to shallow things up now.
You meant to bet the flop all the turn, but you would have got messy. I don't know, I can check raise you on that board. You're not calling one pair. On that board, you're not calling. I'm big blind, so I need to have 2 pairs set, straight, flush, anything. Oh, no, next time. You got this one. I just looked at the blind, yeah, I think it is next.
6.
I'll show you this time again.
Going to raise it up low and blind.
He's playing south of 20 big blinds effective. Getting it with the Jack 10, likely to be seeing the flop. Whoa, okay.
That is tight.
Yeah, he's kind of, in the last orbit or so, just kind of shrunk a little bit in terms of what we've seen from him in earlier situations.
Maybe he's not wanting to bust before he gets dealt 7 deuce for another shot at it. Maybe not wanting to
stay alive.
Yeah, try to stay alive, get dealt the 7 deuce, get the boys in the booth some cocktails.
That'd be gladly accepted.
Six five for Will.
Better hand than last time. Could be ace one.
5 deuce suited for Rahil in the big blind. Suited and gapped, but against 2.5x, less inclined to call. I feel like this is too big, it's 800k, probably gets in, but we are going to lose a few combos against the slightly larger sizing. It seems like Rahil agrees, was actually in a dominated spot there against the 6 high of Kasuf.
Getting expensive now, eh? 4 and 4. 1 million around, huh? 1 million chip spins, eh? Spinning it. Boski Tara. Jaldi Jallo. Let's go, better. Big blind special. This is the one. I have a feeling this is going to be a big pot. And I'm going to have the best of it. There we go. Yep. Another cool.
10 for GetNet, and just sends the lot in on the button. And Will's woke up with ace 10 in the big blind. Here we go.
Look at this.
It's time.
GetNet with the ill-timed move with the Queen 10. Shoving the offsuit Broadway and runs into a big hand of Will, and he's having a little chat with him.
And once again, these spots are just great because GetNet should raise ace king, he should raise ace queen, he should raise ace jack, he should never open shove these hands, so almost impossible for Will to ever be dominated here.
It's a bit kamikaze with the Queen 10. Quite a lot of big blinds, could have just gone for the min raise, but also a lot of big blind antes playing into effect, 33% each, looking just to take down the 2.5 bigs.
Well, we saw the cape come on earlier pre-flop with the ace-queen for the 9 big blind shove. Surely not here in the big blind free-handed with ace-10 is Will going to be letting this one go.
We're going to find another hero fold, is he?
Wow!
Oh, no.
How does he find these folds? Like, what's
Time and
going
time
through?
again, I don't know.
What's going through his mind?
That is very surprising.
6.5 million, huh? Okay. I bought a big ace there. He just opened shot 6.5 million. Boski Tara Jalli Jallo, huh? Next better. See you, man. Enjoy your break.
Very surprising. Doesn't seem to be looking to take any what he deems as marginal spots, but I mean both of them have been absolute fist pump prints, the ace-10 and the ace-queen, and we saw both times he would have been up against one of the many, just plethora of hands that he's got dominated there.
Strange, really strange from Will. maybe he feels getting at is the type that may open jam ace jack ace queen for that amount of bigs, but
even so, yeah.
Usually in these scenarios, like with fist pumping there, because these hands are the ones that want to induce. And like another way to look at it for Will, if Getnet does make that 2 big blinds, surely he's just always saying I'm all in with ace 10 himself in the big. So against min open, which should actually be more scary because it has more nutted hands in range, he's probably always shoving, but against the open shove just doesn't want to call it off. Just give Getnet a walk here. Don't necessarily need to VPip every hand.
You know, first hand, be disciplined. Don't need to go crazy.
So Will gives them a walk. Let them off lightly. Holding the ace 10 and now giving a walk. Can definitely VPip super wide in that spot.
Very good chance I had the best hand. See on the stream. Any ace, eh? Any ace shovel in? 6.5 million chips. 2-4.
It is me, Dave Plunk here. How are we doing, mate? I'm joined by George Sanford for this event, Party Poker Tour London. Thank you for tuning in as we are three-handed last knock-ins of this main event. Everyone locked up £18,515 for eyes set on the first place prize of $38,408.
So Jack 8 finding the muck and Getnet with the ace deuce suited for what looks to be about 18 big blinds. It's going to just send it in by the looks of things. And Raheel with the Jack 5.
Yeah, just hit a bit of a...
Yeah, starting to wither away a little bit, isn't he? Just not getting any hands.
That's all it's been. I think he's been like bottom 20% distribution since we got three-handed, and the blinds are just going to eat you up with a full big blind ante at this stage. And now Raheel suddenly...
Do we know if we play the big blind ante for heads up?
We do not.
Good.
We don't on other events. I do.
Yeah.
Party poker, I'm assuming won't do it either. But well, I can find out actually.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It's a good
also,
question.
I wanted to know what the runners in the high roller were, so I'll just have a little look.
Okay, there is an ante heads up, guys. So just got the confirmation. Quick as lightning. So will be an ante heads up in this event. Some events won't have ante for heads up, but has just been confirmed. So that just means when we get there, shouldn't be seeing any folds first in on the button. Even the 7 deuce off going to have to continue.
Wow, and 27 runners in the high roller. Not bad for a one-day 1K. End of the week, a lot of people might have gone home, but battling it out on the outer tables.
You know when I am at. When it all goes in, I've got the coconuts with queens against the queen's head, then you know. Get it in good. It took me twice. Twice I got it in good for the whole stack. Ace against ace jack, and then queens against queen 10. Can't get it in any better. It's all lucky. Patience. Timing is everything.
So Will, I'm guessing, was trying to tear a button open from Raheel here. Wanting to perhaps get to complete the jack 3 in the small, but Raheel with the queen 5 does elect to open. getting that 10-9 off. A definite hand to defending the big.
Yeah, it feels like just a very natural defend, not sure. Lots of indecision going on so far on the three-handed bout. Saul will make the rather overly heroic fold with the ace-10 facing the open jam.
It's a strange one from getting it because taking his time a bit, but it does just seem like a clear defend even facing 2.5x three-handed.
Absolutely.
Eventually does make up the extra 600k. Off to the flop we go.
Wow, what a flop for Getnet with the 10-9. Comes out trumps with trips and Raheel. Bit of a swing and a miss.
Yeah, probably one and done here for Raheel. Maybe barrel like a king or an ace turn, but well-timed check from the lad.
Yeah, finds it. Maneuvers to a turn. He does turn to 5. That's one of the worst cards he could have found. Is now a really strong-looking 2-pair for him.
Yeah, and I feel like we've got to start leading here as getting that. Looks a lot like ace high, king high. And ace high should always be calling to a turn lead, assuming we don't go for an extortionate sizing. 20%.
Yeah, small size, just trying to eke out some value from high card type holdings. If you would have seen Raheel's hand, he'd have gone a bit bigger, but can't know that Raheel has improved to the 5. Easy call for Raheel, no need to raise in position. And wow, what a river. The 10 of spades. Completing quads for Getnet and Raheel with a boat, and it's looking like the absolute nuts. So many potential bluffs for Getnet as well, you know, 6-4, 6-7, 7-4.
And the other thing, there's no 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. These all should shove. These should all shove free-handed. So therefore, we only lose to a 10 as Raheel maybe trapped aces. But other than that, it's literally 10x, and it's hard to make quads in Hold'em, I'll tell you that.
Certainly is. How greedy does Getnet go here? Is he going to load up for the lot, or is he going to go somewhere around pot? Let's see. Just trying to figure out which sizing he thinks he can, and I think on these types of boards you do get to go quite greedy. He shoves.
Wow, he's gone for the greediest size of them all. He wants the lot, and as we said, as Raheel here, we only lose to a 10. 6s plus are all in pre. So therefore, Getnet repping quads.
The only issue is when people shove in these spots is, do they really send it all in with a hand like 6-7? I haven't seen it, to be honest. Oh, he's gone for the one-chip call.
So he's flicked in the chip.
And there's the elimination of Raheel.
And you can't fault Raheel because we've made a boat free-handed, and as I say, we eradicate the pocket pairs, so we only really lose to quads. He's paid it off, getting it up to 15.5 million. Will has just under 10 million, so we are going to be back for Heads Up, guys. It's just a 10-minute break, so just after midnight, we will return in for Heads Up coverage. See you then.
Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Dress fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry, an account that wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry, an account that wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
When it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets and more. Over 100 million Ladbucks dropping every single week. Plus, you can even use them to play your favourite games for free in our Ladbucks arcade. Like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com.
when it comes to race day, nothing's certain. Like getting your bet in on time. Backing the right jockey. Good luck with him. Get your outfit right. Just fancy, mate. Not fancy dress. And that hot tip from Barry in accounts. That wasn't so hot after all. Thanks, Barry. But with top prices, daily boosts, and our best odds guaranteed, there's one thing that is a racing certainty. Big value you can bet on from Ladbrokes.
This is a lad buck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million lad bucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins, free bets, and more. Over 100 million lad bucks dropping every single week. Plus,
Minimum like 6k plus a trophy.
Yeah, let's play it.
You don't do icing for any drop?
No.
No? Okay, cool.
Yeah, let's just.
Thought we'd ask, innit? They had their icing numbers, so.
You got the updated chip count. 9.1, 15.6 I think it was.
And we are back, guys. Made it down to the final two. Getting at Casa on the left, William Kassouf on the right, playing for £38,000, 26,700. Already locked up. It's been a terrific day, but it's all led to this point. Final table, the trophy in view now. It's a beautiful trophy as well. Looks fantastic.
Certainly is. That would be a sight for sore eyes on any mantelpiece, and it's going to be a battle between William Kassouf and Getnet Kessa for the trophy and, of course, the lion's share of the prize pool.
We are off. With a 2-3 chip lead here, 3-2.
Anti heads up. It's a party poker, isn't it? So party poker don't do anti heads up, right? I didn't have to party poker rules, Asper's rules for the heads up. Big man anti that.
EPLPS, no game. Who won? You're about to find out, sir.
It's party poker tournament.
Can't see this lasting more than an hour at this stack depth.
You never know.
Here we go, that's the one. Double up first 10.
Ace 8 for Getnet. There we go. Big start. He's just going to pile it in by the looks of it. Not looking to play post flop. Will with King Jack suited, 20 bigs. It's got to go, surely.
Yeah, let's go.
But we've seen him be a little bit advertent to wanting to put the chips over the line, especially when someone else has put him in.
Yeah, heads up. This is a.
This
call
is
for
just
sure.
a call, yeah.
King Jack suited.
Can't wait to get it in, especially with the suited.
I can get.
I could listen to an argument for King 9 suited potentially finding a fold, but King Jack is just a super tight fold there. It's just a bit misapplying. Got the big blind ante as well.
Once again, we don't really dominate much. We're not dominated by much. I mean, so maybe King Queen, but like Ace King and Ace Jack should just raise call off a 20. So we're going to have decent equity in the pot. But there you go, Will Kassouf letting it go.
So 41-21, and it could be a long heads-up match if we're not seeing premium hands get in the mix for 20 big blinds. Yeah, unfortunately there is the big blind ante heads up, which does affect the play somewhat, although in some ways will speed up the process. But can the players ask to remove it?
I think if you can agree, I've actually seen on some situations heads up to when people get heads up, the players sometimes make a personal agreement. There's no limping going on the button.
Okay, yeah.
I've seen that a few times. I've never actually seen an agreement for no big blind ante, but I've definitely seen some deals done in terms of how they like the heads up to play out.
So Will with the limp with the 7-6 and Getnet checking back the 4 deuce off to a flop. Bottom pair for Kasuf. Swing and a miss for Getnet. And looks like he's going to pick up the 2 big blinds posted by Getnet with the stab. Gets the job done. So a bit of back and forth. 1 pot to each player so far.
Yes, boss. You got it, Mitch. Go on, big blind special. Let's go.
Ten-8 suited for Getnet on the button.
If you've seen Will folding hands like King Jack suited, could just start putting him in the absolute bin.
Just start jamming
shoving every button. Exactly.
I'd love it.
Reaching for a raise, makes it 900 to go. Will with the 9-4. Is it going to be 9 high like a boss on this occasion? Does find the fold. So Getnet, another pot picked up there, moving in the right direction. There's a 2-1 chip lead right now. 41 facing 21. Jay's surname is Harwood, Christopher.
Could have just asked me, but thanks, Christopher.
Bit sneaky.
Yeah, just trying to go behind my back.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Gary. Good to see you.
Hey there, Gary. Good to see you this week as well.
Come on, Getnet, he says.
I found out this week as well, Gary, that you're #1 on the all-time money list for Aspers.
Yeah, Getnet might be encroaching with this one. Not sure how the side events went.
You know what? I used to get it when I used to play Xbox Live about 15 years ago. The amount of people, because my gaming tag was Harwood 180, because I was a little savvy darts player, and the amount of Northerners over the mic and Americans just used to say Hardwood, like always, like there was a D in my name. They just always found a D in my name. It was always the Northerners and the Americans.
How's it going, Hardwood?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I believe it was 45 caches for Gary, and I think Getnet was on about 40. Also, Sam was in the top 5 as well.
I thought that was the one. You dodged a bullet. You got lucky.
Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate the feedback.
And Bradley Harwood is in the chat and says, very relatable, lol. So there we go. He obviously had it as well.
How's it going, Brad? Tuning in from Asia, I believe.
And JME Poker says, thanks for the stream, guys. Better say it now before the action starts. Quality as always. I'm guessing you mean before the action finishes, but thank you for the kind words, JME. You've been tuned in a lot over the weekend, I've noticed in Twitch. Always great to have the support of the chat box.
Yeah, Jamie did mention that he was doing some streaming as well on Party Poker, so check him out.
I've got to mention as well, Brad, well done in Ireland. You shipped the PLO, didn't you? I didn't even realise you played PLO, but I'm pretty sure it was your name. I saw the 350 PLO. Had a big field as well.
One of my favourite story rails of the week. I wasn't playing at the Irish Open, but I was keeping an eye on some of my mates over there via Instagram, and Brad essentially said when he was going into the final table, not really sure what's going on in this game, but I'll give it my best shot. And then the next story a couple of hours later was the trophy. Got it done. Good lad.
Will with the King Queen of Diamonds on the button. Big hand, heads up. One that we're happy to raise call.
You never know though with Will, he's made some tight folds to these all-ins.
Here we go.
Surely not this time.
No, he's not folding this one.
Come on,
No,
that
no.
would be ridiculous. Yeah, it was a bit of a UK takeover over in Ireland, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dan Jackson winning the 6 max.
Max Sanders, a good friend of mine, won the high roller.
Alex Rizvi chopped them in main. Brandon Harris had that run in the main event, ended up finishing 5th for 100k. It was the UK lads.
Leo, the taxman Worthington Lease, picked
Yeah.
up his customary 5-figure score.
Endrit's been a dad for 2 days, and he goes and wins a poker tournament for 50 bag. it was literally all going on there. No way, Will. What are you doing?
It's painful.
What are you doing? Will Kassouf, King Queen of Diamonds into the muck? How? How? Oh my word. I went off tangent, having a little chat with George about something else, because I just expected to look up, see the cards on the back, and
see the
off we
double.
go.
So many times he's been handed it on a plate and he just can't find the call button. What is going on? We saw ace 10 in the small blind for 10 versus a hijack short stack shove earlier. Folds that one, would have been up against ace 7. Ace queen that was, and then he folds ace 10 versus Getnet's button jam for 17 in the big blind, would have been up against queen 10, so it's the 3rd time in a row he's made a preposterously tight fold and would have had his opponent absolutely crushed. And you know what, Getnet's just saying, this guy doesn't fancy it, I'm just going to be shipping it in.
Yeah, and if Will's folding as high up as he is, he's had literally heads up. His distribution's actually been really good heads up. He's had King Queen suited, he's had a decent ace, he's had a King 10, he had King Jack suited as well. So like what, we've played like 8-9 hands heads up, and 50% of those hands he's been dealt top 20%.
With his distribution, it'd be all over by now for most players. And he folds the King 10 as well.
He's getting ran over by
Oh, this
Getnet.
is tough to watch. It is, a fold fest from Kassouf. I'm not sure what he's waiting for here.
I don't know,
Only
George.
got-
It's very strange. Bird is the word, says he's folding because he wants the title. I hate to break it to you, Bird is the word, but we need to be all in to double up for a chance to win the title.
Yeah, chips need to go over the line, else you're just going to blind out into second. And second's already locked up, so what are we waiting for?
Any ace is open jamming, yeah. That was great. Queen 10, 6.5 million with Queen 10.
Certainly does seem to be an area of his game that needs a little bit of refining. Apart from that, when he did have the chip lead, we did see him move through the gears, taking the aggression and the initiative. He was very good at that. Just really struggling to find the calls facing counter-aggression so far.
10-9 off here has to continue. Everything has to continue with the big blind ante in play. Just whether Will wants to go for potentially 2 bigs or complete. Seems like complete's nice, as he does here, for 200k more. And Getnet with the 8-9 off. Surely not Getnet. We've got to check this one. Or does he just feel like Will's not playing back enough?
Fair self-awareness, McGlizzy there. It is obviously different if you are playing under the bright lights of the stream. These players have been playing for a good 10 hours now, including a couple of breaks, but action is thick and fast, and it does get hot under the cameras there, but still no excuses for a couple of those plays in reality.
So interesting one here, because I'm probably just going to eradicate ace-x from GetNet's range, how aggressive he's been playing. He's probably going to shove an ace at 16, 17 big blinds pre. So as well, 10 decent hand to have after checking back flop. Nice easy call here on the turn. 2/3 pot from GetNet, 800 into 2 milli. Sorry, 800 into 1.2 milli.
And if Will folds this, he's just getting...
He's not folding this one. Well, I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again, and Will is just not...
Just handing over the trophy, essentially, at this stage.
And GetNet shows him the 9 high. I hope he said 9 high like a boss.
Would have been a good win, wouldn't it? Right, well, not sure what is going on over to the right-hand side of our screen from Will Kassouf. Maybe needs to get his head under some cold water or something in the men's toilets. I mean, this is...
strange.
Yeah, it's captain of the sinking ship so far.
That is true, McGlizzy. I think I've heard he's not folding this one like 6 times, but they've been like, they've not even been close spots. This is the problem. Like, if it's close and it's marginal and you can go either way and it's maybe indifferent, yeah, I can see it. But like, he's had slam dunk jams or calls, ones that aren't even close.
GetNet is certainly not a player that is going to bow down and give him away. Yeah, the audio keeps going because there's some background noise coming in.
We've been situated right next to the toilets, and unfortunately the hand dryers have been
pounding away.
At least the hygiene's good in Stratford.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone did say that they'd never heard so many people washing their hands in a casino before. First for everything.
So many times against GetNet. Waited patiently, this is the time now. Now, 10 bigs and then 3.
I've got a question for you, George.
Okay.
Has Will won a pot yet? Heads up?
I think he won one. He won the second pot of the heads up, I believe. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was inconsequential. Might have limped and then stabbed or something, but it was, yeah, it's really been a one-sided affair.
Setting that off here for Will. Like, even here, 10 bigs, we are supposed to complete with this big blind ante. It's just too much out there to win. But once again, missing the complete, just letting it go, maybe not recognising how much we need to be fighting for these pots with a full big blind ante out there. At 4-1 chip lead now for GetNet. And when he's emptying his pockets tonight, Will Kassouf might be falling out.
I've got less than 10 bigs now. I'm committed. Got ace high, king high, shove good luck to you. Got queen high, I'm snapping. Any ace, any king, any pair. I'm not folding now. I'm being serious. I've got like 8 bigs, 9 bigs. Be careful. If you shove and I call, I'll have the best of it. I think this could be the one.
Jack 10 suited for GetNet. Nice clean one to shove when Will's only got 8 BB. Suited queen.
Well, we know he's not calling this one, that's for sure. He's had so many better candidates.
This is true, actually, what you think. I like trying for the chat, though. I feel like
try to drum up some hope.
no, just for the chat, for like educational purposes. I feel like
it is a close spot.
This one potentially does call for 8. I always use my Jack 10 off as the sort of starting point heads up. Jack 10 off calls for up to 13, so like queen deuce suited, not going to be far off at 8, I don't think. I think it potentially just gets in, and we do actually fold out the better hand there as getting it.
Big blind ante as well, so you can go a little bit wider too. Yeah, and another one hits the muck that should have found its way into the middle potentially. So a painful heads-up performance so far from Kasuf. Not sure what the game plan is here, just kind of getting whittled away. And getting at the happy recipient of the chips. Just happy to keep open jamming and piling the pressure on.
Well, if people are folding king queen suited, if people are folding king jack suited, if people are folding ace highs, why wouldn't you just jam deck?
Yeah, queen high suited for 8. It's mental. He did fold the 8-7. Looks like with 9-7 he might be doing something. Will kaput, says PLO1. Love to see it. UK poker is great. That's certainly a silver lining way of looking at it.
The thing I don't understand, he's been around for years, like he's probably played a fair amount of heads up in his time, and
surely he knows some push fold, you know.
It's just really confusing.
Michelle Molinar, just on the sofa at home, is so disgusted with the heads up performance. She's actually got the phone out to start commentating.
How are you doing, Michelle? It's been a strange.
Blind, right? You're not passing any two. Are you gonna look? Bingo blind. Are you gonna look? Are you gonna look? Are you gonna look or are you gonna stop blind? Did you look? Did you look at? Yes or no?
Now just getting it.
Yes, just
taking the
everything.
outright proverbial now. Oh, just basically saying to Will, you're calling way too tight, sir. I'm going to throw the Doyle into this jam range. For 6 big blinds. And like even here, Jack 7 off for 6, like it's probably a lot closer than first glance on the eye. It may just be one of these that just gets in. Like Jack 9 off would definitely call for 6. Jack 8 off probably. Jack 7 off potentially gets in as well.
Someone was saying earlier, does Will have a bet on getting it to win? Another sharp take from Daniel West. Talk the talk, but he's not walking the walk, especially in this heads-up duel. And I don't think I could be seen in public after some of these folds.
Not just been the heads up folds though, George, has it? We like previously cut off jam for 9 bigs. We have ace queen in the small. We just let it go. There's been some real unorthodox.
But he rejammed the 5s earlier as well. That was a mental
that
punt.
was crazy. That was crazy. So it's just been up to something. I'm not sure what he has been up to specifically as well, but there's been some strange ongoings today from Kasuf.
Do we have any Will fans left in the chat to defend his case, or have you gouged out your eyeballs by now?
This is the one. This time you double me up. What's after any pair, any ace, any...
The thing about it as well, Sponge, he didn't just fold those hands. He had Getnet dominated in 2 spots. The King Jack suited, Getnet dominated. The King Queen suited, Getnet was dominated. He had King 7 off, didn't he? So it weren't even... Will could potentially have had this done and dusted, but instead he's got to try and find something with his what is now 3 big blinds, and Getnet somehow finds 8s, and Will has literally whittled himself down. He's had 3, 4, maybe even 5 opportunities to get the money in good and get himself a double and get himself back into it, but he's just left it too late. That these 3 big blinds
getting punished with the bottom 5% there as well. 5 deuce off. Oh dear.
If you have a chat with Will off the table, they'll always tell you, I'm not theory based, I don't do any study, I just play my table talk game, that's all I do. I table talk, and this is how I do well at the game. And he'll say that to you. He'll say he's not one that studies. He makes his money at poker from having a chat with his opponents and perhaps getting some live reads that way. And that's his strategy and that's his game. And it's been his game for 10 years. It's never changed.
Right, have a feeling. I've looked. Oh, you can't look. You said you weren't going to look.
Oh, okay.
I've looked. I think this is the one you can double me up.
Right, the 9-7 suited. Surely it's gotta go. 2.6 bigs. There we go. Getting it with the King 8. Cards are on their backs, and it will be a well-deserved win for getting it if you can fade a 9, a 7, some clubs, or a straight.
3 bigs in a dream. That's how it's come down to. 3 bigs in a dream. 9 ball, corner pocket, 9 on the flop. So lucky.
Is it going to be the 9 high like a boss? Not really too much to say boss-like for the final table performance, but he has flop trips.
Of course he has. And 9 high turns into trips.
That does secure him a few more orbits of folding.
What's the sound in the back? T-shirt, get there, read the back. That's it, 9 high like a boss.
Up to 3.6 or 7 bigs, a bit more wiggle room for Will Kassouf.
Let's go. Do it the hard way now.
Yeah, and regarding the chat, not anything against Will, not really being biased, but there's some plays just got to have a bit of self-respect ourselves. Me and George and can't agree with some of the folds that he's made, unfortunately, guys. I'm not going to sit here and say we should be folding King Queen suited for 20 bigs heads up. I haven't got it in me.
Exactly.
Straight flush draw versus king high.
Our job is to commentate the action as we see it, and it's an overwhelming majority of people in the chat agreeing that it has been a rather feeble effort so far from Kassouf.
Go for the back-to-back, double like a boss. Let's go. Double.
But then again, if he doubles again, suddenly it's going to be interesting.
Look at that. Huh? Both or one?
Getting it, sending them in. Kassouf with a jack 4.
Jack 4 and 6. There's big blind in there. I think what we've seen from Will, I don't think he's going to be calling this one.
No deal was done, right?
No deal was done. I think as they sat down for heads up, Will, I don't know if it was jokingly said, but he definitely asked Getnet if he wanted to look at numbers, and Getnet with the insta shutdown said, let's play.
For good reason.
I'm going to shove this one. I think this is the one. Get that. I'm going to shove this one. You're going to call. You're going to double me up. Be a bit more pricey this time. Get it ready. 2.5 mil. Follow rise to you. 2.6. Sorry, beg your pardon. 2.6. Get it ready. 2.6. Put it on the side. Put it on the side. Just get that whole stack of black. Just put it on the side. 2.6. If you got it, you got it. It's a cooler. This is it. Let's go, dude. Jolly Jello. This is the one.
Right, still ongoing. And Will somehow still alive. He's got a king on the button for just south of 5 bigs. In we go.
Don't say that, please.
Well, yes, sorry. Tempting fate.
I think we should wait.
He might edge pass.
Until the action actually takes place with Will.
Do you want to play a big pot? Do you want to play a small pot? There we go. Chips are over the line. Getnet with the 8s. And Getnet is a king away from securing the title here at the first leg of the Party Poker Tour. £500 main event. 491 runners. 38.4k for the winner, and that's what Getnet is closing in on here if he can fade the king or a backdoor straight. 5 is a great card on the turn. Wasn't looking to find an ace, queen, 9 or king, of course. Just the king. Not to be on this occasion for Kasuf, and a deserved winner in GetNet. Well played, sir. Bravo.
To be fair, when he come up to me this morning and he said what he said, that he's going to play 7 deuce on stream, he's going to win us a pot and he's going to get us some cocktails in, I couldn't help but not subconsciously root for this guy.
You got to root for the guy. He's great energy. He came past a couple of times. Big smile on his face, and a deserved winner as he does embrace Kasuf coming in second for the winner's photo.
But that is going to be it from us guys for the Party Poker Tour main event here in London. Unfortunately, we're not going to grab GetNet for the interviews. The Party Poker guys are going to be doing the interviews with GetNet, so you'll be able to find them on the Party Poker social media. They'll be out there somewhere, but they're going to grab GetNet. So if you want to find the interview with GetNet, it will be out there on socials. But from myself and this man, first time commentating with yourself, George, I've loved it the last 3 days. It's been
really
great.
Appreciate your work, mate. Thanks very much for having me.
And hopefully it won't be the last time you see us two together. But from us here in London, the Party Poker Tour main event, our winner, GetNet Casa, taking home £38,408 is our main event champion. That's it from myself and George. We hope to see you guys tuning in again very soon. Good night.
Good night, guys.
Games for free in our Ladbucks arcade, like Fishing Frenzy and Gold Strike. Start collecting at ladbrokes.com. This is a Ladbuck, the new way to get rewarded at Ladbrokes. And these are some of the 100 million Ladbucks that will be dropping weekly. Collect them on our free-to-play games to choose rewards like free spins,